Chapter 1. The Marquis heir secured tight. In the great Tang dynasty, within the darkened confines of the prison, as night deepened, two jailers lounged lazily in their chairs. Each held a rough bowl, filled with a murky brew of coarse liquor. Occasionally, they would glance at each other, sharing a silent understanding as they took small sips and leisurely tossed peanuts from the table into their mouths, savoring the unspeakable satisfaction. Yet no matter how sparingly they drank, the liquor in their bowls steadily diminished. After 3 rounds, the night still stretched endlessly before them, but their supply of drink had run dry. Having consumed the last gulp of the coarse liquor, the young jailer, with an evident reluctance lingering on his face, cast a questioning glance at his older companion and covertly peered toward a nearby cell. The older jailer followed his gaze. Inside the cell sat a young man adorned in a purple robe, poised in a lotus position. The youth wore a golden crown atop his head, golden threaded boots on his feet, and a jade pendant hung from his waist. Before him lay several exquisite dishes and a pot of fine wine, its fragrance wafting softly in the air. Shaking his head at the sight of the young nobleman who leisurely sipped in solitude, the older jailer chastised softly, "Zhang Shao, are you out of your mind? Do you wish to take the young lord's drink?" "Zhang Shao," the jailer scoffed. "Why should I be afraid of a pampered young lord who spends his days whining and strutting about? It was one thing in the past, but now that he's crossed paths with the West Marquis, who has garnered the Emperor's personal order for his capture, does he think he can escape? Then be my guest and find out," retorted the older jailer, adopting a dismissive stance. Crossing his arms, he added with a cold laugh, "No matter whom he has wronged, as long as he remains the young lord, he is not someone of your standing who can afford to provoke. Don't think his status as a martial artist gives him leverage in Chang'an. Martial artists are hardly anything of note." Zhang Shao's visage turned pale. He adjusted the prison garb tightly around him and leaned against the wall, feigning sleep. Yet his darkened gaze fixed upon the languid young lord within the cell. Though he had reluctantly taken on the role of a jailer, being a second-tier martial artist, his ambitions were lofty. He looked down upon this young wastrel, who relied on birthright and a vicious entourage to bully and flaunt. He had contemplated more than once. Had he, Zhang Shao, not been the son of a mere merchant, but instead the heir of a marquis, he would have long since stepped beyond this threshold to become a renowned practitioner in Chang'an. Before him sat this utterly useless youth, possessing an abundance of talent, yet squandering it on frivolities, surrounded by riches and resources, devoid of gratitude. Day after day, he paraded around with his band of henchmen, engaging in petty indulgences, and still remained merely a first-tier martial artist. This kind of waste, what merit did he possess beyond his outward charm, influential connections, and wealth? The more he thought, the angrier he became. Zhang Shao let out a soft snort, the noise barely penetrating the excessively quiet atmosphere of the prison. At that moment, the young lord, this good-for-nothing dandy, slowly lifted his head, revealing a refined face. "Is there a problem, Brother Zhang?" "What dare I say?" Flustered, Zhang Shao found himself bewildered. Just moments ago, he had claimed indifference, and now, faced with the young lord's presence, a sheen of sweat broke out upon his brow. "I merely have a tickle in my throat, and if I have disturbed you, I beg your pardon." Seeing Zhang Shao flustered, the young man sighed softly, turning his gaze toward the sparse moonlight filtering through the bars, lost in a moment of melancholy. "Indeed, I must have traveled into another world. Chen Zhian was once an ordinary fishmonger on Blue Star. Without being struck by lightning or pressing any peculiar buttons out of curiosity, he found himself inexplicably transported to this rugged world, becoming a young lord of the Tang dynasty. The original owner of this body was also named Chen Zhian, the third son of the Chenliu Marquis. He epitomized the archetype of a spoiled aristocrat, merely 17 years old, yet already a fixture in Chang'an's various brothels and pleasure houses. Day in and day out, he cavorted with a motley crew of miscreants, indulging in debauchery and revelry, engaging in dogfights, relishing music, and swapping brides nightly. The reason this young lord found himself imprisoned was, in essence, self-inflicted. In the bright light of day, while at the Qinghua Pavilion, fueled by drink and a push from his companions, he brazenly molested a maiden in public. If it had merely involved a commoner, one might overlook it. Yet he dared to lay hands on the daughter of the West Marquis, a girl masquerading as a boy. Who is the West Marquis? A pillar of the nation. He guards the western frontier, standing firm against the barbarian invaders and sacrificing himself for the country. Moreover, he has no sons, only an unmarried daughter. Li Xining recently bestowed the title of the West Ning Princess by the emperor himself. Thus, when the elderly matriarch of the West Marquis household ventured into the palace, cane in hand, weeping bitterly, the young lord, contentedly napping at home, was abruptly seized by the capital's magistrate. Without further ado, he was cast into this sinister prison to await his fate at the emperor's discretion. As Chen Zhian recalled the events of the day, a headache throbbed at his temples. The original owner of this body was not merely reckless, but quite foolish. Each action dripped with poor judgment. Given the young lord's penchant for mischief, appearing in broad daylight at Qinghua Pavilion was wholly out of character. Yet coincidentally, they had opted for a change of venue just that day. And if that wasn't enough, they inexplicably chose to pass through the usually avoided Baihu Street. As they ambled along, it was none other than the deputy minister's son who saw through the disguise and recognized the West Ning princess. All these coincidences ultimately landed the young lord in this predicament. Before his consciousness faded, the original owner was fixated on his circle of so-called brothers. He couldn't fathom how such a person could thrive amidst the treacherous landscape of schemes that Chang'an presented. Sighing heavily and taking another sip of liquor, Chen Zhian furrowed his brow in deep contemplation of how to extricate himself from this quagmire. After much deliberation, he discerned that aside from employing the original owner's strong, suit-leveraging familial connection, she had no other recourse. Fortunately, the Chenliu Marquis had few heirs and would think twice before discarding this son of fortune. Though the young lord was a scoundrel, both villainous and foolish, he wasn't devoid of redeeming qualities. His aptitude for cultivation was remarkable, labeled a once-in-a-century genius, by 17 already achieving first-tier status in martial arts. He was but a step away from entering the innate realm, unlocking the door to true cultivation and authentic practitioner. While the emperor of this Tang dynasty bore the same surname as that of Earth's Tang, this realm was far removed. Here, cultivators existed, mighty beings soaring through the skies and reshaping mountains and seas. Where one could wander from the North Sea in the morning to Kangwu at dusk, the image of a sword's chilling light gleaming across the 19 states was not mere fantasy, but a truth of existence. Legend has it, the emperor himself was a transcendent master of formidable prowess. The reason Chen Zhian felt reassured about not being forsaken was twofold. Not only was the original heir well favored by fate, but he was also the assured heir of the Chenliu Marquis. The eldest son, Chen Zhibai, was a bookworm, rarely leaving his study, buried in tomes. Given that the Tang dynasty valued martial prowess, they would not wish for a man so incapable of even crushing a chicken to be the heir. The second son, Chen Zhiming, was a notorious wastrel. Though once gifted with extraordinary potential and born under auspicious signs, he fell into stagnation at the age of 15, with his cultivation regressing steadily. Now, he likely could not even be considered a martial artist. His noteworthiness, however, stemmed from another significant, even this public breaking of engagement to Zhu Weiner, the saintess of the mysterious realm sect. In his youth, the prodigy Chen Zhiming had become betrothed to the celebrated Zhu Weiner, initially heralded as a joyous union. But with his continuous decline in cultivation, he soon transformed into nothing but a blemish in her flawless life. On a rather raucous afternoon, Zhu Weiner, arm in arm with the holy son of the sword-cutting sect, Jiang Huayu, haughtily returned the marriage contract to the Chenliu Marquis estate. In that moment, Chen Zhiming stood pallid, silently accepting the contract with an expression that mirrored a fading light. Typically cheerful, the Chenliu Marquis, Chen a man, sat in his seat, his face clouded with fury, his unmasked intentions for revenge hanging thick in the air. At that peak of tension, Jiang Huayu smirked, and behind him, an ominous shadow emerged, brazenly gazing down upon Chen a man. Soon after, the group departed, leaving behind a silent and brooding Chen Zhiming, who withdrew from society, moving like a ghost, becoming increasingly unseen, even to his younger brother, Chen Zhian. That kind of person surely would not inherit. Wait? Chen Zhian's expression suddenly froze. A genius rendered moot. A childhood betrothal publicly withdrawn, a shaming affront. The turning of fortunes is as certain as the tides of the Yellow River. Don't underestimate the youth for their poverty. What in the world? The so-called heir, secured tight his brother-in-law, was clearly the chosen one by destiny, wasn't he? Chapter 2. The clown as myself, Chen Zhian, was bewildered. Numerous details that had previously eluded the original owner's attention vividly imprinted themselves in his mind. Chen Zhian, there was at least an 80% chance that he was lurking in the shadows, awaiting the day to astonish the world. Indeed, it was likely that 5 years ago, Chen Zhian had already ventured into the martial world, perhaps en route to the mysterious sect. There was no time to ponder the rightful ownership of Chenliu's title. He began to recall whether the original owner had ever mocked the useless second brother, or whether he had bullied others due to his superior talent. After a long while, he exhaled in relief. Thankfully, although this fellow was both wicked and foolish, he had not yet reached the point of being irredeemable. He was not unkind to his family, merely a bit showy in private. He had even once stood up for his second brother, dealing with those who had taunted him that if the second brother might be extraordinary, what of the elder brother? Was he truly just a bookworm? Chen Zhian appeared quite ordinary, perpetually engrossed in his books, seemingly studying the spring and autumn annals. The only peculiarity was that, since the original owner had begun to remember, he had never seen the elder brother lose his temper. His face was always adorned with a gentle smile that evoked warmth and familiarity. This was quite absurd. Even a clay Buddha has its moments of anger, yet the elder brother perpetually maintained a gentle demeanor. Had he truly achieved saintliness? Moreover, recalling the martial manuscript that the original owner had carelessly tossed into a corner to gather dust, Chen Zhian felt a throbbing in his head. That was a gift from Chen Zhian for his 12th birthday, a tattered book imbued with an ancient air, urging him to practice the techniques illustrated within, as if it were some unique martial arts text. This was the only instance of Chen Zhian gifting him something. The original owner had held it for half a day without comprehending a thing. Additionally, having felt that the elder brother was not much of a practitioner, he assumed the gift was of little significance. Thus, he had abandoned it in the corner to gather dust and had never practiced again. Alongside that nameless manuscript was a sword manual gifted by Chen Zhian. The sword manual was even more ridiculous. The entire book depicted a single sword, drawn in a crooked and unsightly manner, resembling a child's scribbles at that time. To spare the second brother's feelings, the original owner had merely glanced at it a few times before leaving it to accompany the nameless manuscript. The only item he consistently wore was the jade pendant gifted by his younger sister, Chen Zhian. Removing the warm jade inscribed with the characters Zhian, Chen Zhian felt a slight comfort in his heart that it seemed that both the elder and second brothers might be hidden talents. Thankfully, there was the younger sister, Chen Zhian, at just 14 years of age. She had shown no signs of extraordinary abilities at birth. Over the years, she had followed the original owner closely, truly knowing him well, apart from her occasionally profound phoenix eyes. Everything else was quite ordinary. However, compared to a younger sister destined not to inherit any title, there seemed little to celebrate. Moreover, was that truly the case? The original owner had been lauded as a genius in the Chenliu Marquis for over a decade, only to potentially be the least capable of them all. If this speculation proved true, with the elder brother as a reclusive powerhouse and the second brother as the destined child, then the entire Chenliu Marquis would be a place of great calamity, capable of being sacrificed at any moment. It is well known that protagonists are often orphans. Even if not, embarking on the path of cultivation often leads to swift demise. The sacrifice of kin. Boundless powers. A mere Chenliu Marquis concealing two yet-to-emerge destined children. This could spell disaster at any moment. At that instant, Chen Zhian felt that the putrid stench wafting through the prison was refreshingly clean compared to the ever-volatile Chenliu Marquis. Calming his mind, Chen Zhian lowered his head and murmured, "I sense impending danger. Truly, should I not consider acquiring a novice gift box?" Silence enveloped the prison, the only sound being the snores of the old jailer. Just as Chen Zhian assumed there would be no response, a mechanical, indifferent voice resonated. Equivalent exchange, honest to young and old alike. Is there no room for negotiation? Chen Zhian pressed, unwilling to give up. The answer was met with silence. As a transmigrator, Chen Zhian also had a system at his disposal. However, compared to those who stumbled upon fortuitous encounters, uttered bizarre phrases, and were rewarded with resources for mere choices and sign-ins, his system resembled a greedy and cunning merchant. Two enticing pieces of meat hung in the shop window, one labeled time, the other enlightenment. Each piece bore a price tag, 500 taels of silver for 1 day of time, and 1,000 taels for a single moment of enlightenment. Alternatively, other equivalent items could be exchanged, such as essence stones, antiques, treasures, techniques, or even a goddess's original flavor belly band. As long as the system deemed an item valuable, anything could be traded. After years of toil, Chen Zhian earned a mere 200 taels a day from fishing. Converting this into the purchasing power of the Great Tang silver, he would need to starve for 10 years to afford just 1 day's time from the system, silently weighing the current financial state of the Chenliu Marquis. Chen Zhian grew increasingly melancholy. Chen Amon was not skilled in management, relying solely on the meager tax revenue from his fief, supplemented by his salary. The annual net income was approximately 60,000 taels of silver. After deducting the expenses of the Chenliu Marquis and the support of 800 elderly and ailing dependents, little remained. Furthermore, the original owner had spent his days reveling in debauchery, causing further strain on the already stretched resources of the Chenliu Marquis. Not long ago, Chen Amon had subtly advised the original owner to refrain from spending money while out and about. Yet the original owner, too foolish to grasp his father's meaning, had ignored the warning. At present, the treasury seemed to hold only a little over 3,000 taels of silver, barely enough to last until the autumn tax collection. This implied that even if Chen Zhian wished to indulge in idleness, it had become an extravagant hope. Silently closing the system panel, Chen Zhian turned to the seemingly dozing Zhang Xiao, expressionless as he said, "Little brother, come here. I have something to discuss." Zhang Xiao hesitated briefly, wanting to refuse, but considering the disparity in their statuses, he steeled himself and approached. As he bent slightly, preparing to speak, Chen Zhian suddenly reached out with lightning speed, grasping his neck and slapping his head. Growling, "Did you dare to steal my drink? Don't even think about passing without 500 taels." Zhang Xiao was left dazed by the blow, staring blankly as Chen Zhian rummaged through his robe. Even his boots were yanked off for a thorough inspection. After a swift and decisive search, Zhang Xiao lay on the ground, stripped bare, a vivid tiger emblazoned across his chest. Chen Zhian closed the panel and hastily had the items appraised by the system. In the end, aside from the broken knife fetching 2 taels, everything else was coldly rejected. Ultimately, from the most concealed crevice of his prison robe, Chen Zhian extracted a coin pouch, weighing it for a moment before slapping it down. "You miserable wretch. You still dare to hide 5 taels?" Zhang Xiao twitched all over, unsure whether it was from anger or pain, his head steaming and face flushed, before he fainted dead away. Not far off, the old jailer twitched his mouth in disdain, quietly wrapping his prison robe tighter as he leaned against the wall, snoring thunderously. Chapter 3. Thankfully, there is Zhian the next morning. After a night of deep contemplation, Chen Zhian opened his eyes to find a middle-aged man with a simple smile standing before him. The man, clad in a brocade robe, held a delicately crafted food box, his not-so-tall stature carefully blocking the sunlight that streamed in. Upon seeing Chen Zhian awaken, the man hurriedly presented the food box, his voice trembling. "My son, it is the fault of your father. I have made you suffer." Chen Zhian opened his mouth, the words old codger that the original owner often uttered remaining unspoken. Accepting the food box, he picked up a meat bun and began to eat slowly. This man was none other than Chen Amon, the Marquis of Chenliu and Chen Zhian's father. Chen Amon was of average appearance, average cultivation, and average talent. Having turned a fine Chenliu Wang into a Chenliu Ho, over the years, he had endured relentless ridicule from the original owner, often referred to as old codger with not a shred of respect shown. Yet, Chen Amon favored this unfilial son the most. Regardless of the trouble the original owner stirred, Chen Amon never uttered a harsh word. He merely chuckled and cleaned up the mess afterward. Even with Chen Zhian's 2 lifetimes of experience, he could not fathom the reasons behind this. The original owner, however, believed it was his due privilege, as he was the Qilin son of the Chenliu Marquis, the destined heir. Upon finishing a basket of buns, Chen Zhian hurriedly retrieved a bowl of stone-ground soybean milk from the food box, grinning widely. The soybean milk from the drunken guest tower. Your favorite. Drink it while it's hot to prepare for your journey. Hearing this, Chen Zhian's outstretched hand froze midair. Drink it while it's hot to prepare for the journey. Was it truly so severe as to warrant a death sentence for merely nibbling on Li Xining and tearing a few pieces of clothing? Chen Zhian remained frozen in place, but he saw Chen Zhian, oblivious, still smiling. Hurry and drink. Your elder brother and younger sister are at home, waiting to welcome you. That there's a grand surprise awaiting you. You'll know when you return. As he spoke, he shot Chen Zhian a cunning smile, as if relishing in his own cleverness. Chen Zhian was left speechless. Accepting the soybean milk from Chen Zhian, he sighed softly. Father, perhaps it would be best to say less in the future. Do you not know that reckless words can frighten people to death? Downing the soybean milk in a couple of gulps, Chen Zhian pushed open the prison door. Just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of a figure slipping past in the shadows, exclaiming with a chuckle, "Little brother, that fierce tiger descending the mountain on your chest was drawn with a brush, right? It's a bit faded." Zhang Xiao'er turned beet red, one hand clutching his trousers while the other covered the faded tiger on his chest. Feeling utterly humiliated, he possessed a heart of a tiger, yet had met his downfall in this small prison. He couldn't even dare to express a shred of his resentment. After drinking some inferior wine yesterday, coupled with the fact that it was the very Chen Zhian personally ordered by the emperor, he believed this wastrel had finally met his end and would never rise again, that in a moment of carelessness, my words became somewhat audacious. It was only when I was struck that the effects of alcohol began to dissipate. I understood that although Chen Liuho's reputation may not be illustrious, he is nonetheless one of the 18 lords of the Tang dynasty. He is not someone a mere jailer can provoke. Chen Zhian clapped Zhang Xiao's shoulder and, laughing heartily, strode towards the prison's gates. Behind him, Chen Zhian murmured about how her son has grown up and finally called her mother, following closely in his wake. At the residence of the Shibo Marquis, old matriarch Yu slightly closed her eyes, her dragon-headed cane thudding heavily against the bluestone floor. Beside her, the widow Wei's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lamented, "Matriarch, must we truly betroth Ninger to that scoundrel?" That silence. The matriarch's gaze flashed with intensity as she coldly declared, "What other choice do we have? The affair between Ninger and that little thief has already spread throughout Chang'an. Do you wish to drive her to despair?" Wei trembled uncontrollably under the matriarch's piercing gaze, her imposing stature a mere shadow of its former self. The matriarch had long commanded respect, and even during the lifetime of the Shibo Marquis, he had regarded her with trepidation. Yet, recalling her brother's promise, she summoned her courage to stammer, "That little thief indulges in debauchery, engages in petty thievery, and wreaks havoc in the markets. That Tio betrothed Ninger to him is akin to pushing her into a fiery abyss." "And where? Pray tell, is there not a fiery abyss?" The matriarch fixated her gaze upon Wei, her voice a rasping whisper. "The Wei family of Hejian, your nephew, who at 13 drove a courtesan to her death. Or perhaps your cousin, who is even more despicable than swine? Speak again, and I shall strike you down." At these words, Wei's complexion turned ashen, and she knelt in silence. "Attend to your duties as befits your station," the matriarch stated coldly, "though the Shibo Marquis is no more. This marquisate is not for you to command. Should I discover any involvement of yours in the affairs of Xining, you shall know the consequences." "I understand," Wei replied from her kneeling position, and only when the matriarch's figure had vanished did she dare to rise. The Chenliu residence lay within the hesitant lane of Chang'an. With a sharp cry heralding the return of the young marquis, the crimson doors creaked open. 8 robust warriors formed 2 lines, while 4 maidservants in yellow dresses bowed in anticipation. At the forefront stood a man holding a scroll, quietly observing Chen Zhian as he leapt from the carriage. He appeared to be in his 30s. Tall and upright, a wooden hairpin casually thrust into his hair, adorned in a long green robe and clad in cloth boots. This man was none other than Chen Zhian's elder brother, Chen Zhibai. In terms of appearance, he was not particularly striking compared to Chen Zhian, and even in comparison to the infamous Chen Zhiming, he seemed somewhat lacking. Yet, Chen Zhian harbored suspicions about his elder brother. Fearing he might be a concealed mastermind, he sensed an inexhaustible depth of stories hidden within those gentle eyes, feeling a reluctance to meet his gaze. Returning is all that matters. Chen Zhian first nodded slightly to Chen Zhian before addressing Chen Zhian with warmth. My dear sister has prepared your favorite drunken shrimp. Go change your clothes quickly, lest she grows weary of waiting. I shall go at once. Chen Zhian stole a brief glance at the scroll in his brother's hand, catching a glimpse of the character Dao. There was no time to linger, as he was soon surrounded by the 4 maidservants, ushering him into the courtyard. Behind them, Chen Zhian remarked, Zhi, after this night of imprisonment, Zhian has finally called me father. Your mother would surely take comfort in this. Children inevitably grow up. Chen Zhian replied gently. I have assessed him. His spirit appears normal. Chen Zhian patted his shoulder, chuckling. Father did not mean for you to observe such things. In my eyes, you are still a child. Do not dwell in gloom, behaving more morose than those who are long past their prime. Chen Zhian was momentarily taken aback, then replied kindly, I understand, father. You all are far too extraordinary, leaving me, your father, with little sense of presence. Fortunately, there is Zhian. Chen Zhian's brows rose, his face alight with satisfaction. Chen Zhian smiled. Second brother has entered the sword pavilion ruins. His determination is commendable. The sword intent left by sword Saint Zhu Qingho has been drawn into his energy sea. Once he learns to conceal this sword intent, he shall ascend to the void god realm, traversing 1,000 miles in an instant. Among the younger generation, none shall rival him. That child is also rather stubborn, Chen Zhian remarked with a hint of affection. The path of cultivation is fraught with thorns, the various stages of martial arts, innate, qi refinement, qi mastery, void transformation, and so forth. Each step is akin to crossing a chasm. Countless prodigies have perished, their bones littering the ground. Ultimately, the journey to the pinnacle relies solely on oneself. Years ago, Zhu Wan'er had come to break off the engagement, bringing the pride of the sword sect with her, shattering the Chenliu family's reputation into smithereens. Given Chen Zhian's temperament, he would have been inclined to slay them on the spot. Even raising an army to crush both sections had it not been for his son seeking to settle the score himself, he would never have allowed Zhu Wan'er and Jiang Huayu to leave unscathed. In recent years, the Miao Miao sect and the Sword sect have joined forces, harboring ambitions of ascending to the pinnacle of the martial world while remaining hidden in the shadows. Little do they know. Someone in Chang'an gazes upon them daily, awaiting the moment his son ascends the mountain to shatter their gates. Chapter 4. I wish to engage in some commerce, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, my 4 lovely sisters. Could you please step outside for a moment? In the inner quarters, Chen Zhian reclined in a spacious bath. 4 maidservants, their cheeks slightly flushed, knelt beside him, their thin garments dampened by steam, their delicate figures partially obscured. These 4 maidservants, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, had either grown up alongside the original owner or had been brought back from elsewhere. Each possessed considerable beauty. Over the past 2 years, the original owner had indulged in debauchery. Having thoroughly enjoyed the company of these lovely maidens, that it was merely a bath. Yet these 4 sisters, in perfect unison, began to shed their garments, presenting themselves as ripe for plucking. How could one possibly resist? Chen Zhian certainly could not, though he was newly arrived. Does the young master find us displeasing? Autumn chrysanthemum and winter plum's expressions dimmed. Unlike spring and summer, who had been with the original owner from the beginning, these 2 had been forcibly brought back by Chen Zhian. Their journey had transformed from initial reluctance to eventual acceptance, culminating in their current satisfaction. Their hearts were now wholly devoted to the rogue who had rescued them. Born into an ordinary family amidst the turmoil of war, their greatest aspiration was merely to fill their bellies. That in the past 2 years, residing in the Marquis, Chen Zhian had treated them exceedingly well. Providing for their livelihoods, they held no resentment. Thus, upon hearing Chen Zhian's request for them to leave, they felt immediate trepidation, lowering their heads and weeping. Never mind, just help me dress. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter beamed with delight as they began to carefully assist him in drying off. After a lengthy interval, Chen Zhian, feeling refreshed, made his way to the front courtyard. Just as he entered, a figure in red rushed towards him, her face adorned with 2 shallow dimples. That as she ran, the bells on her wrist chimed melodiously, evoking a sense of serenity. Third brother, come quickly and see the drunken shrimp I made for you. I caught them myself at Xiana Lake. The newcomer was none other than Chen Zhian's youngest daughter, Chen Zhian, who was 14 this year. Chen Zhian scooped up his little sister, ruffling her hair as he cheerfully exclaimed, "Quickly bring it out for me. I have been craving your culinary skills for ages." If one were to consider whom the original owner was closest to in the household, it would undoubtedly be the youngest, Chen Zhian. Over the years, as Chen Zhibai immersed himself in the library and Chen Zhiming remained elusive, these two had spent their days in each other's company. Playing together, it was only in the past 2 years that the original owner felt himself to be an adult, gradually distancing himself from his little sister. Yet their bond remained intact, after frolicking for a time. The old steward appeared like a ghost, his raspy voice announcing that the Marquis had been waiting in the parlor for some time and requested that the young master and miss join him for dinner. Chen Zhian was taken aback by the old stewardess' sudden appearance. He cast a deep glance at him before leading his little sister towards the hall that in his memories. This man seemed eternally frail. His voice hoarse and thin, reminiscent of a castrated old duck, causing anyone who beheld him to believe his days were numbered. Yet he had outlived many stewards who appeared far younger. The old steward followed behind them. Hands folded, eyes lowered in obedience. Upon entering the hall, Chen Zhian sought a chair at the table, casually surveying the dishes laid out before him. Internally, he sighed. The Chenliu residence was indeed short on funds. The dishes, while substantial for an ordinary household, were quite meager for the Chenliu family, lacking even a bear's paw or bird's nest that in the original owner's recollections. A bear's paw had been a staple at every meal. As if sensing his scrutiny, Chen Zhian, seated in the main position, spoke apologetically. "My son, we have sent all the money in the treasury to the governor of Kyoto, Wang Fugue. Today we shall endure a few days of hardship. Once the tax funds from Chenliu arrive, I shall ensure you receive your bear's paw. No need. I have long grown weary of bear's paw. I shall do without." Chen Zhian picked up his chopsticks and selected a translucent drunken shrimp, cheerfully declaring, "Your cooking skills have improved remarkably, little sister. This will suffice." Chen Zhian's expression momentarily faltered. He was all too familiar with his son's temperament. Typically, if bear's paw were absent from the table, he would either cause a scene or deliver some sarcastic remarks. However, since his release from prison, his son has undergone a remarkable transformation in his demeanor and interactions, becoming exceedingly agreeable. Were it not for the covert investigation into Chen Zhian's spirit, he might have doubted whether his beloved son had been possessed by another. Observing all this, Chen Zhian maintained an impassive expression that he understood that he was ultimately not the original owner of this body. Many of his habitual actions could not escape the scrutiny of those who spent every day with him. The reason for this change was to seize the opportunity to reshape his persona. The adage, "experience brings wisdom," rings true. After spending a night in jail, he had a moment of conscience and ceased to be so foolish. Is that not normal? Indeed, it is. A trace of regret, a hint of remorse, a touch of embarrassment, and a sliver of relief flickered across his face as he spoke in a low voice. "Father, elder brother, younger sister, the matter of Li Xining is riddled with anomalies. I pondered it all night in prison, and at last I understand there are treacherous individuals seeking to harm me." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhian was filled with questions, yearning to inquire of his good son whether such an overt conspiracy truly required an entire night of contemplation. Chen Zhibai's hand trembled slightly as he held his book. Only Chen Zhidong furrowed his brow, a cold glint flashing in his phoenix eyes, revealing an unexpected authority on his small face. Chen Zhian remained oblivious. Yang Xianxian, Qian Sangao, Wei Zixian. I once thought they were good friends and brothers. Little did I know, they were the ones who stabbed me in the back. At this point, he looked at Chen Zhian with a hint of guilt, saying, "Father, you often advised me to steer clear of those unscrupulous companions, but I paid it no mind. Now it seems they are not good people at all." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhian felt utterly relieved. Truly, my son is indeed not mistaken. Even his epiphanies are adorably foolish. The events of yesterday, seemingly orchestrated by the second son of the Minister of Revenue, were, in truth, a deeper ploy by the Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace to test the Chenliu residence. This involves a grievance spanning 2 generations. The Chenliu residence has faded into obscurity over the years, its presence in Chang'an weak, while Chenliu Jia grows increasingly feeble. This led that young rascal to believe he could provoke the depths of the Chenliu residence, resulting in this predicament. However, Chen Zhian had no intention of sharing these thoughts with Chen Zhian. After all, what good would it do? Let him continue believing those individuals are not virtuous. If my foolish son were to confront the crown prince of the Eastern Palace, he might not even realize how he met his end. Son, you cannot be blamed for this. Simply avoid them in the future. By the way, your father has arranged a marriage for you. Strive to become a practitioner swiftly and settle the engagement. Chen Zhian's fierce eyes glistened with tears. Although his son was foolish, he could at least realize his errors, and most importantly, he had finally acknowledged his father from the depths of his heart, that is this not worth more than anything else. Chen Zhian, immersed in his performance, completely disregarded Chen Zhian's words. Suddenly shifting the topic, he said earnestly, "Father, I noticed our treasury is empty. Perhaps you could borrow some capital from Wenhou. I wish to start a small business to supplement our household income." Ha! Chen Zhian stood there in bewilderment. Merchants are considered lowly folk. His younger son had always looked down upon such individuals. How could he, after merely one night in jail, be inclined to engage in such a lowly trade? However, considering his son had finally found something he wished to pursue, he could not dampen his enthusiasm and waved his hand generously, saying, "My son, whatever business you wish to embark upon, speak freely. Your father will support you." Chen Zhian smiled shyly and slowly uttered 3 words, "Open a brothel." With this declaration, the room fell into complete silence. While starting a business could be acceptable, Chen Zhian questioned whether he could bear the embarrassment of approaching Wu Wenhou for a loan, only to hear that his son wished to open a brothel. In that moment, he deeply suspected his son was merely using the brothel as a guise to gain favor. Noticing Chen Zhian's silence, Chen Zhian spoke confidently. "Opening a brothel is a brilliant business idea I conceived after much contemplation. With immense potential, I have conducted my research. There are hundreds of brothels in Chang'an, with about 20 renowned courtesans, creating a vibrant competition." However, Chen Zhian swept his chopsticks across the table, picking up a drunken shrimp with fervor, and continued, "Yet, they lack uniqueness, and their performances are all too similar. Even the most famous courtesan, Li Qing'er, merely capitalizes on the title of Chang'an's most beautiful woman to make a living. Furthermore, the entry barriers to brothels are exceedingly low. While they may earn some meager profits by accepting all patrons, they cannot attract those self-proclaimed romantic scholars that it is crucial to understand that in this world, the loudest voices and the wealthiest pockets always belong to practitioners and scholars." Chen Zhian gestured dramatically, declaring, "What we must do is ensnare them all." Chen Zhian was left speechless, observing his son, who spoke with such vigor and confidence. He felt an unprecedented radiance emanating from him. Full of enthusiasm, he pondered, could it be that my son, the pride of the Chen family, possesses a true talent for running a brothel? How shall I face our ancestors? How shall I face his mother? And how do you intend to ensnare them all? Chen Zhibai, who had been quietly reading, finally lifted his gaze from the book, intrigued by the conversation. "Simple," Chen Zhian replied, taking a bite of the drunken shrimp and smiling. "To ensnare them all, we must first capture their attention, then tantalize their appetites, and finally win their hearts. As for the specifics, there are many intricate details I shan't elaborate on in any case. All I require is 6,000, no, 8,000 taels of silver, and I can return to you a boundless treasure trove." Chen Zhibai remained non-committal, returning his focus to his book. That moment, Chen Zhian discerned that the book he held was titled Tian Dao Volume. This title was unfamiliar to him, and he silently noted it for future reference, estimating that he would have the opportunity to steal a glance at it later. Through their brief interactions, he had grown increasingly certain that his elder brother was no ordinary figure. This only solidified Chen Zhian's resolve to pursue the brothel venture. With an opportunity for profit, he could justify remaining outside and living low-key while amassing wealth and honing his skills until he became invincible, at which point he could emerge once more. But he had no intention of returning to the Chenliu residence. After a prolonged silence, Chen Zhian's expression shifted repeatedly as he gazed at his spirited son. Ultimately, He could only nod begrudgingly in acceptance that he then reiterated a request that Chen Zhian must personally visit the Shibo Ho residence this afternoon to propose the marriage. Chen Zhian was not anxious. Rather, he feared that one day, his foolish son's brothel endeavors might reach the ears of the elderly matriarch of the Shibo Ho residence. Even if Old Li were agreeable, it would be difficult to brush it aside. Having received this promise, Chen Zhian felt a weight lifted from his heart and readily agreed that in this world, child brides were commonplace. He had reached the age of maturity, and settling an engagement was not a momentous affair. Moreover, the Xining princess was stunningly beautiful with a cool and stubborn disposition, and he privately held a certain fondness for her. Were it not for the original owner's disgraceful conduct that had sullied her reputation in broad daylight, marrying Li Xining would have been an unattainable dream. After some light conversation, Chen Zhian declined Chen Zhidong's invitation to her courtyard to see the treasures, preferring to return to the inner courtyard alone. Chen Zhidong was astute and well acquainted with the original owner, so it was best to minimize contact. Furthermore, he had more pressing treasures to inspect and little time to spare on a young girl's possessions. Upon entering the inner courtyard, he was immediately approached by two sycophants, one clinging to his leg and the other kneeling on the ground, wailing pitifully. One might think they had just lost their father. These two were none other than his most troublesome servants, Chen Zheng and Shani. Chen Zhian kicked them both away and dashed to the attic. Upon opening the door, he rummaged through the room, searching every nook and cranny, yet he could not find those two tattered books. Where could they have gone? He searched all possible locations from his memory, but the two books eluded him. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he crouched down to look under the bed. Indeed, the two books lay stacked together, having been used by the original owner as bed risers. Carefully lifting the bed frame, he gingerly retrieved the two tattered volumes and summoned the system in his mind. The true worth of his useless brother would become evident with this tremor that a flash of red light swept across, followed by the system's mechanical voice. The martial arts fragment is valued at 99,000 yuan stones. The sword classic is valued at 77,000 yuan stones. Would the host like to proceed with the transaction? In the realm of the Great Wilderness, 1 yuan stone is approximately equivalent to 500 taels of silver. Thus, these two tattered books, according to the system's pricing, were worth nearly 100 million taels. It is worth noting that the annual tax revenue of the Tang dynasty amounts to only 300 million taels of silver. The monetary value of these two books surpasses that of the Tang dynasty's tax revenue for 3 months. If previously he had only a 50% certainty, this revelation propelled his confidence to a staggering 99% regarding the likelihood that Chen Zhibai and Chen Zhiming were hidden greats. The final 1% was merely to appease the heavens. Who would have thought that the Chenliu Ho residents, often overlooked and ridiculed as the offspring of a tiger and the descendant of a mouse among the 18 lords, harbored such extraordinary treasures? It was confirmed. The fool was indeed me. As the unfortunate younger brother of the destined one, the probability of death loomed over Chen Zhian, only marginally lower than that of the pitiful old father. Chen Zhian, that a single ominous character flickered incessantly in his mind. Host may choose to exchange. Will you proceed with the transaction? Just as Chen Zhian's thoughts were consumed by the thread of mortality, the mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Faintly, he sensed that this unscrupulous merchant seemed to harbor a hint of anticipation. Absolutely not. Do not even think about it. Coldly dismissing the system interface, Chen Zhian opened the martial arts scripture before him that he began to decipher it word by word. Such a text, likely a sacred guide to cultivation, could never be carelessly sold, unless for a higher price. 2 hours later, Chen Zhian raised his head, brows furrowed, his hair a tangled mess that it remained as indecipherable as before. This wretched book. He could not comprehend it. Each character was familiar, yet the meaning eluded him entirely. Indeed, I am a failure, he sighed self-deprecatingly, silently rummaging through his room for various trinkets, and inwardly shouted, "System, I wish to purchase enlightenment." As soon as the words left his mind, a crimson light swept across, and the ornaments on the table vanished without a trace. Transaction successful. Enlightenment acquired. You may choose the first chapter of the scripture. What a scoundrel! These items were treasures collected by the original owner over many years, if sold. They could fetch at least 1,200 taels of silver, yet the system had wiped away the trivial sum. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Chen Zhian opened the martial arts scripture, and in an instant his consciousness was drawn into a void space. Suddenly, he found himself transformed into a blood-soaked soldier amidst a battlefield. Armed only with his bare hands, he charged alongside the army, his internal energy surging like a mighty river, akin to the boiling sea. With a single punch, he crushed a ferocious beast that lunged at him, reducing it to a mist of blood. Gradually, he realized that he was now alone, surrounded solely by enemies, countless shattered corpses piled high like mountains. Stepping upon the remains, Chen Zhian ascended to the city wall, where the sight before him was one of devastation and carnage that he threw his head back and let out a heart-wrenching roar, delivering his final blow to the relentless tide of beasts rushing toward him. Chapter 6. The Strongest Enlightenment Seeker Boom. The space shattered, and Chen Zhian's consciousness returned, that in reality, he found himself sitting cross-legged on his bed. His face as pale as paper, drenched in sweat. Tiny beads of blood oozed from his fair skin, mingling with a somewhat viscous filth, causing him to emanate a sour odor. Enlightenment concluded, the first chapter of the martial arts scripture completed. Chen Zhian sat there, momentarily at a loss for words, as if transported to another realm. After a brief silence, he hastily gathered his thoughts, his fist clenched tightly, a hissing sound emanating from between his fingers. This was the movement of energy within him. So this is enlightenment, he murmured to himself. Releasing the energy in that fleeting moment, he had immersed himself entirely in the violent existence of the soldier who had practiced the martial arts scripture. The trajectory of the first chapter's operation, as well as the sorrow and bewilderment of the practitioner, resonated within him as if he had experienced it firsthand, that a brief moment of enlightenment. The first chapter of the scripture had been thoroughly assimilated, nearly perfected. Moreover, the threshold of the innate realm, which had long eluded him, was now within reach, having been unlocked through the unknowing circulation of energy, that he had thus become a practitioner at the initial stage of the innate realm. In the desolate world, regardless of whether one was at the third, second, or first rank, they were deemed insignificant. Only by stepping into the innate realm could one truly enter the path of cultivation. This thin line was akin to a chasm. Many warriors, throughout their lives, reached the pinnacle of martial arts, yet remained oblivious to the opening of the innate energy's gateway to creation. Ultimately, their vitality withered, becoming mere bones along the path of cultivation. Had Chen Zhian remained the same as before, perhaps he would have eventually entered the innate realm, but certainly not this swiftly, that it must be said. While the system might be a rogue trader, this near-epiphanic method of enlightenment was undeniably enticing. If only he had a sufficient fortune, the secrets of the cultivation scriptures would no longer hold any mystery for Chen Zhian. If one attempt proved insufficient, he would try again. As long as he could afford it, he would become the strongest seeker of enlightenment. With this thought, a smile crept onto his face, twisted in a rather unsettling manner. How foolish of me, truly. Here I am, practically cheating, yet still contemplating hard work. Since I can buy it, why should I endure such suffering? The path to wealth and leisure is the true way forward. As he reclined in the bathtub, savoring the changes that accompanied his entry into the innate realm, Chen Zhian felt the energy within him transform into a gentle stream, coursing through his meridians and nourishing his flesh. Additionally, he distinctly sensed the surrounding natural energy slowly seeping into his body through his pores. Unlike most practitioners, the energy did not enter his energy sea. Instead, it was shattered by the gentle stream, transforming into pure vitality. This was the martial arts scripture's dominion. Unity of spirit and body, focusing solely on oneself. The body as a furnace, refining into the universe. The cultivation paths of this world were diverse. The Taoist teachings from the Great Tang, the Buddhist doctrines from the western regions, the shamanic arts from the south, and the ritualistic practices of the northern wilderness. Yet, despite their various forms, they ultimately converged upon a singular essence, absorbing energy into the energy sea and then transmuting it into myriad methods. However, the martial arts scripture blazed an unconventional trail, resembling not the Tao, but rather an offshoot of martial arts, unmatched in its lethality. As evening approached, lost in contemplation of money-making schemes while in the tub. Chen Zhian was roused by Chen Amon, who urged him to change into a somewhat more composed blue robe. They then set off toward the West Marquis residence, riding an exotic beast that resembled a horse, yet bore a single snowy horn atop its head. This creature had been captured on the battlefield by the first-generation Chenliu Wang, now reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, having been forced to graze on grass due to the impoverished state of the Chenliu Marquis residence. If this journey were not of utmost importance, Chen Amon would have been loath to use it for transport. It wasn't sentimentality that held him back. Rather, the creature was cunning and sly, demanding 5 bowls of berries before it would even consider setting out this moment. Chen Amon sat in the carriage, clutching 2 jade Buddhas with a pained expression, for these represented the last vestiges of the Chenliu Marquis residence's wealth. Observing this, Chen Zhian, being perceptive, suggested, "Father, if it truly comes to it, we can turn back that I believe these 2 jade Buddhas could be worth around 10 to 18,000 taels, if we sell them. We could secure the marriage proposal. I am not in a hurry. Merely 8,000 taels, nothing to fret over." Chen Amon, with great reluctance, handed the jade Buddhas to Chen Zhian, turning his gaze away that a penny can be the undoing of a hero. Chen Amon, lacking in business acumen and being a leisurely marquis, had seen little reward in recent years, and even a prominent marquis found himself in a position worse than a mere county magistrate. Chen Zhian silently accepted the jade Buddhas, feeling as though he were once again ensnared in the cycle of losing everything to marry. Before long, the old steward's thin, hoarse voice broke the silence. "Marquis, we have arrived at the West Marquis residence." Upon hearing this, Chen Amon's demeanor shifted dramatically, a profound aura of bitterness and resentment emanating from him. Chen Zhian found himself bewildered, yet saw Chen Amon smirk slyly. The battlefield of love is no different from the battlefield of war. Either the east wind prevails over the west, or vice versa. Father has experience. Observe my expression and act accordingly once we enter. At the West Marquis residence, Lady Yu sat in a grand chair, her eyes slightly closed, her dragon-headed cane striking the stone floor with a dull thud, growing heavier with each sound. Beside her, Chen Amon sat upright, his expression grave, exuding an air of profound bitterness. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Under this strange tension, Lady Yu's countenance gradually darkened, with a forceful strike of her cane against the ground. The stone cracked like a spider's web, shards flying in all directions. She barked sharply, "Chen Amon, if you have any second thoughts, feel free to abandon this marriage proposal. We can gather our troops and fight to the death on the battlefield. My West Marquis residence is not desperate to forge ties with your Chen family." "Milady, what do you mean by this?" Chen Amon looked bewildered at Lady Yu, wondering why, having come to propose marriage, she was now speaking of life and death. Chen Zhian's mind was clouded with frustration. He had sensed earlier that his father was not a reliable figure. If he were truly experienced, he would not have remained unmarried for so many years after his mother's passing. Witnessing Lady Yu's escalating fury, Chen Zhian quickly stepped out from behind Chen Amon, bowing deeply. "Milady, I beg your forgiveness. All the prior mistakes were mine, that if Lady Yu is magnanimous, willing to marry off her daughter to the West, how could we possibly reconsider?" Upon hearing this, Lady Yu's expression softened somewhat, for the first time directing her gaze toward this scion who had brought shame upon the West Marquis residence. The rumors outside painted him as ill, indulging in frivolities and basking in debauchery, completely devoid of responsibility. She had initially assumed he was a fool with shifty eyes. Yet unexpectedly, this rogue, clad in a disheveled blue robe, with a wooden hairpin and jade pendant at his waist, possessed a countenance that bore a certain scholarly charm. At first glance, he resembled a cultured gentleman. Alas, the gilded exterior belied a hollow interior. He was nothing but a simpleton, and his entire family was no better. Had it not been for the Emperor's intervention, she would have been loath to form an alliance with the Chenliu Marquis residence. Following the incident yesterday, she had effortlessly discerned from the slightest clues that this conspiracy targeted not only the Chenliu Marquis residence, but her own West Marquis residence as well. She had expected that even if Chen Amon were to be a fool, he should have been able to grasp the situation's intricacies. Instead, she found herself waiting throughout the night, only to see that everyone, be it the second son of the Ministry of Revenue's deputy, or the third son of the Wei family from Hejian, or even the scheming broker Chen Zhian, remained unharmed. Chen Zhian, the little rogue, may have been foolish, but his notoriety preceded him that as Chen man, the noble son of Chenliu, truly possesses not a trace of temper. The more one contemplates, the more infuriating it becomes. Lady Yu let out a cold huff, her disdain for the sorrowful visage of Chen man intensifying, and with a flick of her sleeve, she commanded, "Young lord, follow me." Chen Zhian exchanged a knowing glance with his father and hurriedly stepped forward to assist the matriarch, leaving Chen man bewildered, seated in the hall like a fool. Chapter 7. Half-brothers of different mothers. Do you know why I have agreed to betroth Xining to you? Lady Yu suddenly inquired as they strolled through the quiet corridor. Chen Zhian was momentarily taken aback. According to the original owner's mindset, the answer was straightforward. It was due to the young lord's exceptional talent and remarkable potential. However, Chen Zhian was no longer the original young lord. After a moment's reflection, he replied coolly, "Yesterday, it was Qian Sangua who mentioned that a new brothel had opened on Baihu Street. Yang Heir discerned Xining's disguise, and ultimately, Wei San gave me a nudge. This is a conspiracy. Not entirely, without hope." Lady Yu nodded slightly and continued. "Is there anything else?" Chen Zhian raised an eyebrow, hesitating to speak. There was certainly more to the matter, yet some truths were rather unpleasant. The Chen bow may seem favored by the heavens, yet it is but a flickering candle in the wind. A mere household of widows. Once I close my eyes, it shall extinguish. Lady Yu's expression remained impassive, yet her words conveyed a sense of decay and desolation. If you marry Xining, you are effectively marrying the entire. No need for subterfuge, that I wish to know your true intentions. Then Zhian shall speak plainly. Chen Zhian said slowly. This conspiracy has never solely targeted the Chenliu. It also encompasses the Shibo. Lady Yu's countenance remained unchanged. Urging him to continue, supporting her as she sat upon a stone bench in the corridor, he spoke softly. The Wei family of Hejian desires to eliminate all ties. However, the threshold of the Shibo is too high. Thus, they must lower it. Had you not rushed into the palace last night, with His Majesty mediating, the suitor at our door today would not have been me, but Wei Zixin that a discredited Xining, alongside the formidable backing of Wei Yinyang, would make Wei San marrying into the even a matter of course. A flicker of surprise crossed Lady Yu's eyes. Had these words come from another's lips, she would have been unperturbed. Many in Chang'an could scent the foolish conspiracy. Yet to hear it from the lips of a notorious wastrel was quite astonishing. Who in Chang'an did not know that the Chenliu was a household of incompetence? A Chen man who could not even retain his hereditary title, a bookworm devoid of any cultivation aptitude, and a waste with severed paths to cultivation. The reputation of the tiger's son and the mouse's grandson was not built overnight. Observing the leisurely demeanor of this young man clad in green, Lady Yu suddenly felt that the Chenliu might not be as simple as it appeared at least this Chen Zhian. In his speech and demeanor, was certainly no fool. After a prolonged silence, she spoke, "If that is the case, why has Chen man not taken any action? Is he so willingly content to be a pawn? Because the Wei family of Hejian is merely a pawn as well." Chen Zhian remarked with a hint of mockery. "You may not be aware, but Deputy Yang is aligned with the Crown Prince, and so is Qian Sangua." Upon hearing this, Lady Yu's pupils contracted. Deputy Yang of the Ministry of Revenue had clashed with the Crown Prince on numerous occasions, and it was said that he was merely a lackey of the fourth princely Qingbang. Yet, he was indeed aligned with the Crown Prince. How had Chen Zhian come to know this secret? Moreover, why would the inept Chenliu warrant such targeted scrutiny? She began to doubt whether this young rogue was merely spouting nonsense to embellish himself. Seeing her skepticism, Chen Zhian offered no explanation. He had heard of Deputy Yang's affiliations from Li Qingyan. The third prince, Li Qingyan, being a born commoner with mediocre cultivation aptitude, had no chance of inheriting the throne. He had long vacated the palace, indulging in brothels and associating with Chen Zhian. Forming a bond as close friends, he was, in every sense, the first wastrel of the realm, with a reputation even worse than Chen Zhian's. As for why the Crown Prince targeted the Chenliu, Chen Zhian was equally unclear, attributing it merely to Li Qingding's folly. "Come, I shall take you to meet someone." After a lengthy silence, Lady Yu rose and made her way towards the inner residence. Chen Zhian felt a sense of anticipation. The previous night, the original owner had been so inebriated that he had barely noticed the beauty he had encountered on the street, only to find himself unceremoniously thrust into Xi Ning's arms by Wei San. Crossing a corridor, Chen Zhian sensed something amiss. This was not the path to a young lady's chamber. Upon reaching an artificial mountain, Lady Yu halted. Her cane gently tapped a prominent stone, and the mountain silently parted, revealing a narrow passageway. Without uttering a word, the matriarch entered the path. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Zhian followed suit. That as soon as they entered the narrow passage, a low groan of pain reached their ears. Chen Zhian looked up to see a bloodied man suspended within a stone cell. The figure was vaguely recognizable. It was none other than the third son of the Wei family of Hejian, a companion from the previous day's revelry at Qingyi Weifang. Upon seeing Chen Zhian and Lady Yu appear together, the old witch ceased her work with the barbed whip, retreating silently into the shadows. Wei San's expression became exceedingly complex. I did not expect that after plotting for days, I would end up making a wedding dress for you. This fool. Chen Zhian ignored him, secretly regarding the decrepit matriarch with newfound respect. Despite the Wei family's humble origins, with an ancestor who had been a eunuch in a previous dynasty, they had amassed significant wealth over the years, controlling numerous industries in Hejian. It was rumored that the head of the Wei family, Wei Zhongli, had even reached the realm of Tongxian, boasting remarkable cultivation, and could be considered a minor master, as Wei San's favored son. He had always been accompanied by a protector of the Huasu realm. In their youth, Wei San had often boasted about his lineage. Yet now, he had been quietly captured by this old woman. I leave this person in your hands. His life or death rests entirely in your thoughts. Lady Yu cast a glance at Wei San, then closed her eyes to feign slumber, appearing utterly indifferent that in terms of familial ties, the Wei family and the Shibo were closely connected. Wei Zhongli's younger sister was the second wife of the Shibo. In their youth, Wei San often visited the Shibo, charming and clever, easily winning the old matriarch's favor. But the vicissitudes of life had transformed a guest of yesteryears into a prisoner now. Chen Zhian raised an eyebrow, recognizing this as the matriarch's test. Picking up a red-hot iron rod from the hearth, he approached Wei San with a faint smile. Zixian, I should actually thank you. You ought to thank me. Wei San's face bore a mocking expression. Without me, how could you, this pig-like fool, be worthy of Xi Ning? I calculated meticulously, yet I never anticipated that this old crone's courage would dwindle with age, to the point of not daring to kill even a waste. Nor did I foresee that His Majesty would intercede for you, this pig. As he spoke, Wei San suddenly lunged at Lady Yu, his face contorted with malice. Old witch, has your treachery and decisiveness buried with your short-lived son? Smack! Chen Zhian swiftly delivered a resounding slap, sending him sprawling back. Pressing his foot upon Wei San's chest, Chen Zhian winked at him. Zixian, you need not meet your demise. There is no need for self-destruction. The matriarch has spoken. Your life or death rests in my hands. Why seek death? Reflect on our relationship. Upon hearing this, Wei San froze. His wildness stemmed not only from resentment, but also from fear. The old witch's methods were cruel. To fall into her hands would be worse than death. However, if he were to fall into Chen Zhian's grip, recalling the foolish yet endearing memories of their past, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Seeing this, Chen Zhian continued, Zixian, we are brothers of different fathers and mothers. Though you plotted against me yesterday, I have suffered no loss. Instead, I have inadvertently gained a marriage alliance with Xi Ning, so it stands to reason that I cannot kill you. I ought to thank you instead. Zhian, do you truly think so? Wei San's interest was piqued. Yet Chen Zhian sighed softly. Zixian, you must know that the Chenliu is out of provisions. Yesterday, Chen Man, in a bid to save me, donated the last 3,000 taels of silver from his household to that scoundrel Wang Fugue. If you are willing to pay for your freedom, I can assure you of your release. Wei San fell silent, that he was somewhat familiar with the Chenliu's dire situation, that a household full of incompetence, lacking in management, had reached a point of desperation, that he understood that Chen Zhian was not merely playing the victim. However, The notion that he could secure his release merely by paying seemed somewhat dubious. Turning to glance at the matriarch seated nearby, he observed her aged face darkened, yet not rebuking Chen Zhian. This made him believe a little more. He considered that perhaps after his father had entered the realm of Tongxian, the old which had grown cautious, the notion of paying for his freedom could simply be a pretext for her to retreat gracefully. With this thought, he believed he had discerned the truth and sat up, unhurriedly asking, "How much?" Chen Zhian's face lit up with joy, and he quickly replied, 8,000 taels of silver. Payment upon delivery. How disappointing! Wei San expressed disdain. The Chenliu truly had fallen from grace. Was I, the illustrious third young master of Hejian, worth merely 8,000 taels? That paltry sum would barely cover his expenses for a year in the brothels of Chang'an. Chapter 8. Who would quarrel with a corpse? Wei Laosan, seemingly from nowhere, produced a ring. With a flick of his wrist, several light, fluttering silver notes appeared in his hand, and he casually remarked, "This amounts to 10,000 taels of silver. No need for change." Chen Zhian, taken aback with delight, exclaimed, "Zixian, have you truly entered the realm of innate mastery? Is it so difficult?" Observing the joy etched on Chen Zhian's face, Wei Laosan felt a twinge of confusion and mockingly retorted, "In 100 years, how many prodigious talents manage to reach the innate realm? Who lives beyond a century? Only your Chenliu Ho residence deems this a remarkable feat. Kiran Chile Ha." This was a blatant affront. Chen Zhian remained unfazed. After all, who would argue with a dead man? Carefully stowing the silver notes in his bosom, he picked up a key from the wall and began to unlock the door for Wei Laosan. Wei Laosan raised an eyebrow, increasingly disdainful of this young lord, convinced that only a senile old hag could have taken a liking to this money-grubbing fool. As he unlocked the door, Chen Zhian inquired, "Zixian, is the royal kitchen of the crown prince's residence as delightful as they say?" "Merely average," Wei Laosan replied dismissively, but suddenly his expression shifted. That it was common knowledge that the Wei family of Hejian acted as hounds for the second prince. Caught off guard, he had unwittingly divulged information to this fool. Warily, he raised his gaze, only to find Chen Zhian looking back at him with a face full of regret. "Then I suppose it's unfortunate. Remember not to meddle in other people's affairs in your next life." With that, Chen Zhian raised his hand, energy swirling between his fingers, and struck down with a resounding force. Puffed. In an instant, Wei Laosan's eyes bulged with blood, his head bursting like a ripe watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. Chen Zhian turned to the elderly matriarch, a grin spreading across his face. "Grandmother, are you satisfied with this response?" The matriarch was rendered speechless. Could this blood-stained youth really be that foolish boy who once flitted about with hawks and hounds, reveling in debauchery? After a long silence, she slowly rose and sighed. "Go see Xining." In the inner residence of the West Marquis estate, Wei Yinyang guided Chen Zhian to the small building where Li Xining resided. Her expression laden with complexity. Wei Zixian was her own nephew. Although she was unaware of the Wei family's schemes, her brother and nephew had repeatedly enlisted her help to facilitate their plans. Naturally, she was inclined to support family matters. After the incident on White Tiger Street, she recognized an opportunity, but the moment she opened her mouth, the matriarch reprimanded her harshly, even revealing her murderous intent, leaving her frightened and shaken. Now, as she led this notorious young lord, she harbored a subtle resentment, wondering if the matriarch had truly lost her wits. This young lord, aside from his handsome appearance, hardly compared to her own nephew. Yet, her position was insignificant, and she could only bury these thoughts deep within. Silently, she prayed for the matriarch's swift demise. Once she was gone, by the order of seniority, it would be her turn to take charge. "Young lord, we have arrived at Xining Pavilion. Now that you've entered the West Marquis estate, I hope you will conduct yourself with dignity and refrain from embarrassing us." With a measured warning, Wei Yinyang turned to leave. Chen Zhian paid her no mind, instead listening intently to the haunting melodies drifting from the loft above. Once the music ceased, he ascended the stairs, parting the beaded curtains, and found himself behind Li Xining, who was just turning around, their gazes locked, and Li Xining's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet she stubbornly maintained a cold indifference towards Chen Zhian. After a prolonged moment of mutual gaze, Seeing the delicate red thread around Li Xining's slender neck, Chen Zhian felt his resolve waver. The original owner of his body had indeed been a cad, even with Chen Zhian's extensive experience. He had never encountered a woman like Li Xining before. Her brows resembled distant mountains, untouched by makeup, while her lips, like polished sand, bore no color, yet captivated the heart. Just a slight furrow of her brow rendered the entire world colorless. This cold and stubborn fairy, how could the original owner have dared to pursue her? But upon reflection, perhaps it was fortunate that he had made his move. Li Xining clutched the strings of her zither, oblivious to the fact that her long, fair fingers had already been cut. Meeting his cool gaze, Chen Zhian felt himself falter once again, that in 2 lifetimes, he had primarily engaged in relationships of pure love worth mere hundreds. Such matters were hardly within his realm of expertise, that Li Xining remained standing with her zither, allowing her blood to drip slowly to the ground, unaware. Witnessing this scene, Chen Zhian suddenly felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. The solitary figure standing in the loft appeared to be surrounded by vibrant flowers, yet was fundamentally alone, like withered grass swaying in the winter wind, easily scattered. He approached Li Xining, tearing a piece of white cloth. Disregarding her struggles, and began to bandage her wounds, that Li Xining gazed at his profile, lost in thought. She ceased her resistance, allowing him to tend to her injuries. Once he had finished, Chen Zhian turned to leave. Upon reaching the door, he suddenly spoke. Whether you believe it or not, the incident on White Tiger Street was not intentional on my part. With that, he stepped out. Li Xining stood there, stunned into silence. After a long while, she looked down at her palm, now hastily bandaged, and let out a soft sigh. In the Crown Prince's residence, Crown Prince Li Chengding sat upon his throne, his countenance dark and foreboding. Below him stood the Crown Prince's steward, Zhu Wuchang, who remained respectfully at attention, no longer fanning himself, his body trembling slightly. Behind him, the second son of the Minister of Revenue, Yang Xianxian, knelt on the ground, quaking with fear. Can someone explain to me why Chenliu Ho and the West Marquis estate have become entwined? Li Chengding was a tall figure, clad in a robe adorned with 4-clawed dragons. His voice icy and piercing. When angered, it swept through the hall like a chilling wind, leaving all in its wake shivering. Your Highness, this matter is my fault. I did not anticipate that, elder lady, you would enter the palace to plead with His Majesty, allowing that fool to escape. Zhu Wuchang's face was filled with remorse as he continuously offered apologies. Li Chengding waved his sleeve dismissively. There is no need for you to blame yourself. This matter does not fall upon you. Zhu Wuchang's expression softened slightly as he stood silently. He was, after all, in the right. During the plotting against Chenliu Ho, he had not even been in Chang'an. His request for forgiveness was merely a formality, as the Crown Prince's stewards were theoretically all under his command. His gaze drifted, almost imperceptibly, towards the trembling Yang Xianxian, and he felt a surge of satisfaction. Truly, birds of a feather flocked together. That young lord was a fool, and yet you, young Erlang, have spent so much time in his company, which cannot bode well for you either. Were it not for your connection to Minister Yang, a useless creature like you would not even be allowed within the gates of the Crown Prince's residence, much less dream of destroying a marquis estate. Such ignorance. Yang Xianxian, trembling as he knelt, pleaded, Your Highness, I too do not understand why that old hag would enter the palace. At this declaration, the hall fell utterly silent. Even Li Chengding was momentarily taken aback by this response. That is this truly the caliber of my Crown Prince's stewards? Struggling to suppress his rage, Li Chengding asked, enunciating each word carefully. You did not consider elder Lady Yu's entry into the palace? Then allow me to inquire about the assassins you arranged. The assassins. They have gone missing. Yang Xianxian stammered. Everything was proceeding according to my plan, but amidst the chaos, the assassins suddenly vanished. Your Highness, I suspect Qian Sangao is an internal traitor. Only he and I knew about the assassins. And I did not leak any information. It must be him. Li Chengding narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression calm as he regarded Yang Xianxian, lost in thought. Was this foolish jester truly as dim-witted as he appeared? Or was he merely feigning ignorance? He found it hard to believe that someone could be so utterly naive. Very well, you may withdraw. Li Chengding sighed internally. Such a young fool was hardly worth scheming against. Given his connection to Minister Yang, he could not impose too harshly. Chapter 9. 800 Chenliu armors. After the departure of the bystanders, Li Qingding's authoritative demeanor swiftly dissipated, and he erupted in frustration, shouting, "Sir, please enlighten me. How could a dignified crown prince's residence harbor such foolish individuals? Fools, idiots, Wei Zixin, Yang Erlang, Qian Sangao, all of them are utter fools. Is stupidity contagious?" Ah! After venting his fury, Li Qingding sat despondently upon his throne. His eyes bloodshot. He had never excelled in strategy. His rise to the position of crown prince was built upon the bones of countless others, during his tenure defending the northern wilderness. He had earned great military accolades and had descended southward in unparalleled glory, ascending to the position of crown prince in a single stroke, but he had believed that once he became the crown prince, he could stretch his wings and aspire to unify the world. However, upon his return, he encountered a sudden upheaval, becoming a prisoner confined within Chang'an. His mastery of profound realms was rendered utterly useless. The emperor was in the prime of life, with a long reign ahead of him. He sat upon the dragon throne, observing coldly. Li Qingding dared not make a single move beyond the boundaries of propriety. A grandmaster of the returning truth realm, there were but a few individuals in the entire world who could rival him. Otherwise, if it were up to Li Qingding's temperament, he would have eliminated all potential rivals, regardless of whether they were the second, third, fourth, or any subsequent contenders, and thus no one would obstruct his path. "Your Highness, I have a suggestion, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to voice it." Seeing Li Qingding gradually quieting down, Zhu Wuchang fanned himself and said, "Speak. In my humble opinion, Your Highness need not target Chenliu Ho." Zhu Wuchang expounded. "The son of the tiger and the dog is merely a mouse's offspring. Chen is a mere waste, possessing cultivation no higher than the virtual realm. With no heirs and merely a languid marquis, it would be best to let them be. Why lower yourself to provoke them? Even with the addition of a widow from the West Marquis estate, they are but two ants huddling for warmth, lacking even the qualifications to provoke your highness. To put it bluntly, provoking them would only bring displeasure to the emperor without yielding any benefit. Am I not aware of this?" Li Qingding sighed. "Chen is not to be feared, but as long as he holds the 800 Chenliu armors, I will find no peace." Zhu Wuchang was momentarily taken aback that he is a newcomer who has only recently emerged in recent years. Still in his youth at just over 50, that he is utterly oblivious to what Chenliu Jia truly represents, and there is no record of it in historical text. That a reminiscent expression crossed Li Qingding's face as he sighed. "Those who excel in warfare do not seek fame. The name Chenliu Jia may not resound, yet it is the most elite force of the Tang dynasty. When compared to the so-called divine strategy army and the mysterious armored army, they are hardly worthy of even holding their shoes. Centuries ago, wherever Chenliu Jia passed, all beasts fell silent, and countless troops retreated in fear. They were like phantoms on the battlefield, reaping the lives of their enemies as well as their own. Fearless of death, they even embraced it. Once, they launched a night raid 1,000 miles away, annihilating an army of 100,000 northern barbarians in a single night, instilling such terror in the northern sovereign's court that they dared not venture south for centuries. The bloodshed was so severe that historical records dared not leave a trace." At this point, Li Qingding's expression turned enigmatic as he remarked, "Surely you have heard that the king of Chenliu ascended to power through dubious means." Having ingratiated himself with the late emperor, Zhu Wuchang remained silent. Knowing the matter involved certain secrets of the late emperor, he merely blinked. "In my presence, there is no need for such caution," Li Qingding jested. "If the king of Chenliu attained his throne through such sycophancy, then it is likely that all the lords of the Tang dynasty have queued up to do the same. For the king of Chenliu is, after all, the first master of Chenliu Jia." As he spoke, Li Qingding gazed longingly towards the north, momentarily envisioning 800 armored warriors clad in black robes, standing solemnly in a straight line, wielding their blades, faced with the overwhelming tide of iron cavalry. Their faces were devoid of emotion. As the banner of the king of Chenliu waved, the 800 warriors raised their slaughtering knives, their monstrous steeds roaring, sending 1,000 troops into retreat. With lives falling like blades of grass, corpses littered the battlefield, rivers of blood flowed. Zhu Wuchang remained silent. The prince so revered Chenliu Jia, yet harbored a desire to see them utterly buried. This surely involved a deep-seated grudge that could not be resolved. Li Qingding sighed slowly. Not long after the late emperor's passing, the king of Chenliu left behind a lone child, that child being Chen Zhian. His Majesty wished to emulate the late emperor by forming a bond of brotherhood with Chen Zhian, united in purpose. Initially, all seemed well. Although Chen Zhian lacked exceptional talent in cultivation, wielding Chenliu Jia was not a slight against the king of Chenliu's stature. However, a calamity 14 years ago thwarted His Majesty's plans. My foolish mother, having learned of the king of Chenliu's consort's background from some source, seized the opportunity while the king was away paying respects to his ancestors, mobilizing 2 family masters to encircle and slay the king's consort. Chen Zhian, enraged, summoned the 800 Chenliu Jia to the capital, leading to a massacre that left rivers of blood, with the queen's kin nearly exterminated. Had it not been for your Majesty's intervention, it is likely that my mother and I would have been buried alongside the king's consort. From that moment on, the king of Chenliu was stripped of his title, and the aged 800 Chenliu Jia returned to their fields, never to enter the capital again. So that is the case, Zhu Wuchang exclaimed, astonished. 14 years ago, turmoil engulfed the capital. The queen's kin rebelled and were executed en masse. Crown Prince Li Qingding knelt in the imperial study for 3 days and nights, ultimately evoking the late emperor's compassion, who refrained from complete annihilation, merely relegating Empress Su to the cold palace. It was after that day that the crown prince not only escaped unscathed, but ascended as the regent. The affair became widely known, causing an uproar. Many labeled the queen's kin as foolish, having squandered a throne that was within their grasp. The once glorious lineage crumbled overnight, drenched in blood. Others praised the crown prince for his loyalty and filial piety, commending the late emperor's wisdom and benevolence. Zhu Wuchang's decision to align himself with Li Qingding stemmed from this very incident, recognizing the late emperor's exceptional expectations for the crown prince. Little did he realize, the tumult of 14 years prior concealed such profound truths. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Wuchang quietly inquired, "Given that merely 14 years have passed, are you not concerned that Chenliu Jia may once again enter the capital, leading to another bloodbath? No matter how foolish my mother may be, she is still my mother." Li Qingding's eyes flashed with anger as he gazed coldly at the palace. As her only son, I cannot bear to watch her wither away in the cold palace, becoming a wandering spirit. Chenliu Jia has lurked in the shadows for over 300 years. They have grown old and must be thoroughly buried. I have waited 14 years and observed for 14 years. Li Qingding suddenly turned, his eyes blood red. I can wait no longer. Do you understand, sir? Zhu Wuchang was momentarily taken aback, bowing deeply. Wuchang is willing to offer 7 tails of bone to draw the sword for your highness and sever heads. Chapter 10. I hear you have lost a killer? After returning from the West Beau Marquis' estate, Chen Zhian hesitated for a considerable time. As dusk descended, he finally steeled himself to approach the nearby Wuan Marquis' estate, as one of the 18 lords of the Great Tang. It felt somewhat burdensome to seek a loan from an old friend to open a brothel. Inside the grand entrance, Chen Zhian warmed his storage ring in his hands, silently cheering for Chen Zhian. What does pride matter? It is all for money. After bidding farewell to his father, he chatted for a while with his younger sister Chen Zhidong before returning to his study with a light-hearted step. He could hardly contain his eagerness to sift through Wei Laosan's belongings. Earlier, upon learning that Wei Laosan had entered the innate realm, Chen Zhian's face had lit up with genuine joy, for after all, the storage ring requires vital energy to unlock. Given the Wei family's foundation, once Wei Laosan became a practitioner of the innate realm, the contents of his storage ring would undoubtedly be far from meager. As brothers, Wei Laosan's storage ring was essentially his own. Channeling his internal energy, Chen Zhian manipulated the storage ring, transforming blood energy into vital energy that swirled around his fingertips. Moments later, a sound akin to cracking paper echoed in his ears. I work. Chen Zhian rubbed his hands together, then flicked his wrist, causing an exquisite small box to appear out of thin air on the table. Upon opening the box, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Before his eyes, colors bloomed in vibrant hues. Chen Zhian was momentarily taken aback, but he picked up a piece for closer inspection, that if he was not mistaken, this was the lingerie of the first beauty of Chang'an. Li Qing'er, how could he be so certain? Because the original owner had undressed her. Picking up another piece, it belonged to Xiao Shuai. Unwilling to give up, he picked up yet another, which was Xiao Shuai's. After a long while, Chen Zhian slumped back in his chair, utterly defeated. The study was filled with familiar scents. Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. The fact that Wei Laosan and the original owner could associate meant that apart from a hint of ulterior motive, they were likely just two peas in a pod. Chen Zhian thought of another close friend, stowing the lingerie back in the box, and quietly took out pen, ink, paper, and inkstone to begin writing a letter. To Chang'an, my dear brother, I have obtained a great treasure. Let us meet at King Yuefang tomorrow at noon. Sealing the letter, Chen Zhian summoned Chen Zhian, instructing him to ensure it reached the third prince's estate overnight and be delivered personally to Li Qing'an. Chen Zhian, filled with joy, patted his chest, guaranteeing he would accomplish the task, and dashed out. Ever since the young master had spent a night in prison, he had grown distant from them. Previously, they had been inseparable. When the young master dined at the brothel, they at least got to enjoy some soup. Today, they inadvertently heard their master lamenting that the young master had turned over a new leaf and matured. The two brothers felt quite disheartened, contemplating that they would soon part ways with the lovely sisters of the brothel. Unexpectedly, it was still early evening when the young master asked them to deliver a letter to the third prince. This was indeed a stroke of luck. With the third prince around, the young master could turn over a new leaf. Chen Zhian then summoned Chen Yi to the study, and the two of them huddled together, whispering for quite some time, with Chen Yi leaving with a sly grin. Everyone has their role to play, just as even a torn piece of lingerie has its purpose. Since they were to open a brothel, they naturally needed the help of two loyal lackeys. They may not excel in other areas, but they were seasoned veterans at mingling with all walks of life. They knew exactly which girls in Chang'an were the most beautiful, and they had been serving the Chenliu Marquis's estate for generations. Ensuring their loyalty was beyond question. Having arranged matters for the following day, Chen Zhian again bent over his desk, writing fervently, making sure to account for every detail, with every word reflecting his desire to make money. Outside the study, Chen Aman held a few silver notes, looking at the reflection in the window, feeling a sense of comfort. The boy truly has grown up, beginning to understand the value of hard work. In the Golden Science Alley of Chang'an, a carriage slowly approached the Yang residence at the end of the lane. Inside the carriage, the second son of the Yang family was thoroughly intoxicated, his face still showing traces of grievance that he believed he had orchestrated the scheme to perfection, intricately weaving a trap that manipulated both the Chenliu Marquis's estate and the West Bo Marquis's estate. Although the assassin failed to execute the plan by killing Chen Zhian in the street, the outcome was not entirely unacceptable. After all, they had managed to imprison Chen Zhian in the dungeon. As for the old matriarch, that old witch, rushing into the palace to complain to the emperor and muddle through things, he viewed that as merely an unpredictable twist of fate. The plan falling through was not a crime of war, but rather the will of heaven. Previously, he had felt unjustly treated by the crown prince that he felt wronged. Thus, after leaving the East Palace, he turned back and slipped into King Yuefang, drinking alone in a desolate manner, but as he reminisced about past escapades with Chen Zhian. Yang Xianxian could not help but feel a twinge of annoyance, his thoughts swirling, ultimately coalescing into the phrase, "In the rivers and lakes, one is not in control of their own fate." Ha! A sudden laugh erupted from within the carriage. The sound crisp as a bell, like an oblivious young girl hearing an exceedingly amusing story. Upon hearing this sound, Yang Xianxian paused in surprise that he turned to see a girl in red sitting in the corner of the carriage, smiling at him, her dimples quite charming. He did not recall bringing a girl home tonight. So, who was she? When did she board the carriage? The girl brushed aside the wisps of hair from her forehead and inquired, "I heard that you've lost a killer?" Yang Xianxian fell silent. The matter of losing a killer was a painful subject he could not broach today. Had it been another, uttering such words in his ear would have earned him a lesson in cruelty. Yet the little girl was truly delightful. Suppressing his anger, Yang Xianxian asked in a low voice, "Who are you? Where do you come from? And what do you intend to do?" "Well, who am I?" The little girl tilted her head in thought for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed with joy, "I am the emotionless killer, and the one you lost is my only brother. I have come to avenge him." As she spoke, the girl pointed her finger, and an overwhelming surge of vitality engulfed Yang Xianxian in an instant. Yang Xianxian felt as if struck by a heavy blow. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his fine clothing shredded by the raging energy, leaving him looking utterly wretched. "Sorry, I didn't expect you to be so fragile." The little girl stuck out her tongue and raised her tiny fist threateningly, saying, "Next time, don't lose my brother again, or someone will die." Suddenly, her ears twitched, and she muttered something about an old man before vanishing without a trace. Yang Xianxian coughed up another mouthful of blood, curling up in a corner, his face a mask of terror. The little girl appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old, yet her cultivation was unfathomably deep. With a mere gesture, the vast energy she commanded rivaled that of a void transformation realm expert. Even in Yang Xianxian's memory, it seemed that void transformation experts could not wield such power with such ease that if that little girl had wished to kill him, he would have surely become a corpse by now. It was no wonder the killer had not shown up. If even his sister was so formidable, how could he, as her brother, dare to assassinate a waste who was not even a practitioner? Experts are proud by nature, possessing their own arrogance. It wasn't that they could not kill, but rather that they deemed it beneath them. "Young man, I hear you have lost a killer?" Just as Yang Xianxian was engulfed in dread, a rasping voice, reminiscent of a quacking duck, echoed slowly. Yang Xianxian's body stiffened. Hearing this familiar question, he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. With great difficulty, he lifted his head, only to see an old man, hunched over, gazing at him from the very spot the little girl had occupied. After a prolonged silence, Yang Xianxian forced a smile and asked, Are you a relative of his?" "I might be considered a servant of his family," the old man replied. His face lined with wrinkles, sparse white hair clinging to his scalp, giving the impression that he had little time left. Yet, Yang Xianxian, who had long since elevated the mysterious killer in his mind, felt an icy chill emanating from the old man's eyes. His nerves shattered. He cried out in despair, "Elder, I promise to keep a close watch on that esteemed individual next time, and I will never let him get lost again. I beg you, show me mercy and spare my life." The old man remained unmoved, slowly extending his skeletal hand. Crack! The sound of bones snapping echoed as Yang Xianxian's limbs were broken, contorted into a grotesque position resembling the character for death. Overwhelmed by pain, Yang Xianxian lost consciousness. The old man surveyed his handiwork, finally breaking into silent laughter before slowly fading away. Time passed, and another figure appeared in the carriage. It was an old woman, wielding a long whip adorned with barbs. Upon seeing Yang Xianxian, who was nearly unrecognizable, a fleeting look of surprise crossed her face. After a moment of silence, she expressionlessly channeled her energy into Yang Xianxian. The old woman intended to make certain individuals in the court remember their lessons, and it could not go unnoticed. Under her nurturing energy, Yang Xianxian gradually awoke, as soon as he opened his eyes. He found himself staring at the old woman in the corner, his face instantly filled with despair. "Here we go. I lost a killer the following day at Qinghua Pavilion. Young Lan is truly unfortunate." Upon hearing about Yang Xianxian's tragic fate, Chen Zhian downed a mouthful of wine, expressing an indescribable regret. Yang Xianxian's disregard for martial ethics meant that Chen Zhian would not let this slide easily, contemplating over 100 ways to take revenge, only to find them all rendered useless. I heard that young Master Yang returned to his residence in a state of utter disarray, muttering about having lost a killer and swearing he would never do so again. Beside Chen Zhian, the renowned beauty Li Qing'er sighed softly, her face also showing regret. Unlike this young lord who was merely handsome, young Master Yang, despite being a fool, was from a wealthy family and generous with his spending. The thought of losing such a benefactor filled Li Qing'er with genuine sorrow, one that surpassed even the sadness she felt when her first knight was forcibly taken from her. However, born in a quagmire, There was little room for lamenting the passing of spring. With one patron lost, the remaining ones must be cherished even more. Reflecting on this, her cheeks flushed slightly as she licked her red lips and sweetly said, "Young lord, little bunny wants to drink too." Chen Zhian lowered his gaze and waved his hand. "Let us drink together. Am I arriving in an opportune moment?" Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, a figure clad in white stealthily slipped in. "Li Lao-san, I've finally managed to get a handle on things, and you had to show up and stir the pot?" Chen Zhian glared fiercely at the newcomer and tossed a jug of wine at him. The newcomer caught the jug deftly, raised it to his lips, and drank deeply. "Refreshing. I don't know why, but I always feel that the wine in this place tastes particularly good." "How ambitious," Chen Zhian scoffed. He held no respect for this Li Chengyan, who bore no resemblance to a prince. After all, no matter how powerful the noble, once he had spent enough time in the nude with you, the distinctions of rank became difficult to uphold. "Speak. What treasure do you want to show me?" After another gulp of wine, Li Chengyan casually crossed his legs and inquired. Chen Zhian seized the opportunity to send Li Chengyan away before speaking. "Before we discuss treasures, I have a promising business venture with substantial returns. Are you interested in learning about it? Starting a business. Have you lost your mind?" Li Chengyan reached out to touch Chen Zhian's forehead. "Who in Chang'an doesn't know that we are good-for-nothings? With this mindset, you might as well take on more concubines and strive to propagate the family line. Who knows, you might even produce a prodigy. We can just live off our meals until we die." "What business are we talking about?" Chen Zhian fell silent, opening his mouth yet unable to refute. Observing Li Chengyan's nonchalant expression, Chen Zhian thought that this fellow was probably beyond saving. He had no choice but to unleash his most potent persuasive tactics from his previous life, saying, "You do have a point, but since we are here..." Sure enough, as soon as those words left his mouth, even the resolute Li Chengyan found it impossible to refuse, settling in to hear more. Seeing this, Chen Zhian produced the plan he had stayed up all night crafting and seductively said, "I want to open the most profitable establishment in Chang'an. For this, I have endured humiliation and sullied my reputation for 3 long years. Finally creating the perfect plan. If we follow my plan, one day we shall rise to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry and become the leaders of the field. In fact, the entire realm of entertainment shall be transformed because of us." Li Chengyan took the plan and glanced through it indifferently. Though Chen Zhian spoke grandly, Li Chengyan's interest was lackluster. Not to mention that he had already resigned himself to a life of ease, the notion of a prince of the Great Tang dynasty opening a brothel. Wasn't that akin to rubbing the royal reputation in the dirt? Opening the plan, he caught sight of the bold and crude title 6 essential elements for profiting from brothels, and couldn't help but chuckle. He thought to himself that this fellow was truly uneducated. Such an ugly and uneven script looked worse than that of a 3-year-old child. Just as he was about to make a jibe, he noticed a few lines of smaller text, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he began to read intently. Chen Zhian raised his cup and drank alone, appearing calm. Based on his understanding of Li Chengyan, he knew that once he laid eyes on this plan, he would undoubtedly be captivated that it had nothing to do with profit. The main point was that this fellow had an appreciation for the refined. He had complained more than once about how the girls in Chang'an undressed too quickly and drank too heartily. He desired a blend of elegance and vulgarity. Unfortunately, while the girls were sufficiently vulgar, they could never attain elegance. Chen Zhian's plan was like a sudden beacon of light in the pitch-black night, illuminating the path for a prisoner lost in despair. That Li Chengyan was that prisoner engulfed in darkness. After perusing through the thick stack of plans, Li Chengyan raised his head, gripping Chen Zhian's hands tightly. "Good brother, how much do we need?" Chen Zhian held up 2 fingers, 16,000 taels of silver. "You will be the second owner, holding a 20% stake. And as for the courtesan, you can choose first." "Really?" Li Chengyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He slammed a stack of banknotes down, declaring, "This project, I, Li Chengyan, am investing in." Upon observing his silence, Li Chengyan scoffed. "I knew you had the chance to meet Mr. Liu in prison. The capture of Mr. Baipu, orchestrated by you, is quite audacious. Who would have thought you could be so shameless as to take advantage of his plight to seek his counsel?" Chen Zhian fell into silence. Indeed, those who jest are fools, while the wise remain absent. Why bother with such meticulous caution? You still have a long way to go if you think you can deceive me. Li Qingyan seemed rather pleased with his deduction. He tossed the signed contract onto the table, his cunning evident as he proclaimed, "Since we have Mr. Liu as a collateral, I shall begrudgingly indulge you for a while." With that, he snapped open his folding fan and feigned departure. "Aren't we playing a little longer?" Chen Zhian asked. Bewildered, Li Qingyan cast a disdainful glance. What amusement is there in withering flowers and fallen willows? Until the opening of Zhian Tower, I shan't frequent the pleasure quarters again. As he stepped through the door, he turned back with a wicked smile. On the day of its inauguration, remember that I will be the first to choose the courtesan, as long as you are pleased. Chen Zhian waved his hand in resignation, urging him to leave. Engaging Li Qingyan as a partner had been a decision made after considerable contemplation. Setting aside his worthlessness, in terms of status, Li Qingyan could undoubtedly rank among the top 10 in the Tang dynasty. Over the years, he had bested countless second-generation scions, many of whom had come to apologize after being bested. To disregard such a powerful ally would invite retribution from the heavens. After Li Qingyan's departure, Chen Zhian summoned Li Qingyan, formally extending an invitation to the most beautiful woman in Chang'an. Though she was entrenched in the pleasure quarters, many of Chang'an's elite had come to understand her worth. Yet her title as the first beauty guaranteed her a place on the future courtesan rankings. With a poignant tale and a few literary talents to craft her narrative, Chen Zhian was confident he could rehabilitate her image. After listening to Chen Zhian's grandiose plans, Li Qingyan gazed at him with innocent autumn-like eyes. Her delicate hand unknowingly wandered elsewhere. With her limited experience, she found it challenging to grasp concepts like persona and image. Her singular focus being to cater to this rare client who could afford her. Chen Zhian raised an eyebrow. "Or perhaps you prefer to state your price directly?" As he spoke, he gently pried her hand away, stating seriously, "If you join Zhian Tower, you will receive not only 300 taels of salary each month, but also 7 days of vacation." A monthly wage of 300 taels was quite generous. In the vast city of Chang'an, very few could earn such a sum through the sale of their physical labor, apart from those exceptional practitioners. Even within Chenliu Pavilion, where Li Qing held the most affluent patrons, she barely earned over 100 taels, and not every month at that. Upon hearing this offer, Li Qing eagerly agreed, nodding her head vigorously that in the end, she licked her lips and said she could only repay him with her body. After finalizing the agreement with Li Qing, Chen Zhian instructed her to summon the manager of Chenliu Pavilion, Matzi. Despite his name, Matzi bore no freckles on his face. Rather, his complexion was quite remarkable due to his pampered lifestyle. Upon hearing that Chen Zhian intended to redeem Li Qing, Matzi's smile vanished, replaced by a grim expression. Li Qing was his cash cow, netting him at least 600 taels every month. The reason Chenliu Pavilion stood resilient among the many pleasure quarters in Chang'an was largely due to her presence. To sever one's financial lifeline was akin to murdering a parent. This fool, relying on his father's title as a marquis, dared to act as though he could kill my parents right before me. The enemy was right before him. Matzi was done pretending, his voice dripping with malice. Li Qing is born of Chenliu Pavilion and shall die as one of its spirits, that if the young lord wishes to play, he is always welcome. But if he intends to poach from me, he may well have targeted the wrong person. Oh, Chen Zhian chuckled dismissively. As far as I know, Li Qing is bound by a living contract to you. How much did her father sell her for back then? If my memory serves me correctly, it was 20 taels. According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, if a courtesan is not a criminal, she can redeem herself for double the contract amount, which is 40 taels. As he spoke, he produced 2 silver ingots and placed them on the table, stating nonchalantly, "Kindly retrieve Li Qing's contract. Manager who? So we can settle this matter directly." Matzi's face twisted with anger and mockery. It was true that he had purchased Li Qing for 20 taels, but this fool dared to think he could buy back his cash cow for merely 40 taels. Such a bargain was unheard of. "Young lord, I believe I was not clear earlier. Li Qing is born of Chenliu Pavilion and shall die as one of its spirits. If she wishes to leave, so be it," casting a sinister glance at Li Qing. Matzi hissed, "But her life remains with me. Are you certain?" Chen Zhian inquired. Matzi fell silent. "Then this becomes rather tedious." Suddenly, Chen Zhian sprang to his feet, moving with lightning speed. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Humatsi's body crashed against the wooden window, shattering it before he fell to the floor below. Chen Zhian leaped down, placing his foot upon Humatsi's chest with a smile. Who gave you the audacity to threaten to kill in my presence? The commotion was substantial that a few tired patrons, disturbed from their labors, poked their heads out, ready to scold, but upon seeing Humatsi, half of whose face was mangled, they promptly silenced themselves, spotting the notorious young lord in the green robe. They quickly shut the door, eager to avoid confrontation. The patrons could evade, but the thugs raised in Chenliu Pavilion had no such luxury that in mere moments, a dozen fierce-looking thugs surrounded Chen Zhian, though none dared to strike. Chen Zhian glanced around, his gaze lingering briefly on a menacing figure. This man was Chong Wei, a practitioner of the Qi refinement realm and a protector of Chenliu Pavilion. Given Chen Zhian's current cultivation, he had no assurance of victory against him. However, in the world of mingling, power and connections reigned supreme. Fighting was of little consequence. With his toe pressing into Humatsi's chest, Chen Zhian taunted, "Manager who? May I now have Li Qing'er's contract? Young lord, mark my words. However you take her away today, you will return her tomorrow." Humatsi spat out 2 broken teeth, his eyes filled with venom. Even after having half his face smashed, Humatsi dared not provoke Chong Wei into action to in fact. Chen Zhian's slap had sobered him considerably, making him acutely aware of their differing statuses after all. Although this scoundrel was foolish, the young lord's identity was indisputable. He had brazenly abducted the princess of Xining and walked out of the prison unscathed, and no mere pleasure quarter manager could contend with such a figure. His earlier rashness was merely a result of having his financial stream cut off and the insults he had heard about the Chen family's incompetence. However, surrendering so easily would render his years in Chang'an meaningless. Considering the people behind him, he coldly declared, "Bring forth Li Launching's contract for the young lord. See them off properly." Witnessing their boss back down, the thugs breathed a sigh of relief. Chong Wei did the same, swiftly retrieving the contract and handing it to Li Qing. "Matsi, I await your response. Do not let me down." Chen Zhian leaned down, playfully patting Humatsi's face before swaggering out with Li Qing. Chapter 13. From now on, please address me as Lord Tang. Exiting Chenliu Pavilion, Chen Zheng, who had been waiting outside, quickly knelt on the ground to serve as a human footstool for the two as they boarded the carriage. Chen Zhian paused, momentarily taken aback by the absurdity of the gesture. This damned sense of ritual was rather hard to part with. Leading Li Qing'er into the carriage, Chen Zhian waved his hand grandly, spiritedly declaring, "Let us set forth for Crescent Moon Lake." Li Qing'er gazed curiously at the scenery whizzing by. She had been sold to Humatsi by her father at the tender age of 12. Over the years, she had meandered through Chenliu Pavilion, and upon reflection, today marked her first true departure from that alley, finally witnessing the grandeur of Chang'an, observing the street vendors hawking their wares and children frolicking in play. Her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Her younger siblings, perhaps, were also living carefree lives like this. "Young master, we have arrived at Crescent Moon Lake." After roughly half an hour, the carriage halted in a secluded area. Chen Zheng lifted the carriage cover, preparing to kneel to assist the two down. Chen Zhian chuckled and kicked him aside, jumping down to sweep Li Qing'er into his arms, teasing, "Come, my beauty, behold the fish pond I have secured for you." Li Qing'er looked bewilderedly at the wild lake before her, unclear as to why Chen Zhian had brought her to this desolate place. Without explanation, Chen Zhian leaped onto a large rock, surveying Crescent Moon Lake from above. Far removed from the bustling city, with winding paths leading to tranquil depths, yet it stands in stark contrast to the bustling Jinku Alley in Chang'an. That to think this haven for pleasure could be transformed into a fishery is simply astonishing. Crescent Moon Lake was precisely the refuge Chen Zhian sought for Zhian Tower. The lake housed 3 small islands, spaced merely 100 meters apart, forming a quaint cluster. With a few pavilions erected and iron chains laid as pathways, it would be effortless to connect them and transform the area into a sanctuary for dining and merriment. Moreover, the natural barrier of the lake would afford patrons peace of mind, ensuring that even if the matriarch of the household came to apprehend someone, they could depart with ease. There would be no distressing rush to escape in disarray. Safety and discretion were paramount, and this place was undoubtedly a gem he must acquire. Chen Zhian leaped down from the massive rock and called out to Chen Jingdao, "Summon the captain of that boat. I wish to speak with him personally." Chen Zheng chuckled softly. "The second brother has already instructed the captain to await your command. He has been waiting for your signal." As he spoke, he leisurely produced a short flute from his pocket, testing its pitch with a few playful puffs before commencing a haunting melody. The flute sound drifted gently through the air. Chen Zhian lifted his gaze and saw a small boat slowly emerge from the shadows of Crescent Island. Standing at the bow was Chen Yi, also playing a short flute, whose notes resonated in harmony with Chen Jing's. Chen Zhian looked on in astonishment, finally exclaiming after a moment, "You crafty fellows! You have hidden your talents well." Chen Zheng humbly replied with a smile, "It's merely a trivial skill, hardly worth mentioning." Truly not worth mentioning. Chen Zhian scoffed coldly. That it was no wonder the original owner had always felt these two were elusive. It turned out they possessed such a clandestine method of communication. Snatching the flute from Chen Zheng's hands, Chen Zhian examined it closely and noted that, while it appeared to be an ordinary short flute, there were subtle differences, including a metal card at its base. The island was approximately 2 miles away, yet Chen Yi could hear the flute sound, likely due to this card. After studying it thoroughly, Chen Zhian returned the flute to Chen Zheng and casually inquired, "Where did you acquire this instrument?" "I made it myself." Chen Zheng tucked the flute away proudly, declaring, "Master, I'm not boasting, but in the entire city of Chang'an, no, throughout the Tang dynasty, only our brotherhood possesses flutes that can transmit sound this far. Last year, we even claimed the championship in a contest. Even the flute of Prince Chenliu cannot compare in distance." "Excellent," Chen Zhian replied, patting Chen Zheng's shoulder with satisfaction that he was too disinterested to delve deeper into the trivial competitions these sycophants engaged in. Previously, he had pondered how to ensure absolute security. With this instrument, wouldn't everything be settled? If they positioned hidden sentinels around the lakeshore, anyone attempting to capture their leader could use the flute to send signals, crafting different melodies to convey varied messages. In such a manner, the guests could be said to rest easy. However, he refrained from mentioning it. The fewer who were aware, the better. Before long, the small boat docked at the lakeside, and Chen Yi approached with a man. The man had dark skin and was clad in a simple short shirt, resembling a peasant more than a pond master. As soon as he disembarked, he immediately bowed and greeted Chen Zhian with a sycophantic smile. "I am Zhang Fugui, here to pay my respects to the young lord. May the young lord enjoy great fortune." Chen Zhian squinted, scrutinizing this pond master, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized where the recognition stemmed from. This fellow bore a striking resemblance to the jailer Zhang Xiaoyi. He had been so busy these past few days that he had forgotten Zhang Xiaoyi still owed him 495 taels of silver. What a coincidence, assisting Zhang Fugui to his feet. Chen Zhian said with a grin, "Does your family have any relatives working at the capital's prison?" A fleeting look of pride crossed Zhang Fugui's face. "My son, though lacking in ability, recently secured a position as a jailer at the capital's Tianzi prison." "Could it be? My son has had the honor of meeting the young lord." "Haha, indeed I have. How could I not have met him? I share a bond of several hundred taels of silver with brother Xiaoyi," Chen Zhian replied, his expression suddenly shifting. "Zhang boss, I trust you wouldn't want your son to remain in prison for life?" Zhang Fugui's smile froze, that he had paid a full 100 taels to secure his son's position in the prison, hoping he could at least enjoy the government's rations. What did this young lord mean? Was the world truly so dark that a lowly commoner could not even aspire to be a jailer? With a thud, he knelt on the ground, trembling as he implored, "Young lord, I never suggested relinquishing Crescent Lake. I beseech you to show mercy and not drive my son from Tianzi prison." Chen Zhian was momentarily taken aback. Feeling somewhat awkward, he quickly changed the subject. "I was merely jesting with you to lighten the mood. Fear not. How much do you intend to sell Crescent Lake for?" Zhang Fugui hesitated, extending 8 fingers. Chen Zhian frowned. Given the incessant turmoil in the Tang dynasty, land prices were not particularly high. Good farmland was approximately 10 taels per acre, with less fertile land and mountainous areas being even cheaper. Some unclaimed land could be taken simply by cultivating it. Crescent Lake was only a little over 400 acres. Even at the price of good farmland, it would amount to just over 4,000 taels. Yet, Zhang Fugui appeared timid and immediately demanded 8,000 taels. Did he take the young master for a plump pig to be slaughtered? After a moment of silence, Chen Zhian reorganized his words, saying softly, "Zhang boss, you wouldn't want your son to be expelled from Tianzi prison, would you?" Zhang Fugui trembled all over, gritting his teeth and bending down a finger, stammering, "Young lord, 700 taels is the lowest I can go. Any less and my entire family will be left without a means to survive." 700 taels? Chen Zhian raised an eyebrow. 700 taels of silver? Yes. Young lord, it cannot go any lower. Wang Fugui replied timidly. That is far too expensive. Chen Zhian counted out 7 silver notes from his pocket, handing them to Zhang Fugui with genuine sincerity. "Zhang boss, Brother Xiaoyi is a man of great ambition. I wish him to guard Tianzi prison forever. Please convey my earnest expectations to him. Go now. Let he take you to finalize the deal. Thank you for your kindness, young lord." Zhang Fugui wiped the cold sweat from his brow, clutching the 700 taels of silver notes as he followed Chen Yi away. Before departing, he cast a furtive glance at Chen Zhian, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his mind. "Though you gained, I have not lost. No matter how powerful your connections, you could never have anticipated that this lake was only worth 700 taels. Ah, I've been fishing for over a decade for free." On the black sailed boat, Chen Zhian stood at the bow, gazing down at the vast crescent lake, a slight smile playing on his lips. "From now on, I too shall be a person of fish ponds. Qinger, henceforth please refer to me as the Pond Master." Chapter 14. The Jiang clan of Langya. Is rebellion in the air? After wandering around Crescent Lake for much of the day, Chen Zhian had formed a vague construction blueprint in his mind, but he had anticipated spending 3,000 taels to purchase the lake, yet unexpectedly acquired it for only 700. He decided to invest the remaining funds entirely into the venture. The third small island would be developed into a private residence, serving as his stronghold. This island was situated in a remote area, not far from Fox Mountain, with the western gate of Chang'an City behind it, an ideal location for both offense and defense. Far superior to the Chenliu Marquis' residence, in the evening, Chen Zhian led Li Qinger away from Crescent Lake, feeling somewhat troubled about how to handle her presence. Strolling through the entertainment district was one thing, but bringing an entertainment district woman home was another. After all, he had just become engaged to Xi Ning. Bringing home a woman from the entertainment quarters might provoke Lady Yu to send that old hag with a whip to his doorstep at night. "My lord, my status is lowly, and I am of no consequence. I can find a place to settle down anywhere." Sensing his hesitation, Li Qinger spoke softly. Chen Zhian felt deeply moved. "Little Qinger, I never expected you to be so understanding. Unlike other ladies who only know how to make things difficult for me." As he spoke, he pretended to turn away. Li Qinger stood there, momentarily speechless, utterly taken aback that he was not following the expected script. Shouldn't he sweep her into his arms and proclaim that everything would be all right? After teasing the girl for a while, Chen Zhian instructed the driver, a Zheng, to change direction and stealthily made his way to Li Qingyan's residence. The old face of Huma Zi had been thoroughly humiliated during the day, yet he still dared to make threats. He likely had some powerful backer, and Chen Zhian would not simply disregard her. Li Qingyan's reputation was already irreparably damaged. Taking in a woman from the entertainment district would hardly be a scandal. At the drunken guest pavilion on White Tiger Street, a voluptuous woman reclined languidly on a bed. Resembling a lazy Persian cat that on the other side, 2 young attendants knelt cautiously, giving her a massage. Below the bed, Huma Zi waited respectfully, despite having sat on the cold bench for most of the day. He did not dare show any displeasure, for this woman was Jiang Baihu, the master of the White Tiger Hall, a practitioner of the illusory realm, a widow of the Langya Jiang clan, and the true owner of the Qinghua Pavilion, his mistress. As Huma Zi reminisced about the past, Jiang Baihu lazily propped herself up, licking her blood-red lips. She pronounced Chen Zhian's name with particular emphasis. "Did Chen Zhian take little Qinger to Crescent Lake?" "Indeed," Huma Zi replied resentfully. They've been frolicking for half the day at Crescent Lake and are now heading in the direction of Prince San's residence, likely intending to play the Double Dragon show. What a pair of scoundrels! Imagining his cash cow being toyed with by another, Huma Zi felt as if another part of his face was throbbing in pain. lamenting, "Miss, you must do something for little Ma Zi." Zhang Baihu chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She had always favored delicate young men. When she first met Chen Zhian, he was not yet the infamous young lord, merely a bashful youth who would blush at a few teasing words. How quickly time had passed. In the blink of an eye, that young lad was now attempting to steal her girl. With a wave of her hand, two men dressed in white and bearing swords emerged from behind a screen. Zhang Baihu instructed softly, "Go to Jinka Alley and bring little Qinger back. Do not harm her." "Understood." The two men responded in unison. Departing immediately, watching this unfold, Ma Zi felt a mix of emotions, touched yet anxious. "Miss, but Li Qingyan is of royal blood. Will it not be problematic to demand her back directly?" Zhang Baihu remained non-committal. He was merely a prince with no hope of ascending the throne. With the foundation of the Langya clan, he could be respected or disregarded at will. "I truly do not understand whether the nobles of the Tang dynasty are deranged. They all flock together like sheep. When a standalone villa is far more comfortable than a crowded courtyard." Chen Zhian sat alone in the carriage, reflecting on the earlier scene where two exotic luxury vehicles stubbornly refused to yield to one another. Unable to suppress a sarcastic remark. Traffic jams were to be expected in the modern world, but who would have thought that even in ancient times we would still be mired in such delays? "Young master, such words ought not to be spoken," Chen Zhian interjected, his face awash with envy. "Those who reside in Jinka Alley are undoubtedly powerful figures, and that beastly Qilin blocking the road belonged to the Minister of War. In any other place, who would dare obstruct it?" Upon hearing this, Chen Zhian fell silent. The congestion was indeed real, and the allure of the exotic beasts was undeniable. The earlier creature bore a hint of divine Qilin bloodline, its breath swirling with two streams of white mist, clearly a formidable spirit beast of significant power. The driver was a man of considerable cultivation as well. Opposing them was another fierce beast, its horns menacing. The two magnificent creatures stood their ground in the street, neither willing to concede. After a considerable time, no one dared voice a complaint. They merely turned around and sought another route. Looking at the majestic beasts of others, and then at his own old unicorn horse, Chen Aman reflected on his family's noble lineage. His ancestors had once held great wealth and even ruled as a king of a different name. How had they fallen to such disgrace? It was utterly disheartening. Chen Zheng, likely pondering their own circumstances, fell silent and led the carriage toward Chiwi Alley. As they departed Jinka Alley, two swordsmen clad in white strolled into view. The swordsmen walked with a straight posture through the darkness, causing pedestrians to hastily step aside. Even those magnificent beasts seemed to sense the sword intent radiating from the two, nervously pawing at the ground. Before long, they stood before a grand estate, the words Anyang Wangfu inscribed above the entrance. The guards, noticing the two elegantly dressed swordsmen bearing long swords, approached with friendly inquiries. Yet, as the two swordsmen stepped forward, their swords sang a soft note, "Chung." With a swift motion, the long swords were drawn, slicing through the crowd and soaring into the Wangfu, the two following closely behind, disregarding the guards entirely as they headed straight for the main hall. "Who dares to intrude upon the Anyang Wangfu?" the captain of the guards demanded. His expression darkening as he rallied 20 guards to surround the intruders. One of the swordsmen scoffed, "From the Langya clan, we are here on the orders of Zhang Baihu to retrieve someone." As he spoke, he tossed 2 silver ingots onto the table, then like a ghost, slipped into the back hall, seizing the bewildered Li Qinger without uttering a word. The captain of the guards drew his blade with a clatter. These two were utterly audacious, to brazenly invade the Wangfu and abduct someone. How could the prince maintain his reputation in Chang'an if this news spread? Just as he was about to strike, he felt a cold gaze directed at him. Without a visible action, the long sword hovering above the swordsman's head suddenly appeared just inches from the captain's brow, as if to say that any sign of resistance would result in bloodshed. The captain stiffened. "Langya clan, are you plotting rebellion?" The swordsman stood firm, replying coldly, "We await the wrath of the third prince." Having said that, the two strode away with an air of confidence, leaving the guards of Anyang Wangfu too intimidated to intervene. Chapter 15. This younger brother. Does he take me for a fool? The two departed on the wind, And before long, Li Qingyan stumbled into the main hall, disheveled and frantic, only to find that the swordsman had vanished without a trace. The captain of the guards, Su Laodian, felt a flush of heat on his face. Kneeling with his sword in silence, that in that fleeting moment, he had faltered in the face of death, allowing two swordsmen to brazenly carry away a captive. As the captain, this was a complete dereliction of duty. Though the prince was notorious, being so publicly humiliated in his own residence was an entirely different matter. To have his master shamed was to invite his own doom. Su Laodian's face hardened with resolve as he bowed his head to the ground. "Your Highness, I am unworthy to serve as your captain any longer. I am prepared to face death." With those words, he drew his sword and swiftly severed his own throat. The act was resolute, and before even the housekeeper, an expert in the same realm of cultivation, could intervene, Su Laodian was dead. It seemed he was determined to embrace his shameful end. Li Qingyan merely watched in silence, a smile still gracing his face. As the blood sprayed from Su Laodian's neck, Li Qingyan lightly tapped his fingers, causing the sword that Su Laodian had tightly grasped to slip from his hands, landing delicately in Li Qingyan's grasp. "Old Su, how many years have you been with me?" Su Laodian gazed at Li Qingyan in disbelief. The world had deemed the third prince as a man of lowly birth, lacking the talent for cultivation, destined to remain far from the throne. Thus, he had become a debauched figure, resigned to a life of idle luxury. In previous years, rumors had circulated that the prince was biding his time, tarnishing his reputation while secretly amassing strength for a future opportunity. However, as the prince's actions grew increasingly reckless, particularly after the incident involving the Minister of War's household, those rumors faded into obscurity. It was after that night that old Su had extinguished any aspirations for advancement, transforming from a valiant warrior into a mere captain of guards. But now, looking at the sword that seemed like scrap metal in the prince's hand, and contemplating the possibilities, Su Laodian trembled. "Your Highness, I have served you for 7 years and 3 months. I deserve death for failing to honor your trust. Has it been 7 years already?" Li Qingyan casually tossed the sword back into its sheath with precision. "Today's events stem from my actions, allowing the sword to gather dust. You may leave the city. I shall take care of your family. From now on, you shall no longer be known as Su Laodian, but rather, Su Laojai. Your Highness." Su Laodian knelt on the ground. His heart, long dormant, began to stir with renewed vigor. "Go now. I have already granted you a death sentence. Do not return." Su Laodian bowed deeply, relinquished the sword sheath, and turned to depart. Once Su Laodian had left, the housekeeper hesitated. "Your Highness, can we truly trust this warrior who fears death so much to enter the Black Wind stronghold?" Li Qingyan replied, "It is merely a game. Let him be. It is better than watching him wallow in despair. Damn it, Zhang Baihu's madwoman has dared to bully me. What a pity. I find myself unable to deal with her." The housekeeper's mouth twitched. That Su Laodian believed the prince was merely biding his time and secretly gathering strength. However, as Li Qingyan's close aide, he understood well that the prince's demeanor was genuine. He had no ambitions for the throne. That tarnish his own reputation. Nonsense. For a brief moment, he pitied Su Laodian, who had rekindled his fighting spirit, and then asked, "Should I send a message to the Chenliu mansion regarding Li Qingyan being taken back by the Jiang clan?" "Of course." Li Qingyan yawned, responding matter-of-factly, "The loss of Chen Zhian's signboard has nothing to do with me. I am not favored like him. I do not have a father to stand up for me." With that, he pocketed the 2 silver ingots from the table, cheerfully declaring, "On the day Zhian's establishment opens, I shall use these 2 ingots to buy wine." The housekeeper was left speechless. That he summoned a young servant, instructing him to deliver the message to the Chenliu mansion. Just as the servant was preparing to leave, the housekeeper landed a punch on his eye, grinning maliciously. "Go and cry as you tell them our prince was pinned to the ground and beaten by those 2 swordsmen. Even the captain of the Wangfu guards was slain." The young servant sobbed, sporting a black eye, as he dashed out of the Wangfu. Seeing this, Li Qingyan nodded in satisfaction, returning to the inner courtyard to embrace his 2 concubines and indulge in a deep slumber. At the Chenliu mansion, Chen Zhian gazed at the young servant, whose face was filled with a mix of grievance and despair, and thought it preposterous, a prince of the realm, being overpowered and beaten in his own stronghold, to the point of disgrace, and yet As a prince who has already been conferred a title, he seeks my assistance as a mere commoner who is yet to attain any rank. Who on earth has this fool associated with? No matter how he looked at it, there was not a single trustworthy soul among them. Gritting his teeth, Chen Zhian glared at the young servant for a long while before kicking him out in frustration. Sitting on the threshold, he pondered how to address this predicament. It was no wonder who Matzi dared to threaten him. It turned out his backing was that lunatic from Baihu Street. If given a choice, Chen Zhian sincerely wished to avoid any dealings with that woman. However, Li Qingya must be rescued, setting aside the fact that she is one of the future signboards of Zhian Tower. The more pressing concern was that if he cowered this time, what would happen the next time Jiang Baihu sent those two ruffians to abduct her? Would he merely watch as they succeeded? Taking the signboard was one thing, but what if they came for me? In his memories, that madwoman had long harbored a ravenous desire for him. After much contemplation, Chen Zhian found himself at a loss. Feeling utterly overwhelmed in terms of cultivation, Jiang Baihu could easily summon two swordsmen of formidable prowess, and who knows how many hidden aces she had up her sleeve. In terms of status, that woman was backed by the Langya clan, a family once known for producing saints. Though they had fallen on hard times in recent years, a starved camel is still larger than a horse. Even a couple of sacred weapons would be beyond the capabilities of a mere Chenliu mansion to contend with. Besides, his father was a mere shadow of his former self, stripped of his title, but hadn't even that scoundrel Li Qingyan been intimidated. If he were to truly confront that woman, knowing Li Qingyan's temperament, he would have charged in with a host of servants long ago, rather than come to him in despair to seek assistance. As he contemplated his options, he found himself at an impasse. Just then, his eyes caught sight of a figure in a blue robe descending from the library. A wicked smile crept across Chen Zhian's face. Ah, here was a hidden powerhouse. I may be a mere passerby, unable to contend with you, Jiang Baihu, but you too cannot afford to provoke the child of destiny. It is well known that any woman possessing even a modicum of beauty who encounters the child of destiny meets a tragic end. Not only are they consumed entirely, but they also find themselves willingly ensnared, unable to break free, their intelligence reduced to a fraction of its original self, as long as my elder brother intervenes. Not even the likes of the Langya clan, a family that has birthed great emperors, could escape unscathed. With a discreet punch to the bridge of his nose, Chen Zhian tumbled and clung to Chen Zhibai's thigh, his voice trembling with despair. Elder brother, I have been wronged. That madwoman Jiang Baihu has stolen my money and brazenly threatened to take me as her consort. You must stand up for me. Chen Zhibai's hand, which held a book, quivered slightly. Could it be that this younger brother thought him blind to the situation? Chapter 16. Such a possibility is utterly inconceivable. Third brother, how do you wish for me to assist you? Once Chen Zhian had finished his lamentations, Chen Zhibai inquired gently. Although fully aware that Chen Zhian was feigning victimhood, he chose not to expose the ruse that he offered a handkerchief for him to dry his tears, patiently awaiting the continuation of the tale. Chen Zhian looked up at his elder brother, whose demeanor radiated warmth, and suddenly hesitated, uncertain whether to involve him further. His elder brother appeared so unremarkable. What if he was merely misjudging him as some grand figure? To send an ordinary man to confront Jiang Baihu would be akin to delivering oneself to peril. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he recalled that his financial lifeline awaited rescue. And any hesitation evaporated in an instant that he stated earnestly, Brother, you are well read. Please persuade that madwoman, appeal to her emotions and reason, and compel her to return Li Qingya to me. Chen Zhibai did not refuse, responding kindly, I shall make a visit on your behalf, though I cannot guarantee success. Chen Zhian was overjoyed. He had merely hoped for a trial, but did not expect Chen Zhibai to acquiesce so readily. After all, in his recollections, this elder brother was a reclusive scholar, rarely seen outside his abode. Once their serious business was concluded, Chen Zhibai turned back towards the library, claiming he needed to find a book to present as a gift. Chen Zhian was bemused that it was his first encounter with someone bringing a book as a visiting gift, especially to meet a widow. However, considering that a prominent figure would surely act differently than the common folk, he decided to let it be, refraining from offering any reminders. Seizing the moment while his elder brother prepared the visiting gift, Chen Zhian stealthily approached the old steward in a side room, steeling himself. Although he was unaware of the steward's true capabilities, the man's uncanny ability to appear and vanish, coupled with his extraordinary longevity, led Chen Zhian to suspect that this old fox was no simple character. Given that this was his elder brother's first endeavor, it would be prudent to ensure they took precautions. Upon hearing Chen Zhian's intentions, the old steward broke into a sinister grin, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Assuming this meant consent, Chen Zhian returned to his study, resolutely declining the advances of his 4 elder sisters who offered their company. For the time being, he needed to conserve his energy and focus entirely on earning money. He had no time for distractions. In Chang'an, the curfew commenced at the hour of HID as the evening drum echoed from the imperial palace. The bustling city gradually succumbed to silence. Pedestrians returned home, shops closed, shadows of homeless souls wandered the streets. Evading the sweepers in the heart of the Tang dynasty's imperial capital, the existence of beggars and vagrants was intolerable. It was deemed too unsightly to drive people away in broad daylight, as it tarnished the city's reputation. Thus, the clever mind of the governor Wang Fugue conceived the role of the sweepers. Armed with long knives and clubs, once the hour of high passed, the entirety of Chang'an fell under their dominion. As Chen Zhibai strolled through Baihu Street beneath the moonlight, he appeared unremarkable in his plain blue robe and cloth shoes, clearly not a person of wealth or power. Ordinarily, such a figure would attract the attention of the sweepers during curfew. Yet these fearsome enforcers seemed oblivious to his presence, as if he were invisible, allowing him to traverse the restricted area without hindrance. Holding a scroll, Chen Zhibai stood at the entrance of the drunken guest inn, gazing up at the 7th floor. "Patron, curfew has commenced. If you wish to drink, please return tomorrow." The innkeeper, busy clearing up, noticed Chen Zhibai staring vacantly at the establishment and waved a cloth dismissively. "Young man, I am not here for a drink," Chen Zhibai replied, lifting the gift he had brought. "I seek an audience with Miss Jiang, the proprietor of this establishment, I would appreciate it if you could relay my request." The innkeeper paused, sizing Chen Zhibai up with a disdainful smirk. "Let alone the curfew, do you think our mistress is so easily accessible? Do you know why this street is called Baihu Street?" Chen Zhibai answered honestly, "I do not, but I would be grateful for your explanation. Because every shop on this street belongs to Our Lady." With that, the innkeeper flicked the cloth from his shoulder, his expression smug as he pointed toward the door. "Be off with you. My lady earns hundreds of taels daily. Do you think you are worthy to seek her out? Have you truly mistaken yourself for a scholar just because you've spent a few days studying? I've encountered plenty of good-for-nothings like you who seek to live off the efforts of others." Chen Zhibai sighed. With a single step, he vanished from sight. The innkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the now empty street. Letting out a piercing scream, "A ghost!" On the 7th floor, Jiang Baihu, reclining on her bed while enjoying a massage from Li Qing'er, abruptly sat up, her languid demeanor replaced by an icy glare, with a graceful sweep of her delicate hand through the air. A surge of energy erupted, manifesting as 3 slender swords that buzzed ominously, slicing through the atmosphere. With a crash, the specially crafted wooden door of her chamber shattered into countless fragments, revealing the figure in a simple blue robe standing outside. Faced with the lethal intent of the 3 swords, the blue-clad figure made no move, merely smiling gently at Jiang Baihu. Yet the sword seemed ensnared, suspended an inch from his chest, unable to advance. "Who are you?" Jiang Baihu's heart raced with fear. This individual had silently ascended to the 7th floor, eluding her senses entirely. Had she not heard the innkeeper's shout and caught a glimpse of a reflection in the window, she would have remained oblivious to his presence. Even her most potent sword technique struggled to restrain him. The visitor merely frowned slightly, as if contemplating the situation, causing her swords to falter. "Chen Zhibai pays his respects to Miss Jiang. I apologize for the disturbance of my late-night visit, and hope for your understanding." Chen Zhibai felt a rare twinge of awkwardness, especially as Jiang Baihu was dressed rather provocatively as a scholar. It felt improper to gaze upon a woman in such attire. He had intended to knock, but the innkeeper had not afforded him the opportunity. And Jiang Baihu's fierce demeanor had resulted in the door being torn from its hinges. However, Jiang Baihu was unfazed. She showed no sign of embarrassment, her thoughts racing as she analyzed the intentions of this blue-robed guest. Confrontation was futile, though she had reached the pinnacle of the transformation void realm, and hidden within this very building were the guardians of the Jiang clan's void divine realm. She understood that she stood no chance against this guest. Realizing she could not overpower him, negotiation became her only option. Her mind raced, yet she could not recall having ever crossed paths with such a formidable figure. The blue-robed guest had effortlessly shattered her sword's aura, indicating a mastery of at least the perfected soul realm, and the inability of her buzzing swords to hinder him suggested he had cultivated a Tao seed, possibly even forming his own realm. Such an individual would be unforgettable, whether through past interactions or mere reputation. Yet, she could not conjure any memory of this person. Chen Zhian. The name sounded familiar, reminiscent of Chen Zhian. Could it be, casting a glance at the pitifully distressed Li Qing'er beside her? Jiang Baihu immediately dismissed the thought. How could a person of such esteemed caliber possibly seek out a woman of ill repute? Such a possibility was utterly inconceivable. Chapter 17. Seeking the Dead. No one to save? I have come for Miss Li. Chen Zhibai leaned slightly, addressing Li Qing'er with warmth. My foolish brother Zhian has caused you distress today. Li Qing'er was taken aback, staring blankly at this unexpected visitor. For a fleeting moment, she had entertained the notion that this man might be here for her sake, but she quickly dismissed the idea, believing herself unworthy to show her astonishment. He truly had come for her. Jiang Baihu, however, feigned innocence. Sir, Li Qing'er is the courtesan of Chenliu House. It was Chen Zhian who injured me first, and in full view of others, forcibly took her away. If I remained silent, my reputation in Chang'an, built over many years, would be tarnished. That if the roles were reversed, would you so easily let her go? Having initially refrained from acting due to uncertainty about Chen Zhibai's background, Jiang Baihu quickly devised a strategy upon realizing his true purpose. A gentleman could be swayed by reason, that if Chen Zhian were present, he would likely lament the irrationality of women and then seize the opportunity to snatch her away. But Chen Zhibai was not Chen Zhian. He pondered earnestly for a moment before responding gently. As I understand it, Zhian has paid 40 taels of silver for Li Qing'er's freedom. According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, she is now a free woman. Thus, Miss Jiang has no grounds to detain her at the drunken guest inn. He is engaging in coercive buying and selling. Jiang Baihu protested, adopting the demeanor of a wronged wife. Li Qing'er is a courtesan of Chenliu House, earning far more than 40 taels in a single day. Do you truly believe she can be bought for such a sum? As a mere woman and a solitary widow, what power do I possess? This matter ultimately rests upon Li Qing'er's wishes. If she does not desire to redeem herself, Zhian would never force her to leave. Therefore, Chen Zhibai turned to Li Qing'er and inquired, Miss Li, will you accompany me, or do you wish to remain at the drunken guest inn? Li Qing'er glanced between Jiang Baihu and Chen Zhibai, her heart fluttering with fear, yet tinged with a sense of pride. Two figures linger in the clouds, eagerly awaiting their choices, perhaps making the brothel world a unique phenomenon without precedent. Miss Li, there is no need for you to worry about your safety, whether it is Zhian or Miss Jiang. Neither will take offense at your decision. Chen Zhibai's words were light and airy. To Li Qing'er, they felt like a gentle spring breeze. Yet to Jiang Baihu, they resonated as if they were the edicts of heaven itself, that he could not muster even a trace of rebellion. Rendered momentarily speechless, this was a promise from a master. With such assurance, Li Qing'er could even extricate herself from the brothel and become a true embodiment of freedom. Sir, I shall accompany you. After a brief hesitation, Li Qing'er stepped beside Chen Zhibai. Although she was merely a woman of the brothel, lacking formal education and understanding of profound truths, she comprehended that had it not been for the young lord leading her out of Qing Lufeng, she would never have encountered individuals like Jiang Baihu and Chen Zhibai. Moreover, the young lord's promise of 300 taels of silver for a month and a 7-day holiday was indeed enticing. Miss Jiang, I am taking Miss Li away. Did I apologize for any offense tonight? Chen Zhibai slightly nodded towards Jiang Baihu, gently placing the scroll, intended as a visiting gift, at the door before turning to leave. Jiang Baihu scoffed, turning his head away in disdain. That it was only after the two departed that he approached the door, picking up the scroll from the ground, his pupils dilating in shock. The grand outline of the White Tiger Sutra. The White Tiger Sutra was a closely guarded secret of the Zhang clan. Thousands of years ago, the ancestor of the Zhang family, having observed the divine beast White Tiger, attained enlightenment and ascended to sainthood, thereby establishing the illustrious Zhang lineage. After the saint's demise over 5,000 years ago, the grand outline of the White Tiger Sutra vanished as well. Although the Zhang clan had practiced the White Tiger Sutra over the years, they lacked the crucial grand outline, rendering them unable to establish a comprehensive system, not to mention the realm of the saint. Even the realm of returning to truth had not been glimpsed for many years. But now, the Zhang family had found the grand outline of the White Tiger Sutra, which they had sought in vain for over 5,000 years, carelessly discarded at their doorstep. And it was due to a woman of the brothel? Despite Zhang Baihu's astute mind, he found the situation utterly absurd. Watching the two retreating figures, he sighed softly. Had you presented this scroll sooner, it need not be said that not only would little Qing heir follow you, even I might have considered joining you. Staring blankly for a while, Zhang Baihu stored the scroll into a spatial ring, and with a slight gesture, summoned a white-clad swordsman who soared in from the skies. It was none other than the two who had intruded upon the Wang residence earlier that day. Their eyes concealed seething anger, the swords strapped to their backs trembling uncontrollably. Had Zhang Baihu not secretly restrained them, their swords would have been drawn by now. A master disgraced means death to the servant, as the lady sword attendants. Allowing such an intrusion into the ladies' quarters is a blatant humiliation. Tonight's affairs must remain confidential. Not a word should be uttered, Zhang Baihu remarked, unperturbed by their fury, lightly licking his lips. Furthermore, should you encounter anyone from the Chenliu residence in the future, keep your distance. Understood. The two swordsmen retreated, brimming with indignation. An elderly, stooped man then revealed himself, his expression grave as he spoke. The realm of Chenji Bai eludes my understanding. That I never imagined that a seemingly inept Chenliu could produce such an exceptional talent. Truly a formidable youth. Fubal. Refrain from speaking such words in the future, Zhang Baihu replied coldly, a practitioner of at least 30 years of age at the master level. How many families in the Tang dynasty possess such foundation? Is the Chena man who raised Chenji Bai truly the same inept person spoken of in rumors? Fu Bo's complexion shifted. Could it be that Chena man is feigning ignorance? If that is the case, then the events of the past when Zhang Huayu led Zhu Wan heir to annul their engagement, and even when the fifth son appeared to threaten. No, I must immediately send word via flying sword to the sword cult and Langya, urging them to prepare. Fu Bo grasped a small jade sword, ready to relay the news about Chenji Bai. However, a delicate hand seized the small sword. Fu Bo, what business do the affairs of Zhang Lao Wu and the sword cult have with me? Zhang Baihu, since when have you become Zhang Lao Wu's sword attendant? Fu Bo's expression changed dramatically as he knelt. I shall forever remain your father's sword attendant. It is merely that we are both of the Zhang clan. Desiring one's own demise invites no salvation. This was the decree Zhang Lao Wu delivered to my father, and today I return it to him. Zhang Baihu coldly fixed his gaze on Fu Bo, her lips pressed into a straight line. Desiring one's own demise invites no salvation, Fu Bo murmured. Remembering the young master who had been nailed to the gates of the Zhang clan, tears streamed down his face as he hoarsely uttered, I understand. Chapter 18. Lu Qi's release from prison on the second day of the second month. The dragon raises its head. It has been over 3 months since Chenji Bai's visit to the drunken guest tower. During these months, Chenji has been excessively low-key, and the legends surrounding him in Chang'an have gradually faded. Currently, the rising stars of Chang'an are the young master of the Ministry of War, Xia Yuan Ho, the eldest son of Marquis Wuan, Go Yu Quan, the daughter of the Southtown King, Li Qingxian, and the younger brother of the Minister of Rights, Zhou Qian, on the night of the New Year. The 4 prodigies of Chang'an, Li Qingxian, Xia Yuan Ho, Go Yu Quan, and Zhou Qian, teamed up to soar through the winds, slaying over 300 bandits and capturing 7 strongholds in a single night. Instantly rising to fame, they are now hailed as the 4 young masters of Chang'an, the pillars of the younger generation in the city. Compared to them, the so-called four profligates of Chang'an seem like toads beside a golden toad. Barely distinguishable in just 3 months, Chen Zhian and his group of profligates have been rendered obsolete, like the waves that have been crushed by the tide, forgotten by all. Yet Chen Zhian is unperturbed. For most of the past 3 months, he has resided at Crescent Lake, personally overseeing the construction of tall buildings on the deserted island. Hundreds of craftsmen and thousands of laborers have been tirelessly working day and night. With nearly 10,000 taels of silver spent, transforming Crescent Lake beyond recognition. Behold him as he raises high towers. Behold him as he entertains guests. Behold him as the towers grow even taller. Reclining in a specially crafted lounge chair, Chen Zhian sighed, then smiled. Little Qing heir, within a month at most, our examination tower, golden treasure tower, and fortune tower will be completed simultaneously. Oh, congratulations, young lord! Li Qing heir, holding a silk fan, waved it to disperse the dust while offering a perfunctory compliment, her mind clearly elsewhere. The first beauty of Chang'an, the leading courtesan among hundreds in the brothels, had been reduced to a mere maid serving tea and water, enduring the elements daily and appearing disheveled. How could she possibly feel joyful, with the spring breeze brushing against her, and recalling the news her friends had shared earlier? She sensed her career facing immense challenges. Flicking away a cloud of dust, Li Qing heir bit her lip, feigning a pitiful expression. Boss, I heard that Qing Lufang has recently unveiled a new courtesan. What shall we do when they grow old and lose their charm? What is there to worry about? This young master has his plans. Chen Zhian shook his head repeatedly, realizing that this girl was genuinely passionate about her vocation. Since hearing the news of the new courtesan at Qing Lufang, she had fretted about aging and losing charm no less than 3 times. She was only 21. Who knew where this sense of crisis stemmed from? Nevertheless, the emergence of a new courtesan at Qing Lufang could not be dismissed. It was time to pay a visit to Mr. Liu. After a while, Chen Zhian set off alone to find the chief engineer of the Fortune Tower, Old Yang. The Fortune Tower was his sanctuary, so it could not be treated lightly. From design to construction, everything was managed by trusted associates of the Chenliu residence, with the chief engineer being a military craftsman specially dispatched from Chenliu County by Chenaman. Chen Zhian provided the vision, and the military craftsman executed it. Hidden passages, secret paths, treasure chambers, and defense formations. All were meticulously arranged. The elderly military craftsman, with his grizzled beard, claimed that once the Fortune Tower was completed, not even a fly would be able to infiltrate it. Chen Zhian's heart sank upon hearing this, and he quickly jumped up to cover the old man's mouth. Such words were best left unspoken. However, judging by the past 3 months' progress, it seemed the old man and his construction team possessed a fair degree of skill. Their work was thorough, with remarkable execution, were it not for their age. Chen Zhian would have considered keeping them around for future projects. When he found Old Yang, he was scolding a craftsman with sparse hair and a wrinkled face, calling him a little pup. Seeing this, Chen Zhian quietly withdrew. The old man showed no leniency, regardless of whether one was a young lord or not. After inspecting the Golden Treasure Tower and Examination Tower, Chen Zhian led Li Qing heir away from the island, heading towards the Chang'an prefecture. Wang Fuge was a portly man with a generous heart. Having occupied the position of prefect of Kyoto for over 20 years, that it was no easy feat to reside in Chang'an. And serving as an official there was even more challenging. The current emperor, in the prime of his life, bore the heart of a fierce tiger, aspiring to become a sage of all ages who governs with peace and prosperity. To serve as a local authority under his watchful eye raised the stakes considerably. Before Wang Fugue, no one had held the position of Kyoto prefect for more than 5 years, and those who did were few and far between. Most were swiftly dealt with by the emperor's wrath, often without even a chance for a trial. Yet Wang Fugue had remained in this position for over 20 years, and perhaps he would continue to do so. At this moment, Wang Fugue reclined in a rocking chair, creaking ominously under his considerable weight, presenting a rather comical sight. The path of an official lies in loyalty, and more damn loyalty. You were the one who brought Lu Qi in, and now you wish to expel him. After all, Lu Qi has written poems that defy taboos. Releasing him would contradict the principles of governance. The young lord, you have put me in a difficult position. In another rocking chair, Chen Zhian's lips twitched. To hell with the principles of governance. To hell with loyalty. In less than 4 months, you have managed to extract 3,425 taels and 8 coins from our household. How can you still have the audacity to discuss the path of governance? I have no intention of engaging with this insatiable greed. Yet, alas, the corrupt officials have hostages in their grasp. Resigned, I pointed to the ground. Chen Zhian, astonished, exclaimed, "Brother Wang, has a bag mysteriously appeared in your backyard? Does it not resemble the one you previously lost?" Wang Fugui immediately became intrigued. "Ah, it does indeed resemble the pouch that contained 200 taels of silver." Chen Zhian's lips twitched in annoyance. He picked up the bag, added a silver note, and tossed it to Wang Fugui. "Brother Wang, do ensure this pouch does not go missing again. Should it disappear, Lu Qi will perish in prison." Wang Fugui accepted the pouch, confirming it contained precisely 200 taels of silver before chuckling. "It was my oversight, but the one who erred was Lu San, not Lu Qi." Within the confines of the Chang'an prefectural jail, the jailer, Zhang Shaoer, raised an eyebrow slightly and coldly addressed a man with disheveled hair and graying temples. "Lu Qi, you are free to go." The prisoner exited the bars without uttering a word. Upon reaching the doorway, he halted, turned slowly, and said, "Since we are acquainted, I have nothing of value to offer you, but allow me to share a piece of advice. When water rises, it flows. When it recedes, it perishes." Zhang Xof. Feeling displeased recently, he had been enjoying a string of fortuitous events. His family's dilapidated lake fetched a handsome price of 700 taels, and with that money, he successfully purchased the jailer's hat. Buoyed by this success, he even ascended to the ranks of first-rate martial artists. Life was indeed on an upward trajectory. Yet, this lowly scoundrel dared to mock him with supernatural threats, foolishly believing that having connections with an incompetent could embolden him. The thought of that disgraceful fool reignited Zhang Shaoer's fury, and he coldly warned, "Ignorant wretch, utter another word, and I shall strike you dead on the spot." Lu Qi gazed at him with a mournful expression, shaking his head and sighing. "You once had a chance at survival, but alas, it is too late. Prepare yourself." With that, he vanished like the wind. Enraged, Zhang Shaoer dashed outside, but found no trace of him. Chapter 19. Lu Qi and Zhian. Meanwhile, Chen Zhian seized Lu Qi and coldly remarked, "Mr. Lu, I spent a fortune to extricate you from prison, and you intend to slip away without a word of gratitude?" "Ah, so it is the young Marquis," Lu Qi said, waving his hand to push Chen Zhian back, and added nonchalantly, "It was your meddling that got me imprisoned. Do you expect me to serve your interests? How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Chen Zhian retorted indignantly, "We are all of the same milk. Why should you evade payment? Every time you indulge, it is ultimately paid for by us. You have enjoyed yourself. Have you ever considered us?" Wei Zixian, that scoundrel, aptly remarked that even I feel green-headed when visiting a brothel, if you do not partake. "Who will?" At this declaration, Lu Qi paused, reflecting on the validity of the statement. After all, the women of Chang'an had indeed been supported by Chen Zhian and his associates over the years. Turning to observe Li Qing'er, who was squatting nearby and counting ants, Lu Qi pondered, "What do you think, Qing?" Li Qing'er responded with a bewildered awe. Lu Qi sighed in resignation. This girl had previously been quite devoted to him, and he hadn't expected her to waver so soon. Seizing the moment, Chen Zhian pressed on, extending 2 fingers. "Join Zhian Tower, and besides a fixed monthly salary of 200 taels, you will also receive a share of the profits. Furthermore, I assure you, I will never force the girls to work. Indeed, I insist they take 7 mandatory days off each month, with regular checkups, allowing your expertise in gynecology to remain of use." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi felt a flicker of interest that he glanced at Chen Zhian in surprise, seemingly unprepared for such a display of compassion from this otherwise vile character. Chen Zhian, elated, thought to himself that Li Qing had indeed been truthful. The approach was promising. With a more serious demeanor, he continued, "Mr. Lu, you must understand. My intention in establishing Zhian Tower is merely to provide a home for the women of the entertainment industry. These girls, having endured a life of hardship, are often abandoned when they grow old and lose their beauty. How can I bear such cruelty? The plight of these women has persisted for too long. If we do not stand up for them, Who will? If it were merely about money, I would not have taken such measures. Lu Qi fell silent. Due to his background, he inherently empathized with those women, the entertainers, while appearing to bask in the glow of life. Were, in truth, like drifting weeds without roots that a mere gust of wind could shatter their fragile existence. Using their beauty to attract, they were looked down upon, and even when ill, few physicians were willing to attend to them. To remedy this, he dedicated himself to medicine, studying all manner of medical texts for a year, becoming a skilled gynecologist that he also learned to read the pulse, seeking suitable partners for the entertainers. Ultimately, he embarked on the path of cultivation, striving to provide protection for the women. They regarded him as a mentor and friend, while the proprietors viewed him as a formidable threat. Chen Zhian effortlessly orchestrated his imprisonment, with those managing the establishments quietly aiding in his capture. After a long silence, Lu Qi looked into Chen Zhian's eyes and stated, "I have one condition. The entertainers must have the freedom to choose their paths. You shall not interfere." Chen Zhian waved his sleeve and smiled. "Of course." Lu Qi was a genius. Even a prodigious talent, he was a master of gynecology, an aspiring cultivator, a castaway of the Taoist tradition, and a fervent scholar, standing as a guardian for the entertainers. They dared to defy their masters for him, and he, in turn, was bold enough to confront even the infallible emperor on their behalf. With a single gesture, he could render the night of Chang'an devoid of color. Yet this exceptional talent found himself shackled in the mire of Chang'an, unable to break free. Chen Zhian had fortuitously discovered him. I Qing'an speculated that Chen Zhian had formed an alliance with Lu Qi during their time in prison, hence his unhesitatingly tossing down the silver note. Initially, Chen Zhian was indifferent, for in the eyes of the original fool, Lu Qi's only remarkable trait was his ability to charm the entire city of Chang'an. It was only after being incessantly bothered by Li Qing that Chen Zhian began to pay attention to Mr. Lu, who had been wrongfully imprisoned. Once he took note, he could not forget, and he promptly made arrangements to extricate him from the jail. 200 taels could purchase a multitude of lovely maidens from traffickers. Yet Chen Zhian did not hesitate to part with the money. Wang Fugue believed he had profited, but in truth, no amount of silver could sway Chen Zhian. He would willingly pay even more. After all, such a talent should be secured before he could fully grasp the notion that power is paramount in this world. Lu Qi was restored to his rightful place, and Chen Zhian took him to the Luobao Tower for a candlelit discussion. With the wisdom from 2 lifetimes, Chen Zhian's myriad ideas flowed like a gazelle's antlers, prompting Lu Qi to exclaim in admiration. Meanwhile, Lu Qi, with his unparalleled intellect, filled in the gaps in Chen Zhian's thoughts. Their collaboration flourished, and in just one night, they not only refined the details of their plans, but also established regulations for the entertainment industry. As dawn approached, Chen Zhian clapped his hands, and the Justice brothers, who had been waiting outside, promptly entered with an iron pot. Before lifting the lid, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, momentarily distracting Lu Qi. Eagerly, he uncovered the pot to reveal a clear distinction between 2 broths, one white, one red, reminiscent of yin and yang. Could it be? This is the famous Mandarin duck hot pot you mentioned. Has it been infused with medicinal herbs? The fragrance is astonishingly rich. Merely a few minor techniques, nothing of significance. Chen Zhian pointed to the plate held by Chen Yi and added with a smile, "This hot pot is best enjoyed fresh. The island's conditions are rudimentary, with little of note to offer, that I managed to procure 2 10-year-old turtle fish, along with some antelope meat delivered to the island yesterday, that we shall make do with this for now. Once we amass wealth, we shall indulge in the exquisite meats of mythical beasts and wild delicacies." Lu Qi paid him no mind, instantly grasping how to enjoy the hot pot, but he instructed Chen Zheng to place the iron pot on the stove, took a translucent slice of fish, and immersed it in the broth. Moments later, he retrieved it, placed it in his mouth, and savored it slowly. His eyes sparkled with delight. The freshness of the fish combined with the rich flavor of the broth surpasses that of stews. It is neither tough nor lacking in texture, leaving a delightful aftertaste. He then dipped a slice of antelope meat, thin as a cicada's wing, into the pot, and it immediately curled up. After retrieving it and placing it in his mouth, Lu Qi exclaimed in astonishment, praising, "With such a hot pot, The first 3 floors of the Chen Zhian Tower will be filled with guests without worry. Chen Zhian smiled with satisfaction. This was merely the beginning of the service. Once games like mahjong, pai gao, and poker were introduced, the nightlife of Chang'an, no, the entirety of the Tang dynasty would be under the domain of me, young Master Chen. In his vision, the Chen Zhian Tower would be a sanctuary for dining, drinking, and entertainment. Unfortunately, he lacked the skills to brew beer. When he had drunk it before, he never imagined he would traverse time and space, and thus could not recall the recipe. Otherwise, the prospect of beer and skewers would be immensely lucrative. As for stronger spirits, the Tang dynasty had even more potent liquors. The aristocrats of Chang'an did not favor them, and the majority were sold to the barbaric tribes of the northern wilderness. With a scant few used to punish criminals, classified as one of the 10 most torturous punishments in the Tang dynasty, it was hardly worthwhile. After Lu Qi finished enjoying the hot pot, Chen Zhian arranged for the Chen brothers to accompany him, intending for them to learn practical skills under Lu Qi's guidance. Lacking the aptitude for cultivation, they would merely be destined to serve as sycophants by Chen Zhian's side for their lifetimes. Lu Qi, recognizing the advantages of having both parties, naturally accepted and took them into Chang'an City to capture individuals. Chen Zhian's comprehensive plan was desperately in need of manpower, and he intended to dig deep into the foundations. Before departing, Lu Qi cast a deep glance at Chen Zhian and casually changed the name of Zhian Tower to Chenliu. Chen Zhian was momentarily taken aback, his eyes flickering as he murmured, "Strange changes. Yet some remain unchanged." Lu Qi responded with a puzzled expression. Chapter 20. What? Is it the little black room? After several individuals departed, Chen Zhian slept in a hastily constructed command center until sunset. The pursuit of a career proved exceedingly challenging. Without a reliable subordinate to carry the banner, he found himself entangled in numerous tasks that demanded his direct involvement. Over the past 3 months, he had been tirelessly occupied. With Lu Qi by his side, he could finally afford to delegate responsibilities. The thought of soon accumulating wealth further heightened his excitement. Standing at the highest point, he let out a long howl, facing the setting sun, and performed a series of punches, allowing the flowing energy within him to circulate until he was utterly exhausted. Upon completing his martial arts routine, Chen Zhian introspected, only to find that he remained steadfastly at the initial stage of innate realm. With the energy flow within him barely increasing, the turbulent energy coursed through him, grand and powerful, yet progress was agonizingly slow. This martial arts relic consumed vitality at an alarming rate. With his unparalleled talent, he should have advanced to the mid-stage of innate realm after over 3 months of practice. The lower the realm, the smaller the energy sea, requiring less vitality for progression. Yet, this martial arts relic was different. It resembled a bottomless pit, as the vitality he absorbed was shattered by the internal flow, transforming into pure blood energy. His energy sea lay barren. Who could tell when he would advance to the mid-stage of innate realm? Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. After all, punching was merely a means to stretch his limbs. The arduous path of cultivation was not feasible. Once the brothel opened, he could truly relax, after practicing the martial arts relic's techniques once more. Chen Zhian leaped into the lake, where the surrounding waters erupted in steam. While he roamed the lake in pursuit of fish, a shadow cloaked in darkness stealthily approached the small island. This individual, confident in their concealment skills, deftly maneuvered to evade the craftsmen working at the treasure tower. Little did they know that as they stepped into the treasure tower, the craftsmen's expressions darkened, their tools clanging together like thunder. "Who the hell is this fool?" Chirp, chirp. The shadow, hiding in a secluded corner, feigned the sound of a bird. Chen Zhian couldn't help but chuckle, leaping from the water with 2 grass carp in hand, tossing them to Li Lanqing, instructing her to prepare soup. Approaching the secluded spot, he whispered, "Brother, has everything been arranged?" All set that on the day of the opening of Zhian Tower, they will ride the winds to the island, though Siener is somewhat reluctant. The shadow remained shrouded in darkness. With only one eye visible, Chen Zhian furrowed his brow, replying softly, "It's normal for a girl to be reserved. You mustn't indulge her. Matters of the heart. It's either the east wind overpowering the west or the west wind overpowering the east. I have experience in this. Heed my advice and ensure she's bound to come." The shadow nodded in agreement, contemplating whether to take a page from Chen Zhian's book and act a bit roguishly. Chen Zhian continued. What was her attitude after the title of the fourth young master of Chang'an spread? Young girls are drawn to strength. They adore tales of chivalry, that you've helped fulfill her dreams. She should at least show you some favor. Alas, the shadow sighed. Even when I offered her heads during the bandit purge, she still glanced at me sideways that it's truly a difficult situation. Foolish, Chen Zhian scoffed. Why offer her heads? After finally bringing her out, you should have seized the opportunity rather than acting like a sycophant. She might even believe those glorious heads were earned by her own prowess. I've told you before, a sycophant meets a grim fate. You are truly unrefined. Hearing Chen Zhian's words, the shadow panicked. Pleading softly, good brother, how do I salvage this? Teach me. If you were my blood brother by different mothers. Very well, I shall assist you one last time. Chen Zhian sighed deeply. I heard that your sister-in-law not only loves swordsmen, but also appreciates poetry. Upon hearing the term sister-in-law, the shadow's mouth curled into a grin, only to quickly turn sorrowful again that he muttered. I've always despised the art of writing. How could I compose poetry? That pretty boy Zhou Qian is skilled at it. I wanted to borrow a piece from him, but he refused, claiming I lack literary merit and am unworthy to be called a gentleman alongside him. Just yesterday, I bagged him and gave him a good thrashing. Chen Zhian silently face-bombed, quickly cutting off the shadow's rambling, saying, Brother, you know Mr. Liu, right? The shadow was momentarily stunned, raising his voice. Did Liu Qi also thrash Zhou Qian? Good. I knew that fellow was a hypocrite. He claimed to have never visited a brothel. How could Liu Qi have thrashed him if he hadn't? No. What I mean is that Mr. Liu is skilled in writing poetry. Then aren't you about to leave the capital for adventure? If you could procure a poem from him, recite it while inebriated, and then ride the winds across the rivers, your sister-in-law would surely have her heartstrings tugged. However, Chen Zhian hesitated, sighing, but Mr. Liu is a man of great talent. His poetry is not easily obtained. Zhian, you are so kind to me. The shadow patted Chen Zhian's shoulder. Touched, just go and ask. Money is no object. Chen Zhian gritted his teeth, extending 5 fingers, at least 5,000 taels. Such a sum. The shadow gasped. Realizing he had misspoken, Chen Zhian was about to retract his words when he saw the shadow rummaging through his pockets, producing 2 banknotes. One poem probably won't suffice. I need 2. Chen Zhian. Reluctantly accepting the banknotes, Chen Zhian gazed up at the pitch-black sky, lost in thought. All of them are dignitaries, yet the wealth disparity is so vast. Zhian, my brother, your future happiness relies on you. You can do it. The shadow, thinking Chen Zhian lacked confidence, offered him a bowl of platitudes, then stealthily drifted away from the small island after he departed. Chen Zhian tightly clutched the banknotes, his emotions tangled in complexity. After diligently working for over 3 months without a single penny, who would have thought he could be swindled out of so much with just a few words? If only there were more people like this dog of a brother in the world. How wonderful it would be. After lamenting, Chen Zhian turned back to the temporary command center, only to encounter Li Qing'er, who approached shyly, carrying a pot of stewed fish, having meticulously dressed herself. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, were irresistibly captivating, causing Chen Zhian's heart to skip a beat. That Li Qing licked her lips, saying, Boss, tonight's moon is truly bright and round. Chen Zhian glanced at the sky, which was completely dark. Where was the moon? Taking the pot of stewed fish from her and turning to leave, Li Qing'er glared at his back, her teeth clenched. Ever since the young lord had purchased her, they hadn't shared any intimacy for over 3 months. Tonight, at long last, the surroundings were deserted. It wasn't that she was lonely and needed companionship. Rather, she felt that being paid 300 taels for her services was rather unjust. Wanting to make a move, she took a couple of steps when suddenly, with a loud bang, the command center's door slammed shut. Inside, Chen Zhian chuckled triumphantly. This girl wanted to disrupt my pursuit of the Tao. Not a chance. After waiting so long, he finally had some spare money in his pocket. He was determined to seize this opportunity. Who had time to admire a bright and round moon? Eagerly summoning the system, Chen Zhian slammed the banknotes onto the table, exclaiming, System, grant me 1,000 taels of time. In an instant, a flash of red light enveloped him, and both he and the banknotes vanished simultaneously. Meanwhile, A voice of astonishment echoed faintly. "What? Is it the little black room?" Chapter 21. Observing his rising tower, Chen Zhian felt as though he were losing his mind. That it turned out that the so-called time was merely confinement in a small room, left to fend for himself. The room was so rudimentary that it was laughable. Just a solitary stone bed, devoid of anything else. This was worse than imprisonment. At least in prison, there were guards to keep him company, and he could indulge in a drink. The only solace this little black room provided was the inexhaustible flow of vitality. The abundance of vitality here exceeded that outside by tenfold, and he didn't even need to actively absorb it. At that moment, Chen Zhian lay on the bed, allowing the vitality to surge into his body from all directions, only to be broken down into blood energy that flowed like a stream. He had no idea how much time had passed, for there was no concept of time here, no sun, and no bright, round moon. From initial astonishment to wild joy, then sorrow, rage, and finally numbness, he had now lost his sanity. His hollow eyes stared at the pitch-black ceiling. "I was so foolish, truly, system. How many days have passed?" An oppressive silence ensued, with the system offering no response. "I don't want to buy any more. Refund me. Let me out." The system remained silent. I was so foolish, truly." In the prince's residence, Su Wuchang held a feather fan, delicately picking up a piece of bamboo fish from Crescent Moon Lake, smiling as he said, "Today, I heard a few intriguing words." "Oh, pray tell?" Li Qingding's expression darkened momentarily. Having served in the military for many years, he despised the pretentiousness of these aids. Yet as the crown prince, he had to suppress his emotions and often displayed considerable patience. Observing him as he builds his tower, hosting guests and witnessing his tower rise even higher, Su Wuchang slowly articulated, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Your Highness, do you know who uttered this phrase?" "Please enlighten me, sir." Li Qingding, uninterested in guessing, clenched his fist. His expression growing increasingly unfriendly. 3 months prior, he had tasked Su Wuchang with investigating the background of Chenliu Jia, or alternatively, finding a way to discreetly eliminate Chen Zhian, framing any of the second, third, or fourth brothers, or even the infallible emperor himself. Yet, this fellow had shown no sign of action, and now had the audacity to preen before him, were it not for his lack of strategic prowess. He would have relished in teaching this unfortunate soul the meaning of respecting the worthy. Sensing the concealed wrath of his superior, Su Wuchang no longer kept secrets, swiftly stating, "It is the young lord who spoke of this at Crescent Moon Lake. Towers are rising above the lake, and soon, Zhian Tower will open its doors." What nonsense is that fool constructing a tower for? Is he establishing a brothel? Li Qingding harbored disdain for Chen Zhian and the entire Chenliu home mansion. Had it not been for his trepidation towards Chenliu Jia, he would have long sought a pretext to raise the Chenliu residence to the ground. His singular focus on eliminating Chen Zhian stemmed chiefly from a desire to probe Chenliu Jia's true capabilities. "Your Highness possesses a discerning eye. Indeed. That fool is opening a brothel." Su Wuchang chuckled. "As we watch him erect his lofty edifice, hosting banquets, we shall also witness the collapse of his tower." On the day Zhian Tower commenced operations, the mingling of dragons and snakes at Crescent Moon Lake would inevitably attract those envious of his elevated structure, pushing them to desperate measures. With the sole prodigy of cultivation, the Qilin child, having met an untimely demise, one must ponder if Chen Zhian could remain composed. That a man's fury can lead to bloodshed in mere moments. If Chen Zhian dared to mobilize the 800 troops of Chenliu Jia into the capital, even the most benevolent emperor would not spare their lives. Li Qingding's expression shifted slightly as he poured Su Wuchang a cup of wine, whispering, "Have you devised a plan for extricating my princely estate?" If Chen Zhian's reckless ambition leads to the dispatch of troops into the capital, it would render any subsequent wrath from the emperor meaningless for those already deceased. You must understand, it is not the act of killing a fool that is simple, but rather whose blade is wielded that matters most. Su Wuchang stroked his beard with a smile. Recently, Chen Zhian purchased a lake from Zhang Fugui for 700 taels of silver. Zhang Fugui, a mere buffoon, boasted about it, inadvertently letting the news reach the ears of the fourth prince. Crescent Moon Lake is adjacent to Fox Mountain, which is a hunting ground granted by the emperor to the fourth prince. harboring many secrets that I in the past. This was inconsequential, as Crescent Moon Lake was seldom frequented. But once the brothel opens, the multitude of eyes will transform the secrets of Fox Mountain into mere gossip. One cannot permit others to slumber beside one's own bed. And now, the jailer Zhang Xiao, who already harbors animosity towards Chen Zhian, is sharpening his knife, eager to risk his life for a brighter future. Li Qingding frowned. Could the fourth prince truly be so foolish as to kill a marquis's offspring over a mere wild lake? While it was likely the fourth prince remained unaware of Chenliu Iron's terrifying influence, casually dispatching a fool seemed a normal course of action. Yet, was this conspiracy not rather hasty? Zhu Wucheng gently waved his feather fan, his smile enigmatic. Your Highness, do you believe the fourth prince acts too rashly? In truth, it is quite the opposite that you know that the fourth prince's chief advisor, Pang Yuanshi, is a close friend of a subordinate. With him present, the fourth prince could commit any folly. Li Qingding abruptly turned, gazing at his strategist. The renowned Zhu Wucheng and Pang Yuanshi, both hailed as the contemporary sleeping dragon and phoenix chick, were indeed close allies. Sir, would Pang Yuanshi consider joining my ranks? Li Qingding's heart raced. If Pang Yuanshi were to ally with him, would he not simultaneously possess both a dragon and a phoenix among his talents? The future looked bright. Zhu Wucheng chuckled softly. Your Highness, Yuanshi has always been your man. Years ago, we observed the celestial phenomena together, foreseeing the emergence of a bright sovereign, and thus pledged to emerge from our seclusion. Over these years, we have worked in shadow and light, clearing obstacles for the sovereign, awaiting the day of transformation, to assist him in reaching the pinnacle and restoring clarity to the realm. Ha! Li Qingding erupted into boisterous laughter. His mirth echoing across the land, he, lacking in strategy, had been graced by the heavens with the assistance of both a dragon and a phoenix. This world was destined to be his. After reveling for a while, Li Qingding personally poured wine for Zhu Wucheng, then inquired, if the fourth prince acts, he may well qualify as a scapegoat, yet I still find it unwise. A lion uses all its strength even when hunting a rabbit. Can a mere jailer truly slay Chen Zhian? Certainly not. Zhu Wucheng replied cryptically. The fate of Wei Zixian hangs in the balance. Recently, the Wei family from Hejian dispatched a practitioner of the Void God realm to the capital. Many have witnessed him entering the residence of the second prince that if Chen Zhian were to be injured by the Wei family, who previously suffered the loss of their son, and then be assassinated by the humiliated jailer. In such a case, it would be foolproof. Li Qingding exclaimed with delight. Your brilliance surpasses me. This plan is intricately woven. Like a fine spider's web, it appears to be the revenge of a jailer and the Wei family. Yet in truth, it is orchestrated by the second and fourth princes. Chen Amon's folly shall lead him only to this point. No matter how he ruminates, he shall never grasp that all these machinations originate from me. Ah, exquisite. A trivial ruse. Not worthy of mention. Zhu Wucheng humbly smiled. Yet, there lies an additional layer to this scheme. The chaos must commence with the proprietors of the brothels in Chang'an. Alas! Li Qingding marveled. If so, we can rest easy, watching him build his lofty tower, hosting banquets, and ultimately witnessing his tower collapse. Sir, I previously misjudged you. When Chenliu Iron enters the capital, I shall share wine with you and discuss heroes. Watching heads roll. Chapter 22. Boss, how do you wish to dine? Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the small dark room, Chen Zhian stood in the corner, fists clenched, beads of sweat dripping from his chin onto the ground, uncertain how much time had passed. He struck the darkness with his fists, which fell slowly like a snail, that as his fist descended. The vital energy within a foot before him erupted, followed by a sound like an empty explosion. Bang! His fist retracted like lightning, but upon striking again, it returned to its slow, snail-like pace. After repeating this thousands of times, he was drenched in heat, collapsing onto the bed, succumbing to exhaustion. Dog system, if you don't let me out soon, you will starve me to death. Hearing the grumbling of his stomach, Chen Zhian turned to the corner where a clean pot sat, letting out a disappointed sigh that he recalled the last time he had eaten, which felt like an eternity ago. He was unaware of how long it had been since he last had food. Even the last fish bone had been chewed and swallowed during that last meal. Were it not for the abundant vital energy in this place, continuously nourishing him and transforming into blood and chi, he suspected he would be the first host to perish of starvation within the system's little dark room. An oppressive silence enveloped him. Just as Chen Zhian believed the system would remain unresponsive as before, the small dark room suddenly burst into light that a blinding red glow cascaded down. Chen Zhian looked up, bewildered, only to see the surroundings change and footsteps fading away outside the door. Ding! The time purchased by the host has expired. Would you like to renew? Renew! Your mother's fee. Staring blankly at the still dark sky, then glancing down at the spotless pot at his feet, Chen Zhian sprang up 3 feet high. I won't buy again. Get lost. Just get lost. The system fell silent. After about a minute, a mechanical voice echoed. Host refuses to renew. This transaction is complete. Wishing you a pleasant life. Additionally, the creation space is customizable. It is advised that the host reviews the manual beforehand. The little dark room operates in hell mode, not recommended for newcomers. Hell. Chen Zhian was furious. This rascal was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. The system's display had no manual whatsoever. Lacking the energy to argue with the system, the starving Chen Zhian dove into the lake, catching 9 large fish, and knocked on Li Longqing's door. Hearing the knock, the dejected Li Qing'er rushed out, eagerly looking at her boss, who seemed to have changed his mind. She then lifelessly carried the 9 fish into the kitchen. With a swift motion, she slaughtered the fish. Her heart growing as cold as the knife she wielded after 3 months of killing. Men ha! Chen Zhian squatted beside, overseeing her work. That it must be said that some geniuses excel at everything they do. For instance, Li Qing'er was a genius at being a courtesan and also quite adept at killing fish. Within a mere 3 months, her technique had surpassed that of seasoned fishmongers, in a dazzling display of knife work. A large fish was sliced into translucent fillets, skillfully igniting the stove. Within 10 minutes, a steaming pot of fish slices was set upon the copper furnace. Seizing the moment as she bent to retrieve the pot, Li Qing'er swayed her slender waist enticingly before Chen Zhian. Starving and dizzy, he had neither the time nor the inclination to admire her, urging her to continue slicing the fish. Half an hour later, with 9 fish and 2 legs of yellow sheep devoured, Chen Zhian reclined in a rocking chair, sighing contentedly. Now, this was what one could call life. After sending the still resentful Li Qing'er away, Chen Zhian began to sense the changes within his body. 10,000 taels of silver, 20 days' time. Although he had not actively cultivated, the rich, thick vital energy within the little dark room visibly expanded the streams of qi and blood within him. Noticing he was alone, he slightly clenched his palm, hearing a hissing sound between his fingers. This heralded the separation of qi and blood, transforming into vital energy. Late stage innate realm. After lying in the little dark room for 20 days, he had finally reached the late stage of the innate realm, merely a step away from the pinnacle, and this was no ordinary innate realm. The martial arts legacy was inherently overwhelming, directly crushing vital energy into blood and qi. Though merely in the innate realm, the vital energy required for advancement was no less than that of typical cultivation techniques, perhaps even more so. The pace of advancement is nothing short of monstrous. It is worth noting that although 20 days have elapsed in the confines of the small black room, in the realm of reality, it is merely a fleeting moment. If only I could experience it once more, Chen Zhian murmured to himself, and the chilling memory of that terrifying small black room sent a shiver down his spine. It is impossible. He vowed never to enter that small black room again in this lifetime. He casually dispersed the energy that lingered between his fingers, reverting to the ordinary state of a first-tier martial artist. The remnants of the martial arts scroll had fused with his spirit, and unless he actively released his energy, anyone observing his aura would find it utterly vacant, merely a common martial artist. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. During this time, Chen Zhian had completely embraced a life of leisure. Each day, upon awakening, he would ascend to the pinnacle of the treasure-dropping tower to fish, lounging in a rocking chair while watching the construction of his high-rise. Even the bait was set by Li Qing'er. Only when a fish bit would he rouse himself to stretch his limbs. The once celebrated courtesan Li Qing'er had now fully devolved into his personal secretary, her technique in dispatching fish improving at an astonishing rate. Her heart as cold as the blade she wielded but it had been 12 days since she had uttered a word about returning to the brothel. Not even Chen Zhian, her sycophant, who fretfully mentioned a rising star in the world of courtesans, could capture her attention. "Boss, we gotta buy." Li Qing'er monotonously roused Chen Zhian, then drew a gleaming fish knife from her waist sheath. Chen Zhian lazily reeled in the fishing rod, and before long, a shimmering silver fish was pulled onto the rooftop. "Oh, what a silver blade!" Chen Zhian exclaimed softly. The silver knife fish is a specialty of Crescent Moon Lake. Measuring 6 feet in length, its body adorned with silver scales, dwelling at the lake's bottom and rarely surfacing. Its flesh is delectable. This is no ordinary fish, but one imbued with cultivation. That an adult silver knife fish possesses combat prowess akin to that of a third-tier martial artist. Consuming it replenishes one's vitality. Chen Zhian had discovered this treasure during a prior dive to the lake's depths. To his surprise, fortune smiled upon him today, allowing him to catch one. "Li Qing'er, today we feast." He tossed the silver knife fish into a large basin. Rolling up his sleeves, "Bring me my knife. I shall personally prepare it." Li Qing'er cast a glance at the silver knife fish, a flicker of coldness flashing in her eyes that in an instant. A blade of light flashed, and the fish, baring its teeth, was swiftly severed in two. "Impressive." Chen Zhian marveled at Li Qing'er, astonished that a fish comparable to a third-tier martial artist could be dispatched with a single stroke. Merely a trivial skill, hardly worth mentioning. Time had flown, and in the month of Chen Zhian's idleness, she had not been idle at all. Each day, she diligently honed her fish-slaying technique, and remarkably, she had begun to sense the flow of energy. Now, she could barely be considered a third-tier martial artist. Removing her knife sheath, Li Qing'er delicately ran her fingers over a row of gleaming fish knives and coolly inquired, "Boss, how would you like it prepared?" Chapter 23. I underestimated the people of the world. Prepare fish sashimi. A figure in a green robe approached briskly from a distance. The newcomer first glanced at the silver knife fish in the basin, and then at Li Qing'er, who radiated an aura of lethal intent. "Li Qing'er, your blade grows colder, yet you have begun to sense energy. Greetings, Mr. Liu." Li Qing'er slightly bowed. "Yesterday, while dispatching fish, I felt a flicker of energy within me, about the size of a thumb. Perhaps that is what you call energy perception." "Indeed," Lu Qi exclaimed in astonishment. "This is a sign of entering the martial path. I never expected you to possess such aptitude for cultivation." His surprise was well-founded, as he had previously assessed Li Qing'er's aptitude, which had been entirely sealed off, rendering any possibility of cultivation non-existent. He extended 2 fingers to her forehead, and his expression shifted. The sealed energy within her had shown signs of loosening, undoubtedly indicating the opening of her door to creation. It is said that the path of cultivation is predetermined by heaven. In the Taoist school, it is referred to as the seed of the Tao. In Buddhism as karmic affinity, and in the Northern Court as divine bestowal. The vast majority refer to it simply as fate. Those with sealed energy are deemed lacking in fate, unworthy of witnessing the great path. The sudden opening of Li Qing'er's door to fate is indeed a rare occurrence. After a prolonged silence, he finally asked, "Li Qing'er, would you be willing to take me as your master?" Li Qing'er looked up at Chen Zhian, who wore a frown. She certainly wished to agree, but she was, after all, purchased by her boss for 40 taels of silver, and he provided her with a monthly stipend of 300 taels. She had to consider her boss's feelings. "That won't do." Chen Zhian shook his head. "She likely has other masters. I have no say in this matter." The sudden emergence of Li Qing'er's cultivation aptitude was likely connected to his brother. Although his brother had shown no overt signs, since Li Qing'er embarked on this path due to him, it could be considered a master-disciple bond. The transmission of such teachings is no trivial matter in this vast wilderness world. The bonds of master and disciple are not significantly lighter than those of blood. Even if Lu Qi failed to take her as a disciple, he bore no disappointment, but he was a carefree individual, having emerged from humble beginnings and did not place great importance on the master-disciple relationship. Instead, he imparted to Li Qing'er a self-understanding technique known as the flower-picking technique. The name is beautiful, yet its lethality is not diminished. That it follows a light and elusive path. When mastered, one can transform flowers into blades, turning thousands of blossoms into weapons. This technique was tailor-made by Lu Qi for the courtesans. After imparting the flower-picking technique, Lu Qi briefly discussed matters of the brothel before indulging in the silver knife fish sashimi. During this time, Lu Qi wielded significant power, controlling all affairs of the brothel. Following his declaration to take charge of the establishment, the managers of brothels throughout Chang'an City grew anxious, vigilantly guarding their lucrative assets, nearly wishing to tether them to their waistbands. There was little choice. Lu Qi held an exalted status in the hearts of the courtesans. They feared he might act ruthlessly, summoning the courtesans to switch allegiances at his whim. However, Lu Qi had no intention of treating the courtesans as mere pawns, as this would contradict his original intent. He visited the teaching courtyard, purchasing the girls there. The plight of the courtesans was pitiable, but the girls of the teaching courtyard were even more so. As the families of convicted officials, they were bound by a lifetime contract, with little hope of escape until they aged and were cast aside to fend for themselves. When Lu Qi stood before the head of the teaching courtyard, producing a hefty stack of banknotes, the head nearly offered herself for sale in exchange for money. A total of 326 girls from the teaching courtyard were purchased by Lu Qi at the price of 80 taels each. In these times, there was no shortage of criminals. They were numerous and relentless. Moreover, unlike the Blue Star, the patrons of brothels were often common folk who could hardly earn a decent living. They also needed to provide for the girls, making it easy for the head of the teaching courtyard to sell off the girls without hesitation. Even offering a buy-one-get-one-free deal, he bundled the boys and elderly women along with the girls for Lu Qi. He even pre-ordered the next batch of convicted officials' families. Lu Qi signed the intention contract with a stoic expression, paying on the spot. Once inside the teaching courtyard, one would forever remain a lowly servant. Lu Qi's elder sister had once been killed within the teaching courtyard, and he had been saved by a passing old Taoist. Years had passed, and the head of the teaching courtyard had long forgotten that bloodied, half-conscious child from years ago. The situation is as such. All the families of convicted officials from the teaching courtyard have been purchased by me. Lu Qi recounted the acquisition of the girls from the teaching courtyard while reclining in a rocking chair. Aside from the 200-plus suitable girls, the remaining 300 boys and elderly women could only be considered a burden. However, if they were left unattended, the teaching courtyard, lacking economic support, could not continue to house them. As lowly slaves, their survival outside the teaching courtyard was virtually impossible. After all, Chen Zhian had not opened the brothel as a charitable endeavor. He had unilaterally decided to buy back a host of dependents. Anyone with a narrow mindset might have immediately turned against him. Lu Qi had prepared himself for Chen Zhian's potential anger, yet to his surprise, Chen Zhian merely flipped over and continued basking in the sun. "Aren't you angry?" Lu Qi asked with a hint of melancholy. "After all, you've gained several hundred additional mouths to feed. Do you not suspect that I am misusing your funds for personal gain and seeking fame? Would you?" Chen Zhian stood up, gazing down at the fully completed pavilion. "We agreed that you would manage the brothel, and I would not interfere in your decisions. That don't speak of 300. Even if it were 3,000 or 30,000, I would trust you. Mr. Lu, Chang'an City is too small for you. We must set our sights on the entirety of the Great Tang and even the entire wilderness. One day, I shall plant the flag of our brothel throughout the vast wilderness. Tell me, should I doubt your intentions?" Lu Qi stood speechless, taken aback by the ambitions of this notorious scion, that he had never anticipated such grand aspirations from him, nor his vast perspective. "I have underestimated the people of the world." Lu Qi rose to stand alongside him. "Among the families of convicted officials are many with cultivation potential. I have already taken them as my disciples and plan to secretly train a batch of brothel stewards. The brothel will open in 10 days. Mr. Lu, feel free to proceed as you see fit." Chen Zhian reclined back in the rocking chair, a smirk playing on his lips. This display of bravado deserved a score of 99 points. An extra point might incite pride. The families of the convicted officials were all talented individuals, possessing essential skills in music, dance, and literature. His original plan had indeed included acquiring them. Lu Qi's half-purchase and half-gift of these individuals into his fold, along with his intention to personally teach them, made Chen Zhian smile rather than resentful. Chapter 24. The opening of the brothel. Old Zhang. I heard a brothel is opening on Crescent Moon Lake. In a gambling den in Chang'an City, a man with a sharp face laughed derisively, leaning towards his companion. "Shall we go for a taste of the soup? What brothel?" "They are opening a brothel." Old Zhang glanced disdainfully at the man. "Dog Dan, you don't believe it when I say you're uneducated. A brothel and a brothel are not the same. It's a full-service establishment." "Full service? Is the owner of the brothel truly so audacious? To employ ancient divine beasts to entertain guests? What nonsense!" Old Zhang scoffed. "My third son works there as a servant. Do you know how much he earns? 2 taels of silver, a month for merely 2 taels. Do they really pay that much?" Dogden's face was filled with jealousy. He had also applied when the brothel was hiring, but unfortunately, they deemed him too old. "Of course." Old Zhang took a triumphant sip of wine. "Do you know how much it costs just to set foot on the island? 5 taels of silver. And that is merely for landing, but on the island, there are hot pot, pai gao, mahjong, poker, theaters. These are things you've likely never even heard of. Not to mention the exquisite beauties listed on the Rouge list. It is said that the women on that list are all of unparalleled beauty, and their songs are utterly enchanting. Isn't it strange? Yet they refuse to entertain guests, claiming they sell their art, not their bodies. Now, it seems it is no longer the guests choosing the girls, but the girls choosing their guests. What sort of nonsense is this?" Dogdan exclaimed in dissatisfaction. "If they won't entertain guests, what's the point of the brothel? Isn't this just a game? I absolutely refuse to go to such a cursed place." Old Zhang looked at him sideways. "Do you even have the money to go? You wouldn't even qualify to take a distant glance. Do you know Li Qing, the former courtesan of the Qinghua Pavilion, the most beautiful woman in Chang'an? My third son mentioned that she couldn't even make it onto the Rouge list. And in a fit of anger, she washed her hands of the trade. If such a beauty couldn't even rank on the list, what do you expect to achieve? Just wash up and sleep." The brothel was a sensation. Even before its opening, its reputation had spread throughout Chang'an. The streets echoed with news of the brothel's impending launch, with phrases like "the brothel is mad" or "I'll never go there" circulating everywhere. The brothel owners, who had been worried for months, were now celebrating with glee. With such high stakes, only a fool would venture there, especially after learning that the backer was none other than the young lord of the Chenliu Marquis. The brothel proprietors exchanged knowing smiles. Fools! Do they really think that after spending a few years in the brothel, they would grasp the intricacies of this world? On the 5th day of May, as the lanterns were lit, a thunderous boom resounded. Fireworks erupted in the night sky over Crescent Lake, transforming into 2 bright red characters, brothel. After half a year of preparation, the brothel was finally opening. By the banks of Crescent Lake, a throng of spectators gathered, gazing in awe at the towering 3 pavilions on the island, all stunned by the grandiosity of the brothel's owner, that a full 12 stories high. Reflecting on Chang'an, apart from the imperial palace, one had never seen such height by the shore. 12 ornate boats were already anchored, each manned by a maid in a short skirt, standing in a line at the prow, smiling gently at the guests on the bank. Alas! Many involuntarily swallowed hard upon seeing these 12 beautiful maidens. Despite the boldness of the women in the Tang dynasty, such daring attire was indeed rare. Even the women of the brothel had never donned such scanty garments. For a moment, few dared to board the boats that on one hand, they were intimidated by the 5 taels of silver required for landing, and on the other, they were puzzled by the brothel-esque schemes. Just as the crowd hesitated, another ornate boat slowly approached from the island. At the bow stood a woman in a green robe. Her complexion as smooth as cream, skin whiter than snow, and her lips as red as ripe cherries, bound by a red silk ribbon, her long hair cascading down. She held a bamboo pole, slightly bowing at the bow. "Your Highness, the 3rd Prince. The owner has sent me to escort you aboard." "Wow! The 3rd Prince is here too." People turned to follow the woman-esque gaze, parting the crowd to reveal a magnificent beast. Upon this beast sat a young man in a brocade robe, holding a folding fan, smiling at the woman. "Xiaoqing, I didn't expect it would be you to come for me. You were once the premier courtesan of Chang'an, and now, alas, your employer has a heart of stone." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The 3rd Prince's reputation was well known. While his presence in a brothel was unexpected, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Yet, this pole-wielding woman was none other than the renowned beauty of Chang'an. Li Qing, previously, when it was said that she had been overlooked on the Rouge list, people were skeptical. Now, witnessing this celestial beauty reduced to such circumstances, if the courtesan who fell short of the Rouge list was already divine, then those on the list must be celestial beings descended to earth. Many gritted their teeth and fished out their coins to board the boat, while the rest, lacking funds, could only stare in awe. Li Qingyan smiled faintly, lightly stepping off, his form gracefully alighting on the boat. Just as Li Qingyan was leaving the island, a commotion erupted in the crowd that a formidable white tiger, swirling with autumn leaves. Part of the crowd as it approached that it measured over 2 zhang in length, its piercing eyes surveying the onlookers, reminiscent of a king surveying its domain, that on its back stood 2 swordsmen clad in white. In front of them, a woman draped in red lay lazily on the tigeress back, her eyes half closed. "Who is that?" someone in the crowd whispered. "Have you lost your sight? Can't you see this white tiger? Who but the Langya clan could tame such an ancient beast?" The Langya clan? Then she must be Jiang Baihu, the mistress of White Tiger Street in Chang'an. Indeed. I can't believe she has come too. Speaking of Jiang Baihu, I heard that Li Qing was forcibly taken from Qinghua Pavilion by the young lord, and 2 swordsmen from the Void Realm stormed into the Wang mansion afterward. Surely, those 2 are the same. Is that so? If that is the case, why is Li Qing appearing in the brothel again? Could it be that this brothel is run by Jiang Baihu? Even if it's not, there is likely a connection. Have you ever seen Jiang Baihu in a brothel before? The background of this brothel is indeed terrifying. Enough! Just as the crowd was buzzing with speculation, the 2 swordsmen opened their eyes, the pressure of their Void Realm strength sweeping across the scene. Everyone fell silent, closing their mouths. The white tiger exhaled a breath of pure energy and leaped across the 12 ornate boats, treading on the water toward the island. Good heavens, this white tiger must be an ancient beast of at least Void Realm. The rise of the brothel is unstoppable. Among the crowd, a brothel owner gazed enviously at the departing Jiang Baihu, wishing to abduct her to his own establishment. Before the brothel opened, the most prominent brothel was Qinghua Pavilion, as it was the favored haunt of the 4 young masters of Chang'an. Now, with the brothel opening, firstly Qingyan arrived gracefully, followed by Jiang Baihu riding in on her tiger. From now on, it seemed that all the powerful and wealthy in Chang'an would flock to the brothel. "Wow, look up at the sky," someone exclaimed. "Who is that arriving on the wind? Heavens! It's the 4 young masters of Chang'an. The young master of the Xia family, Minister of War, Xia Yuanhou, the eldest son of the Marquis of Wuhan, Go Yuquan, the princess of the king of Jinnan, Li Chengxian, and the youngest brother of the Minister of Rights, Zhou Qian. They have all appeared at Crescent Lake, and they are arriving on the wind. Goodness! Does Lu Qi have such influence? Even they have come, since the year of the new year." The name of the 4 young masters of Chang'an had caused a stir. They were in their 20s and had already reached the Qi level, able to travel on the wind. They had slain over 300 bandits outside Chang'an and conquered 7 mountain strongholds, earning the title of the new pillars of Chang'an. It was unexpected that they would arrive so elegantly at the opening of the brothel. "Let us go. We're boarding the island. Let us go together." Chapter 25. Simply. Kill at the top floor of the Luobao building. Li Qingyan reclined in a rocking chair, watching the 4 young masters of Chang'an descend gracefully toward the Qianjin building, a cunning smile playing on his lips. "Jian, you truly are a talent. Not only did you invite Jiang Baihu, but you even managed to bring them for along. Now the brothel has undoubtedly established its reputation throughout Chang'an. The 4 young masters were my doing. But Jiang Baihu was not." Chen Zhian furrowed his brow. That madwoman Jiang Baihu had previously toyed with the original owner, and he had created animosity when he sent his elder brother to the drunken guest building to recruit people. Her arrival today might not bode well. "Old Li, how about you keep an eye on Jiang Baihu?" Chen Zhian suggested, frowning. "I'll watch the 4 young masters to prevent Li Chengxian from pulling any tricks." "Not going." Li Qingyan instantly rejected the proposal without a second thought. Fearing that he might act impulsively, it should be noted that those 2 swordsmen beside Jiang Baihu had once struck him quite painfully. "Then you go meet the 4 young masters while I keep an eye on Jiang Baihu." Chen Zhian smirked. Don't forget. You are the second boss of the brothel. You can't just do nothing. Why do I feel like I've fallen into your trap? I, a dignified prince of the Tang dynasty, am here to serve as your pimp. Li Chungan glared at Chen Zhian in dissatisfaction, but still stood up to head toward the landing island. At this moment, the island was already bustling with guests. Each person was dressed in lavish attire. Many could afford the 5 taels of silver, but those who could spare 5 taels for a spot on the island were certainly not impoverished. Chen Zhian even spotted Wang Fuge, the magistrate of Chang'an, although he was in disguise. Besides Wang Fuge, the deputy minister of rights, the deputy minister of war, the steward of the Marquis of Wuhan, and the captain of the guards from the king of Jinnan's residence were all mingling among the crowd, presumably here for the 4 young masters. There were also some familiar faces, likely young masters from distinguished families that as he walked through the crowd, those who recognized him bowed in greeting, and he politely returned the gestures. As they were all his benefactors, he could not afford to be dismissive. In his eyes, everyone here, without exception, has transformed from human beings into gleaming golden commodities that moment. Lu Qi, who was explaining matters to the Chen brothers, caught sight of him and immediately approached, whispering, I was just about to seek you out. Old Yang mentioned that a few nefarious individuals have arrived on the island, and he has already dispatched the stewards to apprehend them. I suspect they are plotting against you. Are they those brothel masters? Chen Zhian inquired, perplexed. Those fellows could barely summon a master of the Qi refinement realm, and with Old Yang's capabilities. There is no need for concern, is there? Old Yang is the military craftsman who was transferred from Chenliu to assist Chen Zhian. After the completion of the falling treasure tower, he and a group of 20 remained. According to Old Yang, all his comrades were once masters of the Qi refinement realm, with Old Yang himself being at the Qi sovereign level. Although their vitality has waned over time, dealing with average Qi refinement practitioners is still well within their means. They could form battle formations, and even the Qi sovereign would think twice before engaging them in combat. Originally, Chen Zhian intended to send them back after the tower was built, but Old Yang pleaded for him to keep them, stating they had suffered greatly in Chenliu County, barely managing to fill their bellies. Chen Zhian, feeling responsible for their plight due to Chen Zhian's incompetence, agreed and allowed them to remain as stewards at the brothel. You overestimate those brothel masters. Lu Qi regarded Chen Zhian with a complex expression. They managed to invite 3 Qi refinement masters and 1 Qi sovereign for an arson plot, and they've already been buried. The absurdity of the scene where those 4 practitioners met their end at the hands of a limping old steward still lingered in Lu Qi's mind, that it seems only Chen Zhian could orchestrate such an event. Allowing 20 Void Transformation Realm experts and 1 Void God Realm Master to act as muscle in a brothel. After a prolonged silence, Lu Qi finally said, At the Qianjin Tower, there are 2 Void God Realm Masters. Their murderous intent concealed yet palpable. Certainly not ordinary guests that we must find an opportunity to bury them. Void Gods. Chen Zhian's heart trembled. The Void God realm is a formidable existence capable of traversing vast distances with their spiritual essence. Many sect leaders are merely at the Void God level. Lu Qi claimed there are 2 eminent Void Gods secretly plotting against him. Are you certain of your ability? Chen Zhian asked, retreating a step and lowering his voice behind Lu Qi. Lu Qi smiled faintly that I initially lacked confidence, but now I do. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the 6th floor of Qianjin Tower. The first 3 floors housed the main hall, while the latter 3 were private chambers. Given Jiang Baihu's status, it was inconceivable for her to mingle with commoners in the hall. She had reserved the most luxurious Qingfeng pavilion. Is Sister Jiang dining? Upon entering, Chen Zhian found Jiang Baihu lifting a piece of silver knife from her plate. Zhu Luer, the top-ranked courtesan on the brothel's beauty list, was assisting her by chilling her wine with ice. Zhu Luer, just 18, was the legitimate daughter of the former Minister of Justice, Zhu Ji. Zhu Ji was imprisoned and exiled 3,000 miles for his persecution of political enemies during the regency of the Crown Prince. She and her brother, Zhu Anlu, were relegated to a lower status and sold to the brothel, where Lu Qi purchased them. That in terms of beauty, she could not compete with Li Lanqing, but she possessed an air of scholarly grace. Having gained fame in Chang'an with her poem Yin, a new Chen Zhian, defying the odds, had elevated her to the forefront. Oddly, she had not made an appearance at the examination tower, but instead found herself at Qianjin Tower, accompanying Jiang Baihu for a meal. Seeing Chen Zhian and Lu Qi enter, Zhu Luer stood and bowed, holding a wine jug. She felt genuine gratitude towards these two proprietors, back in the teaching district. She had been on the verge of being assigned to entertain clients, and her younger brother was about to be castrated for palace service. Just as she was engulfed in despair, Mr. Liu had purchased her and signed an unbelievably lenient contract. He even took her younger brother, Zhuan Liu, as a disciple, guiding him towards the path of cultivation. Although they were both entangled in the world of courtesans, the treatment they received at the brothel was vastly superior to that in the teaching district. Thus, when Jiang Baihu expressed her desire to meet the top courtesan, Zhu Luer had stepped forward without hesitation. Little Luer is now under my care. Jian, you have no objections, do you? Jiang Baihu cheerfully remarked while indulging in hot pot, sipping on chilled yellow wine. Brother has no objections as long as Luer is agreeable. It's all fine by me. Chen Zhian replied with a smile. Sister Jiang, are you satisfied with the hot pot at Qianjin Tower? Alas, Jiang Baihu set down her long chopsticks, her languid gaze gradually turning cold. Jian, you run a brothel, which is all well and good, but why must you also manage a tavern and gambling house? Disrupting someone's means of livelihood is akin to killing their parents. You are cornering me into a dead end. Chen Zhian picked up a chair and sat down, grinning. Sister Jiang, business is open for all. If you run a tavern and gambling house, must I refrain from opening my own? That would be rather tyrannical, wouldn't it? Seeking death, the two swordsmen standing behind Jiang Baihu stepped forward simultaneously, their long swords humming ominously that a fierce sword energy surged towards Chen Zhian. Just as the sword energy was about to strike, Jiang Baihu's stern voice rang out, enough, stand down in an instant. She shifted positions, appearing before Chen Zhian, her delicate fingers pinching the tips of their swords. Sister Jiang, is this your intent? Chen Zhian's smile faded. Jiang Baihu coldly regarded the two swordsmen. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? Miss, the swordsman replied icily. Chen Zhian has shown you disrespect and deserves punishment. Preposterous. Who granted you the authority to act on your own accord? Jiang Baihu's brows furrowed, her killing intent rising. She had long instructed her subordinates to avoid any conflict with those from the Chenliu Marquis household. The earlier remarks about disrupting livelihoods were merely a pretext to invest in the brothel. Yet her own men had acted recklessly. It seems this isn't Sister Jiang's intention. While Jiang Baihu was assessing the capabilities of her sword attendants, Chen Zhian suddenly spoke. Since it's not Sister Jiang's intent, such treasonous individuals are better off eliminated. Let us kill them. As soon as Chen Zhian's words fell, Lu Qi, standing behind him, abruptly stepped forward. When he reappeared, he was already behind the two swordsmen, his hands gripping their necks, and with a gentle twist, crack. Their necks snapped, and they lay lifeless. Chapter 26. As he watched the tower collapse, Jiang Baihu's expression shifted slightly. She recognized Lu Qi and had once lamented his potential, considering him a raw gem that if he devoted himself entirely to cultivation, it was not inconceivable for him to reach the Void God realm in the future. But now, what future was there to discuss? He had already entered the Void God realm. What puzzled her was why a Void God realm expert, capable of going anywhere in the world, would entangle himself with a young man like Chen Zhian in running a brothel and managing a large tea house. She could not comprehend that Lu Qi wished to alter the dismal circumstances of the courtesans, to establish rules for the brothel, and to regard this establishment as paramount. Not to mention the two swordsmen, even Jiang Baihu. Had it not been for Chen Zhian's signal, Lu Qi would have planned to eliminate her directly. When a scholar turns ruthless, they can be far more merciless than coarse warriors. Did they not see that two Void God realm masters were merely lurking upstairs, and he had even figured out where they were buried? After casting a deep glance at Lu Qi, Jiang Baihu exhaled. Jian, whether you believe it or not, I did not come today to stir up trouble. Rather, I wish to invest in the brothel. 30,000 taels of silver for a 10% stake. I am afraid I have no such intention. Chen Zhian stood to leave. Perhaps I would have considered it before they acted, but unfortunately, they have already made their move. Sister Jiang should handle her own affairs first. Had those two swordsmen not acted, would you truly have agreed? After leaving Qingfeng Pavilion, Lu Qi could not help but inquired that he hoped the brothel would remain pure. Once too many voices were raised. Ensuring the current regulations could be perfectly executed would become impossible. Businessmen prioritize profits. Yet not everyone is as indifferent as Chen Zhian. Of course not. Chen Zhian chuckled that I even contemplated returning Li Cheng and S money. How could I agree to her joining? It was merely to plant a thorn in her heart. It seems the Langya clan is not as united as it appears. Those two swordsmen released murderous intent towards me, indicating someone must have given them the orders. That I wonder if it's the Yu Jian sect or the Langya clan, or perhaps both. Regardless, this matter can be left for my second brother to handle. Damn it, they say the family of the Chosen One should not be targeted. I'm merely hiding outside while running a brothel, and they still wish to conspire against me. As the two ascended to the 7th floor, they found the 7th to 12th floors were occupied by the gambling house. Mahjong, Pai Gao, and poker were all available, with croupiers that Lu Qi had hired with great expense from various gambling houses and trained for over a month. Their skills were impeccable. Exploiting the inexperienced was a piece of cake. Maidservants in short skirts flitted between tables, offering fruits and snacks to the patrons, their service far superior to that of other gambling houses. The manager of the gambling house was Chen Zhian, a self-taught individual who had secretly bought off a large number of household servants from noble families, earning a cut by inviting their masters to play cards. The establishment had just opened. Yet the 7th floor was already filled with customers. Chen Zhi, an even spotted Yang Xian among the crowd, spiritedly seated in a wheelchair, nearly standing as he played a winning hand. Chen Zhian recalled the scandalous garments he had yet to deliver and called for Chen Zheng to keep an eye on Yang Xian. If the fellow won, he would be brought to Qianjin Tower. It was already a kindness to let him go without extracting money from him. How could he be allowed to leave the brothel with winnings? After inspecting the gambling house, Chen Zhian and Lu Qi took the cable car to the examination tower. Those two void god realm masters were still lurking, waiting for something, yet they had not acted at Qianjin Tower. The first 3 floors of the examination tower showcased a theater and storytelling venue, where a play was currently depicting the tale of the 4 young masters of Chang'an, who set forth on a journey, slaying 300 bandits along the way. The actors are all martial artists, though they have yet to step into the realm of the innate. Yet, scaling walls and leaping rooftops is child's play for them. Accompanied by the haunting strains of the pipa melody, reminiscent of an ambush from all directions, the performance unfolds with dramatic tension and concealed perils. The guests, witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, are utterly captivated, eagerly showering rewards upon the performers that are in a private chamber. Although the 4 young masters of Chang'an sip their wine, their thoughts are entirely consumed by the drama at hand, for it is their tale that is being told. Which young and impetuous hero does not desire their story to be sung by the world? Chen Zhian's performance provides a comfort far greater than 1,000 praises spoken directly to them, even causing the disdainful Li Chengxian to regard him with newfound respect, realizing that the frivolous rake who had once disrespected their close friend possesses merit after all. Chen Zhian refrains from disturbing the 4 young masters and continues his ascent. He resembles a seasoned farmer in the harvest season, passionately reaping the golden wheat. That on the 4th floor, a musical drama unfolds that as the melodious strains of water melody begin to resonate. Those scholarly gentlemen who arrived on the island with a critical spirit find themselves utterly enamored. This is no mere tune. It is a literary masterpiece destined for eternal acclaim. Su Sun'er, the second on the list of performers, receives numerous invitations upon her exit. Before the radiant gem, the self-proclaimed dashing scholars dare not compose a single verse, hastily sending someone to Chang'an to summon a true literary master, as they feel compelled to regain their dignity after being outshone by a courtesan that in a moment. Numerous renowned scholars from Chang'an flood into the building, only to continue to summon more guests. Chen Zhian stands above, reveling in the sight of these dashing scholars, their anxiety palpable to as for Su's verses, let alone them, throughout the annals of 5,000 years. None have dared to overshadow him. Ascending further leads to a series of serene and exquisite private rooms. Chen Zhian does not intrude, but instead calls upon Chen Yi, instructing him to keep a vigilant eye on the ladies and to deal with any who dare to impose themselves with force. Just as Chen Zhian is immersed in his harvest, the prince's mansion of Chang'an awaits its own rewards. When will the bright moon appear? I raise my glass to inquire of the azure heavens. With a gentle flick of his fan, Zhu Wuchang chuckles lightly. I must say, that young lord may be a fool, yet he has opened a fine establishment. He has indeed found a remarkable talent in Su Suner. With such a poem brought to light, she shall be celebrated for ages. Poetry is but a trifling matter, scoffs a hideous man seated opposite him. Without strength, all is ultimately for naught. Our great Tang thrives on martial prowess, safeguarding our borders with valiant warriors, not mere scholars who compose verses. A tumultuous era is upon us. The northern royal court casts a covetous gaze upon our Tang, and the western Buddhist kingdoms brazenly seek to convert our populace. The entire western frontier is uncertain as to whether it remains our territory. Even the southern witch tribe has begun to stir trouble, that we are surrounded by enemies, not to mention the ancient clans in the forbidden zones that will inevitably rise again. Yet the officials seem oblivious, lost in their literary pursuits, living in a stupor. Wuchang, do you believe this world can still be saved? Zhu Wuchang falls silent. His friend, though well-connected, is far too cynical. The Tang dynasty has only stood for a few centuries. Resolving such external threats is no simple task. Unless a sage descends, any attempt to subdue the nations is but a fantasy to AS for the forbidden zones. That is even more absurd. The legendary emperor of ancient times, unparalleled in his brilliance, was unable to eradicate the royal families of the forbidden zones despite sealing them away. Now, with no one to guard the Great Wall, who among us, lacking even a proper official title, can manage such affairs? We must focus on the present. Silently lifting his teacup, Zhu Wuchang sips, gazing towards the crescent moon lake. Awaiting the collapse of the building. Chapter 27. The unfortunate fate of a sycophant after surveying the brothel. Chen Zhian prepares to retreat to the falling treasure tower, feeling a tinge of anxiety with two powerful beings observing nearby. Just as he paces, ready to leave, a sudden shout erupts from a room on the fourth floor that a figure bursts through the door, standing in the hall and bellowing, "Zhou Qian, do you dare strike me?" Chen Zhian looks on in confusion. The figure who has burst forth is none other than his beloved friend, the unfortunate soul who spent 1,000 taels to purchase 2 poems. Dog brother. What is happening? Chen Zhian approaches, and a courtesan leans in to whisper the backstory. It turns out that after enjoying the performance, the 4 young masters felt greatly pleased and believed their visit was worthwhile. Dog brother, being amiable, suggested going upstairs to enjoy the music and dance to support his friend's establishment. Under normal circumstances, the cautious young masters would have declined such an invitation, but after Chen Zhian's captivating performance, they half-heartedly accepted. Upon arriving, they found Su Suner bowing in gratitude to her guests, while the dashing scholars were left in disarray. Intrigued by the news of a great work's debut, Princess Li Qingxian, a lover of poetry, was so moved by the line, "May we all be together for a long time, sharing the moonlight across 1,000 miles, that she wished to meet Su Suner." However, Su Suner, having learned from Chen Zhian, had already declared she would not see guests today. Seeing his beloved disheartened, Zhou Qian immediately expressed his desire to compose a poem, asking a nearby courtesan to deliver it to Su Suner, asserting that she would surely come out to meet him after reading it. The courtesan made the trip, but returned empty-handed, that Su Suner accepted the poem, but refused to meet with guests. Zhou Qian's face fell, feeling somewhat humiliated. This moment, dog brother, sensing an opportunity, declared that inspiration had struck him too, and he too would craft a poem to elevate the ambience. Did he down a cup of fine wine, summoned parchment and brush, and with fervor penned, "Scattered smoke trees by the crescent moon lake, all sights are of the past, withered willows and ancient poplars. How many times have I climbed and bent, pining for the beauty of the palace, the fading sunlight and autumn's languor. Parting thoughts fill the reeds. One song of Yangwan. With heart-wrenching notes, I stand alone by the orchid boat." Upon the emergence of this verse, not only did the courtesan stand in stunned silence, but even Li Qingxian, who had previously dismissed dog brother, was left agape in astonishment. The other companions were equally dumbfounded, gazing incredulously at Go Yuquan. Dog brother was elated, gazing passionately at Li Qingxian amidst the crowd, and then, with a fleeting touch, brushed his finger against her brow. Still lost in a daze, Li Qingxian was oblivious to any resistance. This incensed Zhou Qian, who had long admired Li Qingxian, and he delivered a punch to Dog Brother's eye, sending him crashing out of the private room. Hearing the tale of this love and enmity, Chen Zhian frowned. Zhou Qian was deserving of punishment for daring to assault his beloved friend, causing a ruckus in the brothel. Let us find a place to bury him. As Chen Zhian prepared to summon assistants to deal with Zhou Qian, a cold voice interrupted him. Lu Qi was instructing a limping old man to dispose of a body. Chen Zhian's expression darkened. Old Qi was becoming a bit too presumptuous. The father of the Minister of Rites is a formidable figure, a veteran of 2 dynasties with countless connections. Zhou Qian was his only son, and burying him could very well lead to trouble even for the Qin family. The old man, undeterred by danger, pulled out a shovel, seemingly ready to proceed with the burial. Before the limping old man could act, the scene shifted once more. Zhou Qian, clad in white, descended gracefully into the hall, brandishing a gleaming sword, coldly addressing Go Yuquan. You scoundrel. Dare to insult the princess? And even the Marquis of Martial Peace cannot save you. Pretty boy, you are quite unaware of your own limitations. Go Yuquan retorted with a sneer, his wrist twisting as a long knife sliced through the air. With a powerful leap, he seized the hilt and struck down upon Zhou Qian with the force of a mountain. Though both were among the 4 young masters, their realms were closely matched. Yet Dog Brother was no ordinary figure. He was the young lord of the Marquis of Martial Peace, a fierce warrior accustomed to the borderlands. The noble lords of Chang'an, who spent their days composing poetry, were no match for him. As their auras clashed, a fierce, killing intent surged forth, causing Zhou Qian's countenance to pale. Clang! The sword met the knife, and the energy erupted violently, forcing Zhou Qian back several steps. His face flushing, Go Yuquan remained unfazed, pressing the attack. Boom! The ancient blade shattered, and Zhou Qian's figure was smashed against the wall like a cannonball, blood pouring from his mouth. Go Yuquan let out a triumphant roar, following through and stepping on Zhou Qian's chest, coldly declaring, Pretty boy, I've long found you intolerable. It seems you haven't learned your lesson after being bagged before. Zhou Qian looked on in disbelief at Go Yuquan. He had always believed that Go Yuquan's position among the 4 young masters was due to his status as the princess's betrothed, that he had often derided Go Yuquan for living off her, unworthy of being his equal. Now, with his face pressed to the ground, he realized the true strength Go Yuquan possessed was formidable indeed, and the earlier incident where he had been inexplicably ambushed. It was the work of this thick-browed, wide-eyed 6th master. Go Yuquan, stop! Li Chengxian finally snapped out of her stupor. She forcefully pulled Go Yuquan's leg aside, helping Zhou Qian to his feet and carefully wiping the blood from his lips. Seeing this, Go Yuquan's expression darkened. That Li Chengxian was his fiancée, a commitment not made in secret like Chen Zhian and Li Xining's, but publicly acknowledged through formal proposals and celebrations. Zhou Qian's admiration for her was one thing, provided he kept it in check. Go Yuquan would only punish him lightly. However, Li Chengxian's public display of affection with another man, even tending to his wounds, was crossing a line. Chengxian, step aside. I will not. Li Chengxian glared at Dog Brother in disgust. Go Yuquan, you have disappointed me greatly. Master Zhou merely struck you once, and yet you have managed to injure him so grievously. Even if he was the first to act, it was your rudeness that ignited this altercation, that you not bear any fault in this matter. Stantazita. Upon hearing Li Chengxian's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Guo Yuquan's eyes. If you wish to confront him, you must first confront me. Li Chengxian, like a hen protecting her chicks, shielded Zhou Qian behind her. Meanwhile, Zhou Qian raised his head to gaze at Guo Yuquan, revealing a smug, cold smirk. Excellent, Guo Yuquan chuckled. After painstakingly cultivating for over a year and returning to Chang'an from the wilderness specifically for this marriage, even sacrificing immense opportunities, he had hoped to exchange sincerity for sincerity. Little did he expect that his genuine feelings would be cast aside. With his smile fading, he spoke each word deliberately. Tomorrow, I shall have someone deliver the marriage contract to your esteemed residence. I wish you both a harmonious life together. What did you say? Li Chengxian looked at Guo Yuquan incredulously, her emotions surging as she exclaimed, Guo Yuquan, are you calling off the engagement? Guo Yuquan turned his head away, ignoring her. and forced a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. Zhian, my brother, I apologize for not utilizing the verses you penned for me. I shall take my leave now. We shall part ways in the future without entanglements. Brother dog, do not fret over the road ahead, for there are friends aplenty in this world. Chen Zhian sighed, remarking, what good is the fourth young master? Merely a charmer of women. My brother shall await your fame in the martial world. Guiyuquan, halt at once. Li Chengxian leaped into the air, attempting to grasp Guiyuquan. Though she did not wish to marry him, their engagement had been decreed by the emperor himself. If Guiyuquan were to call off the engagement, it would not only be a loss of face for the Prince of Jinnan, but also a blow to the emperor's dignity. Get lost. Guiyuquan turned back, casting a cold glance at her. Devoid of any warmth, as if she were a stranger, his aura surged, and the overwhelming energy sent Li Chengxian staggering back several steps as he coldly declared, Zhian speaks wisely. A sycophant meets a grim fate. Henceforth, let us part ways with no further entanglements. Alas, the other fourth young master, Xia Yuanhou, also rose to depart, that as he passed by Li Chengxian, he softly remarked, Princess, the reputation of the fourth young master was forged by Brother Dog. The more than 100 bandits you slew were also fed to your sword by Brother Dog. Zhou Qian, if it were not for your insistence on bringing him into the fold, what right would he have to stand alongside us? I did not foresee the situation evolving in this manner. Take care of yourself. Is that so? Li Chengxian trembled slightly. She shouted towards the vanishing figure of Guiyuquan. Is that truly the case? Guiyuquan, answer me. Answer me. Chapter 28. Discussing compensation, no one responded to her at this moment. Everyone looked at her as if she were a fool. She turned around, lost and disoriented, only to see Zhou Qian's expression shifting as he attempted to flee through the exit. He had scarcely taken 2 steps when an old man with a limp struck him back with a shovel. You damaged my building and still wish to escape? Chen Zhian's expression was devoid of emotion as he descended the stairs step by step. Chen Zhian, you worthless fool. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Zhou Qian rose, glaring coldly at Chen Zhian. The stairs surrounding him felt like daggers piercing his skin. The constant stream of derision ringing in his ears made him appear increasingly grotesque. Chen Zhian replied indifferently, I wouldn't resort to violence, as it is improper to strike a guest. However, since Master Zhou has smashed my building, if there is no form of restitution, how shall I maintain my standing in Chang'an? Today you destroy my building, and tomorrow, who is to say that others won't come to bomb my estate? Leave behind 10,000 taels, and Master Zhou may depart at his leisure. 10,000 taels? Zhou Qian's face turned ashen as he stared at Chen Zhian. Constructing a building would not cost 10,000 taels. Is it merely for a hole that you demand such an exorbitant sum? What, is that too little? Chen Zhian replied flatly. Then let it be 20,000 taels. Considering you have taken the fair maiden into your arms, you ought to cover Brother Dog's share as well. And what if I refuse? Zhou Qian retorted coldly. I stand right here. What can you, Chen Zhian, do to me? Do you truly believe that anyone can trample upon my Zhou estate? He still held some regard for the Wuan Marquis' residence. The Chenliu Marquis' estate, merely a den of useless individuals. They would dare to take advantage of his plight. Young master, feel free to leave, that I am curious to see who would dare to impede me. Do they truly believe my Zhou estate is without defenders? A man clad in a green robe, adorned with jade, stepped forth from the crowd. With every step he took, his presence grew more formidable, and by the time he reached Zhou Qian, he exuded an overwhelming aura. His mastery of the transformation void realm was apparent, and an imposing pressure enveloped the area. Heavens, it is Zhou Li! I have heard he has long since entered the transformation void realm, and is the successor groomed by the Minister of Rights. Who would have thought he would appear here? Zhou Qian is the youngest son of the old minister. It is only reasonable he would have a protector. After all, the Deputy Minister of Rights, despite holding a third-grade position, meant little in the eyes of the old minister. With him here, the young Marquis's desire for compensation may prove difficult. As the man in the green robe made his presence known, the crowd erupted in whispers. The Deputy Minister of Rights, Zhou Li, a private scion of the Zhou family, a formidable figure in the transformation void realm, and Zhou Qian's protector, Not even Chen Zhian, let alone the likes of Chen Amon, would dare to challenge him. However, just as the astonishment in the crowd began to dissipate, another figure emerged. The Deputy Minister of Rights flaunts a great deal of authority. One might mistakenly believe that Chang'an belongs to your Zhou family. The newcomer was an old crone, frail, and with a voice as hoarse and cold as a winter's gale, causing all present to shiver involuntarily. Beside her stood a young man in white, coolly observing Chen Zhian. "Xining, what brings you here?" Chen Zhian exclaimed, astonished by the sight of the young man in white. Over the past 6 months, he had seen Li Xining only a handful of times. She was always so cold, merely sitting quietly beside him during his visits, listening to music and seldom engaging in conversation, that he had not anticipated that on this day of the brothel's grand opening, she would come with Granny Yu and even step forward to defend him. "Do not misunderstand. I have come in search of Sister Changxian." Li Xining, meeting his gaze, blushed slightly and turned her head away, whispering, "I greet you, my lord." Granny Yu nodded slightly to Chen Zhian, striding towards Zhou Li. "I wonder if I possess sufficient standing to demand compensation from Master Zhou. What a formidable presence this old woman possesses." The crowd gasped in astonishment. This old woman refers to the young Marquis as my lord, and the young Marquis is also known as the young man in white. Xining. Could it be that the esteemed Princess Xining has truly descended? It seems likely. I have long heard that Princess Xining is as beautiful as a celestial being. Who would have thought she would look so splendid even in male attire? Resembling a fallen immortal, the young Marquis is indeed fortunate. Upon seeing Li Xining, the onlookers were filled with envy. Half a year ago, the affair between Chen Zhian and Li Xining had caused quite the stir throughout the city. Everyone had assumed that the young Marquis had fallen into a pitiful situation. Before they could celebrate his misfortune, news broke the next day of the two Marquises' families forming a union. They initially thought it was mere gossip, but it seemed to be true. "Chen Ergo, do you think? I could simply snatch a girl off the street now. Ha! A knife in the market would surely suffice." Just as the crowd murmured enviously, Zhou Li coldly snorted, sneering, "The Shibo Marquis' residence. Are you truly prepared to oppose my Zhou residence for the sake of a worthless fool?" The Great Tang was founded upon martial prowess, and the heads of these noble families were generally formidable warriors who had fought alongside the former emperor. Despite the Minister of Rights being a civil official, he was in essence a man of bloodshed. It was only in recent years that the old Marquis had retired, allowing for some scholarly atmosphere to flourish. Zhou Li, as the Deputy Minister of Rights, was no weak scholar. He had a fierce disposition. The old crone, wielding a whip lined with barbs, chuckled coldly. "And if so, then you shall die." As Zhou Li spoke, he stepped forward, his energy surging, bloodlust boiling. With a speed like lightning, he unleashed a punch towards the old crone. Boom! The old crone had anticipated this. The two energies collided, sending tremors through the entire building as windows shattered. Damn it! Just as the two prepared to unleash their energies for a fierce battle, a voice filled with fury echoed. Zhou Li and the old crone froze simultaneously, their eyes widening in disbelief as a figure clad in green appeared between them. A pale hand pressing down on Zhou Li's head, his face etched with anger. "What do you think this place is? This is my brothel. Do you all believe this is an arena? I have painstakingly found my purpose, only for you to come here and cause chaos." With that, he pressed down with his palm. Crack! The seemingly weightless hand felt as heavy as a mountain point, too crisp. Sounds rang out as Zhou Li knelt upon the ground. The green-clad guest looked down at Zhou Li's knees, noticing that the stone slabs beneath remained unscathed, before scolding, "Why must you break my windows if you refuse to pay? Are you a void deity?" Zhou Li looked up at the furious green-clad guest. His heart filled with dread. He was at the late stage of the transformation of the void realm. This person could effortlessly place a hand upon his head, rendering him utterly defenseless, and was undoubtedly a void deity. How could such a powerful being exist within the brothel? "It is Mr. Liu," a bystander exclaimed in shock. Mr. Liu is also a practitioner, and a formidable one at that, close to the pinnacle of the void deity realm. On the verge of becoming a minor master. Heavens, has the world gone mad? I cannot believe I have shared a drink with a void deity. In the midst of the crowd, A lecherous, rotund man felt a sudden jolt in his heart and quietly retreated behind the throng. To think that he had been incarcerated on baseless charges, only to discover that he was in the presence of a formidable figure from the realm of virtual divinity. Chapter 29. Will you dig your own grave? Or shall I assist you? Mr. Liu, may we have a word? Zhou Li knelt on the ground, his face ashen, and declared, This official is willing to compensate. 20,000 taels, and we shall depart at once. One must bow their head when under a roof. Had he known that the brothel was graced by the presence of Lu Qi, a being of such divine stature, he would never have adopted such a belligerent stance. 20,000 taels of silver, after all, was a trifling sum. While the Ministry of Rights could not rival the Ministry of Revenue, it nominally presided over the entire realm of the Tang dynasty. The tributes paid annually by those sects of cultivation constituted a significant fortune. Though the sects that contributed were mere inconsequential factions, even the smallest mosquito yields blood. The Zhou family's wealth was far from the meager reputation it bore. He had anticipated that Lu Qi would acquiesce. Instead, he witnessed Lu Qi shake his head impassively. 30,000. Zhou Li's knees had lost all sensation. Fearing that delay would lead to his ruin, he gritted his teeth and said, We shall offer 30,000 taels. It is not merely a matter of money. Lu Qi furrowed his brow, stating, Whether you may leave or not is at the discretion of my employer. My employer? Zhou Li scanned his surroundings in confusion, upon spotting Chen Zhian, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression soured instantly that a man who was hardly even a practitioner of cultivation was truly the master, not merely a puppet pushed forth by Lu Qi. Without a doubt, Chen Zhian, let alone his father Chen Amon, had never been held in high regard by Zhou Li. Think he would be compelled to bow before this inept individual today. Yet circumstances were beyond his control. Forcing a smile, Zhou Li rasped, Young Marquis, I, Zhou, inadvertently shattered a window in your esteemed establishment, and am willing to compensate 30,000 taels. That I implore you to show mercy. Chen Zhian observed the changes in his demeanor with keen interest and, with a pained expression, replied, Logically speaking, 30,000 should suffice for repairs. But Brother Go is my dear friend. Your Zhou Qian has acted inhumanely, driving Brother Go to roam the world, leaving life and death shrouded in uncertainty. You scoundrel! Do you have no shame? Zhou Qian, standing beside him, erupted in fury before Zhou Li could respond. 30,000 taels would not only suffice for repairs, but could easily purchase the entire brothel. Was this scoundrel truly dissatisfied? Moreover, Go Youquan's departure had long been decided. Today was merely a farewell for Go Youquan, with the 4 young masters accompanying him to the island. What did that have to do with him? Chen Zhian cast a cold glance at him. Since young Master Zhou is unwilling, let it be that Mr. Liu find a pit for burial. I am willing. Why would I be unwilling? Zhou Li, on his knees, tugged at Zhou Qian's sleeve, wishing he could strike him dead. There is a time and place for arrogance. I am on the brink of ruin, and you still care for such trivialities? 40,000. I am willing to offer 40,000 taels. As he spoke, he retrieved a purse from his storage ring, painfully counting out 80 thumb-sized essence stones and handing them to Chen Zhian. Chen Zhian accepted the essence stones and counted them meticulously, confirming that not a single piece was missing. Instantly, his demeanor transformed into a beaming smile. Oh dear, why is Master Zhou on the ground? Someone quickly assist Master Zhou to his feet. Courtesans, musicians, why are you still dawdling? Continue playing and dancing. Let us dedicate a performance to our esteemed guest from the Zhou estate. With his command, the ladies of the brothel resumed their dance. The 2 esteemed guests from the Zhou estate were ushered to the main seats. Overwhelmed by the hospitality, Zhou Li watched while spitting blood, ultimately losing consciousness. Observing this, Chen Zhian sighed regretfully that he then requested 300 taels as performance fees from Zhou Qian before graciously sending them on their way. Watching the heavy-footed Zhou Qian, Chen Zhian felt a twinge of reluctance to let him go. Yet, Zhou Qian had made up his mind to leave, so he could only make a binding agreement for him to visit often. After Zhou Qian's departure, Li Chengxian was also escorted away by the guard captain. Regarding this princess, Chen Zhian had nothing to say, but he merely instructed Li Qinger to meticulously tally the expenses for the 4 of them, ensuring she settled the bill in full before departing. Before leaving, Li Chengxian shot Chen Zhian a fierce glare. Chen Zhian found it perplexing. He somewhat regretted not having given her a couple of slaps on behalf of Brother Go. After a moment of contemplation, he hurried to the 12th floor's most opulent suite in the examination tower, prying open the door of that scoundrel Li Cheng. He recounted the events that had transpired, embellishing the tale that Li Chengxian expressed indifference. But when Chen Zhian mentioned that Li Chengxian was the niece of his father and that their engagement had been arranged by him, he became excited and rushed to the palace to share the news. It was said that shortly thereafter, 2 high-ranking eunuchs arrived at the Southern King's residence from the palace. The Southern King had long been stationed in the southern frontier, leaving his residence in Chang'an without a master. There was no one daring enough to intercede on behalf of anyone. The 2 eunuchs knelt on the ground, weeping as they beat their hands, until their hands were swollen. When Chen Zhian learned of this, he was reclining in a rocking chair, listening to Xining play a tune in the Qianjin Tower. 2 unremarkable middle-aged men quietly surveyed their surroundings while enjoying lamb hot pot. Their table was already piled high with empty plates. These 2 were the hidden, formidable figures from the realm of virtual divinity. Initially, they had not partaken of the hot pot, for as assassins, they needed to remain vigilant during their missions. Yet the tantalizing aroma of the hot pot wafted into their nostrils, and the flames they awaited failed to ignite. They had no choice but to reveal themselves and order a dual-flavored pot. This meal lasted over 2 hours. Brother, by now the Qianjin Tower should have ignited. The second assassin quietly inquired, lifting 2 slices of lamb from the pot. Do you think they might have already perished? Most likely, the elder brother replied with dissatisfaction. When we devised the plan, I insisted that we needn't rely on those worthless pawns, as 2 beings of virtual divinity. What could Lu Qi do against us? It would be as easy as chopping vegetables. Yet the master insisted otherwise, spouting nonsense about hidden dangers and long plots. Scholars are utterly useless. What shall we do then? The second brother asked anxiously. After all, we are the retainers of the Wei family from Hejian, and the head of the Wei family pays us handsomely, that if we accomplish nothing, it may not sit well with the Wei family head. We will wait another incense stick's worth of time. If there is still no movement, we will take matters into our own hands. The elder brother finished the last piece of meat from the pot, falling into silence for a moment. Shall we order 10 more plates? Following your lead. I desire a silver knife. The 2 exchanged knowing smiles. This hot pot from the Qianjin Tower was truly delectable. Just as the 2 brothers were immersed in their meal, a figure clad in a blue robe suddenly appeared before them. A smile gracing his face. Gentlemen, how is the flavor? Quite good, the elder brother replied, his mouth full of lamb, not bothering to lift his head. I have never tasted such exquisite hot pot in my life. Brother. The younger one nudged him with his leg, gesturing insistently. What are you kicking me for? The elder brother glared at him in annoyance. Hurry up and eat. Once we finish, we can proceed with our task. The younger brother timidly said, Lu Qi is here. Who has arrived? The elder brother abruptly looked up to see the casually dressed man in blue. I am here. Lu Qi pressed down on their heads with both hands, smiling as he asked, Will you dig your own grave, or shall I assist you? Chapter 30. Crushing 2 virtual deities. Will you dig your own grave, or shall I assist you? With this smile from Lu Qi, the air in the entire hall turned ominous. The remaining patrons at a few tables, sensing the shift, abandoned their chopsticks and fled. They had all witnessed the earlier commotion in the examination tower and knew well of Lu Qi's penchant for burying people. Even the vice minister of rites, a practitioner of the virtual realm, had been forced to kneel before him with one hand. Now, with death looming, it seemed blood would soon be shed. You discovered us long ago? Sensing the palpable threat hanging above them, the elder brother's pupils contracted. After a moment, he regained his composure and coldly retorted, We are all beings of virtual divinity. I refuse to believe you can suppress both my brother and me single-handedly. Ah! Rogue cultivators of the demonic path, the infamous black and white duo, capable of annihilating the entire Qingyang clan, and yet I would not dare to confront you alone. Lu Qi regarded the 2 with an expression akin to condescension. But here you are, indulging in hot pot, and coincidentally, a poison expert has arrived on this island. What a twist of fate. You use poison? The 2 brothers were taken aback, hastily channeling their essence, only to find their energy seas utterly depleted. Did I deceive you? Lu Qi smiled. Our employer has entrusted me with the question. Who, pray tell, possesses such shamelessness as to dispatch 2 virtual deities to kill him? I simply cannot abide him. No one ordered us. The elder brother spoke with a facade of bravado. As a fellow being of virtual divinity, you should understand that while toxins can erode our energy seas, they cannot affect our spirits. And so, Lu Qi inquired, and so you cannot act against us. If we synchronize our thoughts, we can instantly send our spirits far away. Even if that old crone guards Chen Zhian, she cannot thwart our desperate strike. Oh, I do not believe it. Lu Qi raised an eyebrow, swiftly pressing down with his palm. A sound akin to watermelons bursting echoed as the heads of the 2 virtual deities exploded. Lu Qi picked up a cloth from the table to wipe the blood from his hands, then carefully adjusted their bodies to make them appear as if they were merely intoxicated, ensuring they would not frighten the other patrons. With a smile, he remarked, "You may now send your spirits far away." The spirits of the black and white duo were struck dumb. They had not anticipated that Lu Qi would truly dare to take action. Though the void spirit realm allows for the astral projection of the shadow spirit, it does not imply a complete liberation from the physical body. Should the shadow spirit wander for 3 days without return, it will inevitably dissipate into nothingness. Only those who cultivate a Tao seed in the transcendence realm can anchor their shadow spirit to it. This is also why the transcendence realm is revered as the lesser master. Lu Qi, quick to anger, would crush their heads without hesitation, unless they could find a compatible physical body to possess within 3 days. Their fate would be sealed. Faced with life and death, the 2 shadow spirits exchanged a glance, momentarily forsaking their desire for vengeance. They vanished from before Lu Qi in an instant, determined to present Chen Zhian's severed head as a trophy. Hoping for a slim chance of survival, outside the falling treasure tower, a burly old man with graying hair suddenly lifted his head, disdainfully glancing at the 2 shadow spirits that had appeared in a flash. With a swift motion of his hand, he grasped the shadow spirits as if catching chicks, then clenched gently. Sizzle! The 2 shadow spirits instantly turned to ash. The old man, with a look of irritation, brushed off his palms as if shaking dust from his hands. At the pinnacle of the falling treasure tower, Chen Zhian, while listening to a tune, remained oblivious to the demise of 2 formidable figures as his private secretary. Li Qing'er reported the evening's earnings that as the hour approached the end of the high period, most guests had already departed the island. Those who remained were either influential individuals unafraid of the purging agents or humble patrons seeking lodging. In any case, it was time to count the profits. Boss, to date, the combined revenue from the restaurant, gambling house, theater, dance halls, and nightclubs amounts to 76,429 taels of silver that a preliminary estimate suggests a profit of 49,000 taels. Li Qing'er, clutching the account book, recited the evening's total income, her eyes wide with astonishment. She had long anticipated that the brothel would be lucrative, but she never imagined such remarkable earnings on the very first day. 70,000 taels of silver. Considering her previous income at the Chenliu house, it would have taken her a century of relentless toil without food or drink to amass such a sum. Yet this was merely the earnings of one night at the brothel. Although not pure profit, it was still staggering. Even the hidden Yupa, upon hearing this figure, turned in surprise that Li Xining may not fully grasp the significance of these profits, as a maidservant to the elderly Lady Yu and the steward of the Shibo Marquis's treasury. She understood the difficulty of earning money. In earlier years, when the Shibo Marquis oversaw Min Mountain, her management of border trade yielded barely over 1,000,000 taels of silver annually. This brothel, a mere speck of land, had garnered over 70,000 taels in just one night. Do not be overly optimistic, Chen Zhian remarked, flipping through the account book. This is merely the initial opening of the brothel, coupled with our vigorous promotion. The citizens of Chang'an are simply attracted to the novelty. After tonight, we can expect at least a third of the guests to depart. Not everyone can afford 5 taels of silver to visit the island. However, after tonight, the brothel will have firmly established itself in Chang'an. Steady progress is essential. There is no need for haste. After reviewing the account book, Chen Zhian continued, distribute 5,000 taels as bonuses to everyone, and the remainder shall be deposited in the treasury for now. The gambling house's foundation is too weak to catch big fish. Understood, Li Qing'er replied, momentarily taken aback. The wages provided by the brothel far surpassed those elsewhere. Even the maidservants serving tea received 2 taels per month, while the managers earned an astonishing 5 taels, with 7 days off each month. With nearly 700 employees on the island, 5,000 taels would yield an impressive 7 taels for each person. Exceeding 3 months' wages, the boss has made an astute decision, she muttered under her breath before turning to leave, finally shedding her resentment towards the courtesan. Just as Li Qing exited, Lu Qi pushed open the door and entered. Boss! The 2 shadow spirits have been buried that I planted a willow tree at the falling treasure tower and personally interred their physical forms. So soon? Chen Zhian's expression brightened. The previous presence of those 2 shadow spirits had kept him restless, prompting him to leave Elder Yu behind and expend 10 essence stones to activate the tower's defense array, fearing that the 2 high-ranking figures might resort to underhanded tactics against him. To his surprise, without any noise, Lu Qi had successfully buried them. I must also thank Elder Yu for the fallen spirit powder. Otherwise, the Golden Thousand Tower would have been destroyed in a confrontation. Lu Qi nodded slightly in the darkness and bowed. Elder Yu promptly stood up to return the gesture, insisting she dared not. Although she was older, she was merely an illusory spirit realm practitioner, while Lu Qi was a formidable void spirit realm expert, capable of extinguishing her existence with a mere flick of his hand. She dared not show any negligence. Truth be told, even now, she had not fully grasped Lu Qi's true capabilities, vaguely sensing that this brothel manager was far from an ordinary void spirit realm figure. After all, a typical void spirit practitioner could not single-handedly eliminate 2 void spirit experts. Whenever she recalled that he sought her fallen spirit powder merely out of concern for the brothel's safety, rather than fearing he could not contend with the 2 assassins, she found the situation utterly absurd. The void spirit realm is entirely capable of establishing a sect that in the martial world, one could serve as the head of a sect. And in the court, one could oversee a governmental department. Yet here he was, managing a brothel under the thumb of Chen Zhian, a frivolous youth who had yet to step into the innate realm. And he seemed to find it quite agreeable. The reasons behind this were beyond her comprehension. Lao Qi, did you ascertain who sent them? Chen Zhian, less astonished than Elder Yu, was solely concerned about who sought his life. After all, his 2 elder brothers were much deeper in hiding than this fellow, yet they were still referred to as worthless by others. That a void spirit serving as a brothel manager seemed quite reasonable. No! I feared their energy would recover and destroy the Golden Thousand Tower, so I eliminated them directly, Lu Qi replied calmly. However, this is of little importance. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in a brothel is merely digging their own grave. Chapter 31. Welcome, Master, to your holiday at the prince's residence. Li Qingding gazed out at the bright moon hanging in the sky. Gentlemen, you speak of watching him build high towers, entertain guests, and then witness the collapse of his building. But this brothel has not collapsed. Your Highness, I have failed. There are no words to express. Zhu Wuchang rose and deeply bowed to Li Qingding. I have calculated every detail, yet I did not foresee that Lu Qi was a void spirit realm powerhouse. Furthermore, I never anticipated that the infamous black and white twins would turn out to be 2 worthless individuals, silently perishing within the Golden Thousand Tower. Enough, the fault does not lie with you. Li Qingding assisted Zhu Wuchang to his feet, his expression darkening. Although this assassination was orchestrated by Zhu Wuchang, he had approved it beforehand, that by all accounts, dispatching 2 void spirits to eliminate a first-grade martial artist should have been a foolproof plan. Yet it had failed, and no chaos had ensued. Taking a deep breath, Li Qingding suppressed his anger and murmured, "Does that prison warden know that you are behind this assassination?" "Absolutely not," Zhu Wuchang replied in a hushed tone. This matter did not involve Xiyuan. It was merely instigated by a guest from the 4th prince's residence. That guest was an undercover guard planted by the 2nd prince beside the 4th prince. Eager to achieve results, he mistakenly believed he had usurped Xiyuan's credit. Thus, even if this matter comes to light, Chenaming will only trace it back to the 2nd and 4th princes. Li Qingding's expression softened slightly as he stated gravely, We must deal with that prison warden to ensure Chenliu does not uncover our involvement. The shadow cast by Chenliu weighed heavily upon him. The massacre in Chang'an City years ago claimed the lives of the queen and his undefeated Dao seed. No one knows that over a decade ago, he had already reached the transcendence realm. Yet now, he remained stagnant at the same level. Since that massacre, his strength had not progressed a whit. His Dao seed withered as long as Chenliu lived. His thoughts could never reach fruition. Understood. Zhu Wuchang bowed his head in acknowledgement, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. The following day, Chen Zhian awoke late. Rising only after the sun had climbed high in the sky, today as he got out of bed, he saw Li Qingyu entering with a letter, her face bearing an inexplicable look of sympathy. Boss, the boss lady has left. She asked me to deliver this letter to you before she departed. Chen Zhian rubbed his eyes, feeling somewhat dazed. He had been quite curious about Xining's arrival on the island yesterday. But there were too many matters demanding his attention to inquire. He had thought to take his time. Little did he expect she would actually leave, and leave behind a letter at that. Remembering Dog Ji's tragic fate from the previous night, he couldn't help but feel a pang of dread. Could it be that I am also to be cuckolded? Opening the envelope, he found it empty save for a wooden hairpin. Chen Zhian looked at Li Qingyu in confusion. Are you certain this is a letter for me? Li Qingyu's expression of sympathy deepened. The county princess instructed me to inform the boss. She has left Chang'an, and this departure will last at least 10 years. She originally intended to wait until the boss awoke before leaving, but suddenly a plum blossom fell from the sky and whisked her away. Chen Zhian, my betrothed was abducted by a plum blossom. It was Tian Xuanzi. Lu Qi, who had entered the falling treasure tower unbeknownst to them, interjected. The county princess was likely taken away by Tian Xuanzi. Tian Xuanzi. Who is that? Chen Zhian asked, bewildered. The leader of the Daoist sect, a naturally gifted individual with a true Dao body, a grandmaster of the return to truth realm, and the most powerful woman known in the present age. Lu Qi expressed a hint of yearning, exclaiming, her Dao seed is a cold plum. Since retreating from the world of mortals, she has not appeared before the public for many years. Who would have thought she would pluck a plum blossom from her cave to guide the boss lady? The boss lady. What profound fortune! But she has taken my betrothed. Chen Zhian glared at the empty sky and inquired, do you know where the Daoist sect is located? Lu Qi replied, hands clasped behind his back. I know, yet I do not know. What do you mean? Chen Zhian inquired. In times of chaos, the Dao sect does not emerge. Lu Qi responded, wherever the Dao ancestor is revered, there lies the Dao sect. It is said to be a celestial realm left behind by the Dao ancestor after his ascension. A place only accessible to sages. Only when chaos descends will the Dao sect manifest in the world. Chen Zhian pondered. Are you suggesting that every temple dedicated to the Dao ancestor serves as an entrance to the Dao sect, but only sages may enter? Or that the Dao sect will only reveal itself when chaos approaches? Indeed, that is what my master has told me. What constitutes chaos? The Tang dynasty is plagued by disasters, and the borders are engulfed in flames of war. Does that not qualify as chaos? Chen Zhian pressed further. Not quite. Lu Qi pondered for a moment before responding. The turmoil of forbidden zones. The ancient clans knocking on the gates. The human race's great wall echoing with the sound of swords. This is true chaos. Xining mentioned she would return in 10 years. Does that not imply chaos will arrive then? You cannot say that. Lu Qi chuckled mysteriously. The phrase chaos does not arrive. The Dao sect does not emerge pertains only to us. That IT does not apply to those within the Dao sect. After all, they are not sinners. They can emerge at will, whenever they desire. Ha! Chen Zhian shot him a glare. You would be better off saying she is trapped inside, and I would find some solace in that. Lu Qi replied nonchalantly. I do not lie. Begone! Both of you. Take your mischief elsewhere. Chen Zhian secured a wooden hairpin in his hair, flustered and irate, as he began to chase them away. In truth, the boss need not be so sorrowful. Lu Qi laughed. This hairpin can withstand 3 full force strikes from a minor master in the profound realm. Since the boss lady kept it, she must still hold you dear. Really? Chen Zhian raised an eyebrow, taking down the hairpin to examine it, finding nothing particularly remarkable. I do not lie. True, Mr. Lu's integrity is assured. Chen Zhian, feeling quite pleased, reinserted the hairpin and asked, "Did you come here for something?" "Zhang Xiaoxi is dead." "Who?" Lu Qi replied. "Zhang Xiaoxi. The jailer. The one who owes me money." Lu Qi's lips twitched. "Yes, he drowned in Crescent Lake. The coroner claims it was an accidental fall." "What a pity," Chen Zhian lamented. "He still owes me 495 taels of silver." "Leave silence." "Xiao Qing, you and Mr. Lu keep an eye on the brothel. I shall go and cast a few lines." After expressing his regret, Chen Zhian made his way to the rooftop. Xining had left, leaving behind a wooden hairpin. Chen Zhian felt no overwhelming sense of loss. The engagement with Xining had always been rather absurd, that he asked for feelings. He held some for her, but it was likely not much, limited to mere infatuation. And as for Xining, she probably harbored more resentment than affection. Yet in this world, even women of the highest status often find themselves constrained by circumstances that Xining's departure with the Dao sex tying Xuanzi could also be seen as a form of rebellion against her own fate. Gazing up at the sky, Chen Zhian murmured, "Since you have departed, let us see what transpires in 10 years. After all, I am but 17. I have lost nothing." He retrieved a half-stick of incense from his storage ring and lit it, reclining in a comfortable position on a lounge chair. "System, grant me 70 units of time to customize a luxurious beach vacation mode." Ding, 70 units of time have been deducted, along with a personalized service fee of 2,000 taels. Please ensure you carry your belongings. The transaction is about to commence. A flash of crimson light swept across, and the scenery before Chen Zhian shifted, instantly placing him upon a golden beach. Before him, the waves surged and roared, while various beauties of all hues frolicked in the sand. Beside him, for stunning maidens with enchanting voices greeted, "Welcome, master, to your vacation." Chapter 32, The Unremarkable Brothel Owner at the Chenliu Marquette. Chen Aomon crushed a secret letter between her fingers. "Little Li is still unrepentant, constantly meddling with my son. If he were dead, he would be quiet," the old steward's voice rasped. "Shall I make a trip to the Crown Prince's residence?" "Not yet." Chen Aomon frowned slightly. Old Li has been too low-key these years, even amidst the fires of war at the borders. He remains indifferent that he must be at a critical juncture in his return to the True Realm. A perfected grandmaster of the True Realm. I have little confidence in eliminating him. He will eventually strike at you. The old steward said calmly. Li heir resembles his father too much. Possessing a cold nature, Tio test you. He would discard his wife without a second thought. How much less would he care for a son? The day he ascends to the sacred realm will be the day he raises the butcher's knife. It depends on who takes that step first. Chen Aomon said softly. Old Huang, go to Chenliu and send that group of old geezers to Zhian. Isn't he involved in managing the brothel? It would be a perfect opportunity to relieve me of some burden. Damn it, 2,000 mouths to feed is too much. I truly cannot sustain it. The old steward raised an eyebrow. Are you resolved to leave Chenliu Jia to the young Marquis? Who else could I give it to? A hint of distress crossed Chen Aomon's face. Currently, the eldest realm is beyond my understanding. The second has obtained the sword intent of Duke Zhu, and becoming a sage is inevitable. As for the fourth is likely the reincarnation of that being. Leaving Chenliu Jia to them is merely a burden, apart from Zhian. Who else could I entrust it to? Indeed, the old steward sighed. Fortunately, there is still the young Marquis. Indeed, how fortunate it is to have Zhian. Chen Aomon stated. Old Huang, you shall depart for Chenliu tomorrow, that I do not believe that with over 60 void transformation experts and 2 true realm masters, they cannot ensure my son's safety. The old steward's lips twitched. With such a lineup, it would be more than sufficient to guard a brothel, let alone a marquette, in the Hejian of the Tang dynasty. In the Wei family's conference hall, the head of the Wei family, Wei Zhongli, sat in the main seat, holding a jade sword. Known for his gentle and cultured demeanor, he now appeared somewhat cold. The 2 formidable true realm experts of the black and white duality were the foundation he had painstakingly cultivated. Yet they had been silently buried while attempting to eliminate a useless person. The deaths of these 2 true realm experts pained him more than the extinguishing of his son's soul lamp. A son can be born anew at any time, but true realm guardians cannot be easily cultivated. Wiping away the marks on the jade sword, he spoke, sent a message via the flying sword from Chang'an, instructing me to assassinate Chen Zhian. Can anyone tell me, should my Wei family take action? The conference hall fell into an uneasy silence. The Wei family had always been a one-man show under Wei Zhongli's rule. Everyone had grown accustomed to the head of the family making unilateral decisions. Now, with the head unexpectedly posing a question, those present were taken aback and hesitant to speak. Zichio, what is your opinion? Noticing the silence, Wei Zhongli furrowed his brow, calling on someone by name. Father, I believe we should take action. A pale scholar rose, hesitating as he spoke. Chenliu Marquis is but a useless fellow, merely at the void transformation realm. By killing Chen Zhian, we can gain the trust of Chang'an while avenging my brother. Furthermore, should Chen Zhian be eliminated, an alliance with the Shibo Marquis may not be out of reach. This is a lucrative venture. Zichio makes a valid point. I have heard that Chen Zhian is merely a martial artist, having yet to step into the innate realm. Killing him would be effortless, that I support taking action. Yes, I also agree. A chorus of voices arose in the Wei family, all in agreement. Wei Zhongli gazed indifferently at the clamorous hall, disappointment flickering in his eyes that I in such a grand Wei family, with a legacy spanning 1,000 years, not a single individual could devise a strategy. Each one was a fool. If killing Chen Zhian were so simple, why had the two true realm experts been silently buried without a ripple? If Chen Amon were truly that easy to deal with, given the temperament of the one in Chang'an, why would he need to act secretly? He would have acted personally long ago. Though unaware of what trump cards Chenliu Marquis possessed, it was evident that there were issues at play. Such an elementary truth eluded everyone. Yet the Wei family had already sunk too deep. Turning the ship around was no longer an option. Moreover, without the ancestral tome in that individual's hands, he would never be able to take another step forward. In the virtual space, Chen Zhian donned beach shorts, his feet clad in tattered sandals, a juice drink held in his mouth. Leisurely reclining in a rocking chair, watching the enchanting maidens beside him pampering him, his face was filled with reluctance. This marked the 70th day since he entered this space that I in just a minute. This beach would no longer be his. During this time, he truly understood the meaning of being so blissfully immersed that one forgets their homeland, but he also grasped the essence of the fleeting nature of spring nights and the notion that once a ruler becomes indulgent, they forsake the morning court. He had not refused, but alas, the world had crumbled, and there were always temptresses to lead him astray. After all, with a myriad of stunning beauties standing before him, each inviting him to indulge as he pleased, the importance of cultivation seemed to fade into insignificance. Ding! The transaction is complete. Please steady yourself against the wall. A dispassionate voice echoed from the system. What a joke! Do I need to brace against the wall? With a flash of crimson light, Chen Zhian stepped out, bracing against the wall. Simultaneously, within him, that gently flowing stream of vital energy suddenly trembled. Wherever the energy flowed, his entire body felt as if it were stimulated, vibrating incessantly, causing his body to sway. It was not until a long while later that the stream of vital energy finally returned to calm. Chen Zhian grasped the armrest of the rocking chair, muttering, "Damn it, my body feels a bit weak." Fortunately, no one is watching. He lifted his gaze to the sky, observing that the layer of clouds still obscured the sunlight, unchanged in the slightest. The half-burned incense he had lit remained in its prior state. Indeed, even though 70 days had passed in the virtual realm, in the real world, it was merely the blink of an eye. The passage of time in the virtual realm did not align with that of reality. They must not exist within the same temporal space. Once his vitality settled, Chen Zhian extended his palm, gently grasping the air. Suddenly, a rapid, whistling sound erupted from between his fingers, mid-stage of chi refinement. Spending 70 days on the beach, observing the sea, had allowed Chen Zhian's cultivation to leap across 4 minor realms, propelling him from the late stage of the innate realm to the mid-stage of chi refinement. Setting aside those prodigies, achieving mid-stage chi refinement before the age of 18 already made him a remarkable talent among his peers. Even the sword-wielding wanderer, dog brother, seemed merely to be at the chi refinement stage at 18. Chi refinement entails transforming the absorbed primordial energy within one's chi for personal use. If Chen Zhian were to wield a longsword now, he could channel the primordial energy into the blade. Although he could not project sword energy outward, the lethality of a sword empowered by primordial energy was incomparable to one without such enhancement. However, Chen Zhian practiced a fragment of martial arts, treading the path of unyielding physical prowess united with the spirit that in combat. There was no necessity to evolve his primordial energy or enhance his weaponry. He was confident that with a single punch, he could subdue an average practitioner of qi refinement. Acquainted with the changes in his body, Chen Zhian dispersed the primordial energy with a wave of his hand. Reverting to the unremarkable guise of a brothel owner. Chapter 33. I am a swordsman. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, another half-month had elapsed. One day, a group of elderly men arrived at the brothel. Little Qing, what burden is there to bear? It is merely others ensuring your peaceful days. Casting a glance over the elderly and infirm below, Chen Zhian sighed helplessly. The brothel had only been open for a few days, and Chen Amon had orchestrated this situation for him. Originally, there were already 21 old men in the establishment. He never anticipated that Chen Amon would be so ruthless, summoning 40 more without a word of warning. Damn it, why am I still running a brothel? Perhaps I should just convert it into a nursing home. Boss, they won't eat for free. They need to work. The white-haired elder Yang, his face slightly flushed, suggested, we could build houses on Fox Mountain. Any surplus houses could be rented out. During our free time, we could also pull carts. Wouldn't that earn us some money? Goodness, I hadn't realized you were quite the expert. Chen Zhian shot a glare at elder Yang. To have such a group of elderly men, some missing limbs, pulling carts, what kind of person would suggest that? He sighed again and proclaimed, Brothers, Chen Amon does not treat you like family, but we must not act unethically. Being in this brothel should feel like coming home. Did I, Chen Zhian, assure you that as long as this brothel stands, no one here will go hungry. Just like the previous batch of brothers, you will still serve as stewards. Receiving 5 taels of silver each month. Silence enveloped the room. The 40-odd elderly men regarded Chen Zhian with scrutinizing gazes, seemingly in disbelief. Chen Zhian awkwardly cleared his throat, preparing to have Li Longqing guide them away. When Elder Yang's expression turned stern, bellowing, You little brats, why aren't you thanking the boss? Have you all turned mute? In an instant, a unified chorus erupted. Yes, thank you, boss. The voices of just over 40 men resonated like thunder, nearly causing Chen Zhian to stumble down the stairs. These old brothers certainly had loud voices. After a moment of silence, he summoned Li Qing'er and whispered, Send the old brothers to the Qianjin Tower gambling house to oversee things. And let the old cripple lead. If anyone causes trouble, they should just lie down and claim they were injured. Do not arrange for them to enter the Dinka Tower again. I fear their frail bodies cannot handle it. Li Qing'er's lips twitched slightly as she recalled the scene from a couple of days ago, where the determined young Master Yang had finally won some money playing cards, only to be swindled out of 300 taels after colliding with the old cripple. Boss, you haven't done a single thing about what people do. After muttering a few complaints, she cautiously led the group of elderly men towards the Qianjin Tower, fearful that she might also be swindled. Once the old men were sent off, Chen Zhian's expression grew somewhat complex as he softly remarked, Old 7. What do you think Chen Amon is thinking? I don't know, Lu Qi replied. In any case, she won't harm you. Chen Zhian was taken aback, reflecting. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have realized I had so many formidable individuals around me. Over 60 in the virtual realm, and 1 in the realm of the divine. Damn, aren't the princes of the Tang dynasty just as remarkable? Lu Qi chuckled coldly. Not merely comparable. Among the 4 princes of the Tang dynasty, aside from Crown Prince Li Qingding, it would be a remarkable achievement for the other 3 to have a single protector at the divine realm. The 3rd prince, Li Qingyan, doesn't even have one. Who knows where that nobleman found so many formidable old men? I thought Chen Amon, like me, was just a discarded pawn for sacrificial offerings, but it seems I am the only waste here. That old 6. Chen Zhian had long been puzzled as to why the crown prince inexplicably wished to eliminate him. After all, he had no enmity with the crown prince. He had assumed it was due to grievances his second brother had incited outside. Now it appeared that the younger generation's faithful children had likely yet to unleash their potential. It was the older generation stirring up trouble. You dare to provoke Chen Amon. And now you seek to vent your anger on me? Just wait. Exhaling a breath of suppressed rage, Chen Zhian murmured, the steward department, intelligence division, and logistics team of the brothel. It is time to officially commence. Otherwise, this young master feels like a deaf and blind person. Just wait a few more days. Lu Qi interjected, aside from the stewards. Whether it be Little Qing or Chen Zhong, they are all novices that we should allow them to thoroughly digest the military manuals and financial management guides before proceeding. Do as you see fit. Chen Zhian shook his head. While he understood a bit about talent cultivation, Lu Qi was the true genius, adept without a mentor. There is another matter, Lu Qi remarked. There are 2 divine beings on Fox Mountain who have been hiding for quite some time. They are likely waiting for my departure, and then they will attempt to kill you. Kill me. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Chen Zhian's expression darkened, but he leapt up and hid behind Lu Qi. Questioning himself, he had been sufficiently low-key. Why did people keep trying to take his life? Was this yet another scheme of Chen Amon? All he wanted was to run a quiet brothel. Yet trouble kept surfacing. 7th brother? Can we bury them? Burying them is possible. But for now, we don't know whose people they are. They're here to kill me. Why do I care whose people they are? Chen Zhian fumed, stating, 7th brother, call Elder Yang and let us bury them together. No need for Elder Yang. Lu Qi replied, they are merely 2 divine beings. With that, Lu Qi stepped forward, vanishing into the void. Chen Zhian's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed Lu Qi's figure appear 100 zhang away in an instant. Who goes there? A sudden roar echoed from Fox Mountain. 2 powerful beings at the divine realm rose into the air, a black-robed elder and a red-robed youth. Lu Qi stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the void. You have invaded the brothel with your own spirits. You have crossed the line. I shall send you back to your rest. Arrogant, the black-robed elder scoffed, his withered hand forming an intricate seal, declaring, Tai Xian seal. As his voice fell, a demonic hand descended from the heavens, overshadowing the 3 zhang of sky above Lu Qi. The oppressive force was so immense that it left a distinct imprint on the crescent moon lake below. Break! Lu Qi lightly flicked his fingers, instantly forming a massive azure hand. Boom! The demonic hand was shattered by the azure hand. The momentum of the massive hand did not wane as it grasped the black-robed elder. Lu Qi stepped into the sky and calmly stated, your speed is too slow. The Tai Xian seal is not meant to be used like this. Just as the black-robed elder was trapped in the azure hand, a dazzling flash of blade light surged forth. The blade light was like a galloping steed, instantly engulfing Lu Qi. The red-robed youth stood with his sword, sighing, Li Xiu Luo is here. Do you dare to be distracted? Have you not heard of the slaughter that follows the unsheathing of the Shura blade? The red-robed youth was an old sixth when Lu Qi had soared through the air moments ago. He had stealthily retreated a few steps. Seizing the opportunity amidst the battle, he unleashed his ultimate skill, the Shura blade. With this blade drawn, he was confident he could reduce this pretentious individual to mere pulp. Observing Lu Qi engulfed by the blade light, Li Xiu Luo sheathed his sword inside. Do not blame Li Xiu Luo. Once the blade is drawn, slaughter is no longer in my control. Oh! Is that so? As the blade light dissipated, Lu Qi stood unscathed in the void, holding an ordinary iron sword. Li Xiu Luo's expression changed drastically. How can you be unscathed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This blade formation of yours, despite its many flaws, is not that difficult to unravel. Lu Qi gazed down at the sword in his hand, sighing. There are always so many foolish individuals in this world, continuously reshaping my understanding of foolishness. Having said that, he turned and called out loudly, Boss, weren't you always curious about what path I cultivate? Watch closely. I am in fact a swordsman. With that, the sound of a sword ringing resounded. A brilliant beam of sword light sliced through the void, sweeping past Li Xiu Luo and further beyond to the black-robed elder. Ultimately, it landed on the cliffside of Fox Mountain, leaving behind an unfathomable sword scar. Where the sword light passed, vitality was extinguished. And all fell into silence. A gentle breeze rustled through. The 2 figures of transcendent deities stood rigidly in the void, resembling shattered porcelain, which cascaded into a gruesome heap of flesh. Chapter 34. No simple characters. What the hell? What the hell? At the falling treasure tower. Chen Zhian gazed at the ostentatious Lu Qi from a distance, his mouth agape in astonishment. But he had always known Lu Qi to be formidable, but he was utterly unaware of the extent of his strength. Previously, whether it was through the poisoning of the black and white twins, the crushing of two swordsmen, or the effortless subjugation of the Minister of Rights, Zhou Lu Qi had maintained a certain low profile. Having seen so much, Chen Zhian had even begun to believe that the lethality of transcendent deities was rather modest, only slightly surpassing his own capabilities. That it was only now that he realized how absurdly powerful this individual truly was. If he were to unleash his full might, it was likely that this brothel would not withstand even a single strike from his sword. This young man is exceedingly powerful. Old Yang, who had appeared behind Chen Zhian unbeknownst to him, spoke with an unusual weight in his tone. Old Yang, is it the case that all transcendent deities are this strong, or is it solely Lu Qi? Chen Zhian turned to Old Yang and inquired. It's difficult to say. Old Yang replied gravely. I suspect Lu Qi has not used his full strength. However, based solely on this sword strike, he is already a rare gem among transcendent deities that quantify it. Consider Li Xiaoluo. If his lethality is a 1, then Lu Qi's strike is a 5. Li Xiaoluo. Is he not the one who, upon drawing his blade, allows slaughter to befall without restraint? When that fellow had acted earlier, Chen Zhian had thought him a master, only to discover he was merely a one-strike wonder. You believe he is weak? Old Yang scoffed. Li Xiaoluo, whose true name is Chu Feng, has been the protector of the fourth prince that just over 60 years of age. He has already advanced to the later stages of transcendent deification that he is celebrated as a once-in-a-millennium cultivation genius. And it is highly probable that he will reach the realm of profound understanding within a century. The emperor has specially bestowed upon him the Shura technique, prompting him to adopt the name Li Xiaoluo. He has been in the limelight these past years, and were it not for his encounter with Lu Qi, Chen Zhian's expression stiffened. After all, he was hailed as a once-in-a-century talent. He could discern the difference between a once-in-a-thousand-years genius and a once-in-a-century one. After entering the realm of transformation, with the growth of the Yin spirit, living for over 500 years would pose no challenge. That it was said that upon advancing to profound understanding, one could live for as long as 800 years. Li Xiaoluo had already reached the later stages of transcendent deification at just over 60 years of age, and he was still a youth. The youth is indeed formidable. Old Yang sighed, preparing to return to the Golden Fortune Tower. Just as he stepped forward, the old steward, whose sparse hair was concealed within his long sleeves, suddenly appeared beside Chen Zhian. The old steward cast a glance towards Fox Mountain and solemnly declared, Little Sparrow, you are to go to Jinka Alley and inform the fourth son of the Leaf family that from now on, Fox Mountain shall bear the Chen surname. Little Sparrow. Who is Little Sparrow? Chen Zhian looked puzzled at the suddenly appearing old steward, preparing to inquire further, when he noticed old Yang's body instantly stiffen. The hands that had been clasped behind his back were hastily released, shedding any semblance of his previous frailty. Yes, Commander. After responding with feigned obsequiousness, old Yang vanished in a flash from the falling treasure tower. He departed with remarkable speed. Chen Zhian opened his mouth, but refrained from speaking. Goodness, the old steward was indeed no ordinary character. A transcendent deity treated him like a mouse would a cat. He must certainly be above the realm of profound understanding. Just how many cunning old foxes were concealed within Shen Amon's ranks? Moreover, this old fox was exceptionally audacious. Was it as simple as taking the fourth prince's hunting ground? The old steward paid no heed to him, his hands within his sleeves as he gazed intently at the retreating Lu Qi. Chuckling softly, Young man, are you of the Taoist lineage? Lu Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, returning the old steward's gaze. After a prolonged silence, he replied, I have not entered the Taoist fold, nor do I dare to consider myself a member of it. The old steward shook his head. What a pity, with your talents. Had you entered the Taoist fold? Lu Qi interrupted him softly. My heart is bound by ties. Entering the Taoist fold would merely make me another mundane individual. There are myriad paths to the great Tao, and I shall tread my own. You are quite confident. The old steward studied Lu Qi with a profound gaze before turning to Chen Zhian, chuckling. Our young lord is fortunate to count you as a friend. Lu Qi replied nonchalantly. It is I who am fortunate to befriend the esteemed proprietor. Old sir, there are matters to attend to within the tower, so I shall take my leave. Lu Qi offered a respectful bow of a junior before turning to depart. The old steward sidestepped, not acknowledging the gesture. Once Lu Qi had walked away, the old steward spoke once more. Young lord, the Marquis has instructed me to convey that in Chang'an there is no need for such petty caution. Those capable of killing you do not dare to do so. Those who dare lack the ability. Unless, one day, he meets his demise. Understood. Chen Zhian sighed. Regarding the Chenliu Marquis's household, he had always preferred to avoid entanglements. On one hand, as a relative of the Chosen One, it was known that the deeper the affection, the swifter the demise. That on the other, he was not the true Chen Zhian, and he subconsciously resisted forming deep bonds with the original family's kin. His feelings of detachment extended beyond the Chenliu household. He often experienced a faint sense of alienation from this world, as if he were merely a cold observer passing through. After relaying Chen Amon's message, the old steward rose to leave. Just before disappearing, he rasped ominously, You should return to visit when you have time. The young lady has been mentioning you for quite some time. Seasons changed, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Chen Zhian had been in this world for over a year. Third brother, are there foxes on Fox Mountain? On Fox Mountain. The sound of tinkling bells echoed in the air as Chen Zhidong, clad in a crimson garment, sat on a swing and asked. There were once, but they are no more. Chen Zhian sat beside Chen Zhidong, a smile playing on his lips. It is said that 30,000 years ago, the Fox Emperor underwent tribulation in Qingqiu. 9 divine lightning bolts descended from the heavens to thwart her ascension. The thunder roared, and the overwhelming celestial might reduced her place of standing to mere dust. Four prospective emperors conspired with imperial weapons to ambush her. At that time, she bore the burden of Qingqiu, wielding the thunder in one hand, her imperial robe stained with blood, slaying 4 would-be emperors before ascending to the heavens and perishing. Before her death, she utilized great divine powers to relocate the Qingqiu imperial palace to Jiyan, sealing off the mortal realm entirely. Thus, there have been no foxes in Qingqiu since. The Qingqiu of yore is now Fox Mountain. Is that so? Chen Zhidong raised an eyebrow, gazing contemplatively into the distance. Chen Zhian chuckled. These are merely legends, tales from millennia past. Who knows their truth? They hold no relevance to us. Indeed, they are of no consequence to us. Chen Zhidong revealed 2 innocent dimples, lightly tapping her toes against the ground, causing the swing to soar once more. Chen Zhian rested his chin on his left hand, using his right to push the swing, his gaze complex as he watched Chen Zhidong's silhouette. Half a year ago, after the old steward's ominous reminder to frequently return home, he had readily acquiesced and brought his little sister to the falling treasure tower that he then witnessed Chen Zhidong step alone into Fox Mountain. And with but a glance, she frightened the exotic beasts raised by the 4th prince into trembling submission, be it heavenly steeds, savage beasts, or demon birds. They all appeared as docile as sheep before her. Yearning to kneel and kiss her feet, did I end the competition for the honor of carrying her on patrol. Even the herbivorous heavenly steeds transformed into carnivorous beasts, daring to bare their fangs at the winged tiger of white tiger lineage. Countless battles ensued did I end this vast Fox Mountain. She became the undisputed queen without a crown. It was at that moment that Chen Zhian realized just how inflated his own reputation as a prodigy truly was. Within the entire Chenliu Marquis's household, apart from himself, who was genuinely inept, everyone else was a hidden master. Not a single one was a simple character. Chapter 35. You know nothing of the sword Dao after spending some time with his little sister. Chen Zhian waved his hand, and a large bird descended from the sky. The bird, awakened with a trace of golden-winged rock bloodline, unfolded its wings to nearly 10 feet in length. It was the mightiest creature of Fox Mountain, its cultivation having reached the realm of transformation. Since Chen Zhidong entered Fox Mountain, it had become Chen Zhian's steed. With practiced ease, Chen Zhian leapt onto the bird, which shook itself in displeasure before affectionately nuzzling Chen Zhidong's hand, then flapping its wings to soar toward the falling treasure tower. Upon returning to the falling treasure tower, Chen Zhian tossed the bird a silver-scaled fish. The bird disdainfully glanced at it, shaking its body before taking flight. Were it not for the master it served, it would have little interest in this human. Having long grown accustomed to the bird's attitude, Chen Zhian remained unfazed. He picked up the fallen silver-scaled fish, deftly twirled his wrist, and a fish-slicing knife appeared in his hand. With a flash of the blade, a plate of pristine fish sashimi was laid out on the table. Next, Chen Zhian poured himself a sip of grape wine brought from the Buddhist realm. Savoring it briefly before picking up a piece of sashimi, dipping it in spicy sauce, and placing it in his mouth as he reclined in a rocking chair, perusing the day's intelligence report. 3 months prior, the intelligence department of the brothel had finally been successfully established. Li Qinger was in charge, compiling the latest current events daily into a bound volume delivered to the falling treasure tower. Now, throughout all of Chang'an, if one sought to be well-informed, aside from the emperor's listening wind tower, the brothel held the second most powerful position. After all, it was in charge of the nighttime affairs of the nobility and practitioners of Chang'an, making it exceedingly difficult to remain uninformed about many matters. Old Minister Zhou is gravely ill. His Majesty has bestowed upon him a blood elixir to extend his life by 3 years. Chen Zhian scrutinized the contents of the report, his eyes narrowing slightly. Previously, he had demanded 80 essence stones as compensation from Zhou Li, believing that the Zhou family would not let the matter rest. However, they had remained silent, and it now appeared that their great tree was on the verge of toppling. They lacked the energy to trouble him further. The true helm of the Zhou family had never rested with the current Minister Zhou Jun, but rather with the venerable old Minister Zhou, who had served 2 emperors, that he was among the last of those who had followed the founding emperor, and aside from the matriarch of the Shibal Marquis household, he was the only one left to struggle against the tides of time. The emperor, in a display of benevolence, had always accorded the utmost respect to such rare remnants of the past that as long as he lived, the Zhou family would not fall into ruin. However, bestowing a blood elixir upon a frail old man destined for a brief existence is a manifestation of excessive benevolence from His Majesty the Emperor. Such a miraculous treasure, capable of snatching souls from the clutches of the underworld, is not something the royal family possesses in abundance. Turning to the second page, I encountered news of the second prince, Li Chengguo, being conferred the title of King of Jin, with the territory of Jinzhou and a return expected after a year. The brevity of the announcement struck me that a prince who once had the opportunity to ascend to the throne has now been relegated to the frontier. Jinzhou lies on the edge of the Tang Empire, with the vast ocean stretching further east. Beyond that sea stands the human Great Wall, a monumental structure built over countless years. The Great Wall, both within and outside, meets the ocean. Only those in the Qi Master realm may ascend its heights. Since the time of the ancient emperor, who crossed the Great Wall to suppress the forbidden zones a millennium ago, no one has guarded the wall for nearly 10,000 years. Though the foreign tribes have not besieged the gates in recent years, Jinzhou has not known peace, frequently beset by demons and monsters. The emperor's decision to send his second son to Jinzhou is, indeed, perplexing. Yet this has no bearing on Chen Zhian. Ultimately, it is not due to him. Flipping to the third page, Chen Zhian's brow furrowed suddenly. On the 9th day of September, the holy son of the sword sect, Jiang Huayu of the Languejiang clan, is to wed the holy maiden of the Miao sect, Zhu Wan'er, inviting all to witness. In a secluded village in the hushy corridor of the Tang Empire, a young man clad in humble garb suddenly lifted his gaze to a bluebird darting across the sky, grasping a wooden sword. He appeared strikingly handsome, though a hint of coldness lingered about him in that fleeting moment. The wooden sword was unsheathed, transforming into a streak of light that soared skyward, halting before the bluebird. The bluebird stiffened momentarily, its wings trembling slightly to maintain its position, casting a glance at the young man, as if resigned to its fate, before ambling to the sword's hilt, allowing the wooden sword to carry it back to the youth. The young man deftly tore open the message tube clasped to the bluebird's leg, extracting a red envelope. Upon seeing the names Jiang Huayu and Zhu Wan'er inscribed upon it, a slight frown creased his brow, only to dissipate shortly thereafter. That he restored the envelope, gently ruffling the bluebird's head, murmuring, "Ah, so it is their joyful tidings. No wonder you were reluctant to linger." The bluebird chirped softly, nudging its head against the young man's palm. seemingly offering him comfort. The young man chuckled lightly. Off you go then. The village head has saved some barley wine for you. Those who abandon me, I have long since ceased to care. With that, he gestured with his hand, and the wooden sword gracefully returned to its sheath. He shouldered the wooden sword and made his way toward the sword mound atop the mountain. Before long, he reached the end of his journey. There, an elderly man with a head full of white hair and a gaunt face sat cross-legged upon a stone, surrounded by a multitude of broken swords. Chen Zhian, your sword's heart is in turmoil. Upon seeing the young man, the old man rasped. Zhu Qingho's sword intent is tearing through your qi. You are doomed. Chen Zhian replied coldly. With each step I take, his sword intent rends my essence to at most after 10 steps. My qi shall be utterly destroyed. No one can withstand Zhu Qingho's sword intent. Not even you, despite your similar Dao heart. Even if your sword intents resonate. The old man extended a skeletal finger, pointing toward Chen Zhian's chest, sneering. Years ago, I suffered a blow from his sword and have been unable to leave this sword mound for a single step. You harbor all his sword intent within your qi. Your escape is even less feasible. Now, with your sword heart unstable, balance lost, you are destined to remain here, a prisoner alongside this old fool, guarding these broken swords. I fear I shall disappoint you, Chen Zhian retorted coldly. You have spent your life pursuing his footsteps, while I, from the very beginning, have walked my own path. To learn from others is to live, to imitate is to perish. You do not even know how to copy the answers. You understand nothing of the sword path. Haha. In my day, I dueled for 3,000 matches without a single defeat. You claim I know not the sword path. Haha. Haha. The old man suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter echoed. The thousands of broken swords in the sword mound trembled violently, sword energies crisscrossing as if they were about to rise from the ground. Chen Zhian gazed calmly at this spectacle. Only when the old man's fury began to abate did he speak plainly. I can take you away. Ha ha ha. You little thief, have you gone mad from practicing your sword? I have battled him for over 5 centuries and could only extinguish a fraction of his sword intent. You claim you can take me away? The old man seemed to have heard the most absurd joke in the world. Ha 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 ha. Chen Zhian merely watched him, fingers twitching slightly as a faint sword energy flickered around his fingertip. Seeing this, the old man's laughter abruptly ceased, and after a moment of silence, he rasped, Young Master Chen. Name your conditions, Chen Zhian stated. I require a sword attendant, one capable of withstanding a holy weapon, for 20 years. And what then after 20 years? The old man inquired. Chen Zhian replied matter-of-factly, if I cannot achieve invincibility beneath the saints within 20 years. What is the point of my sword practice? Chapter 36. The ineffable Tao. The old man's face twitched. Over 500 years ago, he had attained the status of a grandmaster in the realm of returning to truth. His swordsmanship was unparalleled throughout the vast expanse of the great wilderness. Hailed as the sword path's foremost figure, most likely to ascend to sainthood after Zhu Qingho. Yet even such extraordinary talent took nearly 2 centuries to reach the returning to truth realm. To expect invincibility beneath the saints in 20 years is something even the resurrected Zhu Qingho could not achieve. That is likely only the ancient emperor, who suppressed the world's invincible forces 10 millennia ago, had such potential. This youth, merely at the perfected stage of the transcendent void realm, half a step into the divine void, dares to speak with such confidence and entitlement. For a moment, the old man was at a loss for words. After a lengthy silence, he rasped, I can be your sword attendant, but my qi is ruined and my body is half destroyed. I can wield a sword at most 3 times. Agreed. Chen Zhian's wooden sword soared from his back, tracing an arc in the air, coming to rest in the void. In an instant, the thousands of previously calm, broken swords in the sword mound erupted into chaos once more, buzzing and trembling as if bowing to the sword's sovereign. Line up, Chen Zhian commanded, and in that moment, countless brilliant sword lights surged toward the wooden sword. The old man's body erupted with a terrifying sword energy, surging forth like a roaring ocean. The old man gazed in astonishment at this scene, stammering, So this is Zhu Qingho's life sword. You can bear it. Simultaneously, in the small village, The old village chief looked up towards the direction of the sword mound, a frown creasing his brow, before relaxing again as he murmured, "This day has finally come. I have never seen two individuals so aligned on the path. Were it not for their differing souls, I would suspect he is the reincarnation of the sword master." Chirp, chirp, the bluebird rolled its eyes and spread its wings, flying towards the sword mound. Clang! With a resounding sword cry, the wooden sword descended upon Chen Zhian like a mountain. He reached out to grasp the hilt, instantly forced to kneel upon the ground. "Yield!" Chen Zhian half kneeled, gripping the hilt tightly, and shouted coldly. The wooden sword began to thrash wildly. The overwhelming sword energy rampaged, intent on shattering this ignorant youth. The old man's eyelid twitched, his face filled with shock. The wooden sword, having absorbed the sword energy left behind by Zhu Qinghe within him and the sword intent of the entire sword mound, had already attained the status of a holy weapon. Its formidable edge would be intolerable even for a grandmaster in the returning to truth realm, let alone a mere youth at the half-step divine void realm. A gentleman conceals his weapon, waiting for the opportune moment. This boy has treated himself as a furnace, nurturing sword intent, enduring the pain of countless swords piercing his heart daily, that I have traversed the great wilderness for hundreds of years and have never seen someone so ruthless to themselves. One person and one sword remained locked in this stalemate. Chen Zhian's complexion gradually lost its color, while the sword energy emanating from the wooden sword began to wane, flowing into Chen Zhian's qi, transforming into a jade-carved small sword. Half a tease worth of time later, Chen Zhian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, then straightened from his half-kneeling position. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he grinned, casually resheathing the wooden sword upon his back. At that moment, the wooden sword bore no trace of its former oppressive presence. Its brilliance retracted, appearing as an utterly ordinary sword. "We may depart now, sword sovereign." The old man regarded Chen Zhian with a complex expression, astonished that the sword intent imprisoning him for over 300 years had truly been assimilated by this youth. Though he appeared weak and delicate, he was in reality a furnace on the verge of explosion. Should he fail to contain the sword intent within him, Zhu Qinghe's explosive sword would devastate a radius of 10,000 miles, leaving no survivors beneath the saints. "How did you accomplish this?" The old man hesitated and asked on their descent. Chen Zhian replied nonchalantly, "I wished to do so, thus I did." The old man was left speechless, falling into silence before finally asking, "Are you Zhu Qinghe?" "I am not," Chen Zhian replied. "When you perceive the truth, you will realize that all things merely converge on different paths. The Tao encompasses myriad paths, yet the sword path is the most lethal. Thus, I deciphered Zhu Qinghe's sword intent, glimpsing its true essence. Just as with your sword-drawing technique, you pursue ultimate speed, yet always fall a fraction behind Zhu Qinghe. It is not due to a lack of swiftness, but rather because you have not perceived the essence of the sword path." The old man inquired, "What is the essence of the sword path?" "It cannot be spoken." Chen Zhian extended his palm, allowing the bluebird to perch upon it, and slowly said, "The Tao is ineffable. What I see as truth cannot be taught to you, though you might try to slow down." The old man pondered for a moment, and, after a lengthy silence, softly said, "My surname is Li. You may call me Old Li from now on." "Very well, Old Li. This day has indeed arrived." In the village, the old village chief, stooped and frail, gazed at the wooden sword on Chen Zhian's back, his murky eyes filled with melancholy. It is well known among the world that Zhu Qinghe wielded a sword to cleave the heavens and vanquish the deities seeking to descend through the celestial gates. Yet few are aware of the sacrifices made by the sword sect for this endeavor. With that singular strike, Zhu Qinghe borrowed the strength of the world's swords, joining forces with 3,000 sword cultivators from the sword sect to confront the sword wielders of the human race's Great Wall. At that time, the multitude of sword energy converged into a single stroke capable of parting the heavens, which felled the approaching quasi-emperor deities, restoring peace to the vast wilderness for several centuries. However, those sword cultivators never returned. All perished in battle, save for a lone sword attendant of Zhu Qinghe, who bore the broken sword and returned with a mournful cry, From that moment forth, the sword sect sealed its gates. Vanishing from the world that I in the present day, the sword sect is merely an ordinary village. 6 years ago, Chen Zhian appeared in the village, and when the wooden candle resonated, the old village chief knew that one day it would leave. Little did he expect that day would come so swiftly. "Are you leaving today?" the village chief suddenly inquired. "I am leaving today," Chen Zhian replied softly. "I apologize, but I cannot remove the wooden candle. It is necessary to bear the sword intent of the Qi Si. The wooden candle has chosen you. You are its companion. So there is no need for apologies." The village chief attempted to stroke the wooden sword, only for it to emit a buzzing sword cry, compelling him to retract his hand awkwardly. Sensing the atmosphere had turned slightly awkward, Chen Zhian cleared his throat. "It can be a bit mischievous." The village chief concealed his disappointment. "It is time for the youth to venture forth that in recent years, the sword sect has had no one traversing the world. Perhaps the world has forgotten of our existence. While out in the world, I will not interfere with conflicts among peers, but should anyone dare to bully the weak, feel free to wield the sword for justice, though I may be a mere invalid. I can still handle those worthless scoundrels." Chen Zhian was momentarily taken aback. Having spent 5 years in the village, he had gotten along harmoniously with most of the villagers, even being unanimously elected as the village's private school teacher. Yet, he had little interaction with the village chief, who often regarded him with a stern expression that he had once thought the village chief disliked him, as they seldom exchanged words that he never anticipated that just before his departure, the village chief would express such sentiments. Chapter 37. The list of talents. The old village chief seemed to have seen through his confusion and, with a grim expression, remarked, "Anyone would be displeased when confronted by the scoundrel who abducts their friends. The young ones are waiting for you at the village entrance. Go bid them farewell." "Village chief, the sword sect will not be forgotten." Chen Zhian deeply bowed to the village chief and, after a lengthy pause, made his way toward the village's outskirts. There, a group of youth, around 12 years of age, gazed at him with reluctance. As he scanned the group, a fleeting smile crossed Chen Zhian's pale face, which soon transformed into a serious demeanor. With a stern expression, he addressed them. "Zhu Taie, Li Qingwan, Jiang Zhua, Yu Manzhou. I recall that it is now time for Mr. Zhang's class on the initial of the Great Wilderness's Forbidden Grounds. Why have you all left the private school?" The students lowered their heads, too timid to meet his gaze. Only the female student Li Qingwan, with reddened eyes, spoke up. "We cannot bear to part with you." "Sir, will you not stay?" Chen Zhian approached, playfully tapping each of their heads. "Weeping children cannot become sword cultivators." The students grinned, revealing smiles that were more pitiful than their tears. "When you grow up, you will come to understand that the martial world is not far. I will be waiting for you there. I must take my leave. In merely 3.5 months, it will be the double ninth festival, and the wedding day of Zhu Wan'er and Jiang Huayu approaches. Xiaoqing, have there been any recent developments in the martial world?" In the falling treasure building, Chen Zhian inquired while stirring a hot pot. The brothel had entered a stable phase, yielding a daily profit of approximately 10,000 taels of silver. Recently, Chen Zhian had adopted a laid-back lifestyle. His cultivation had nearly reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, and he was on the verge of stepping into the qi control realm. I Qing sliced a piece of snow-white goat meat and tossed it into the pot, responding expertly. The second young master of Hejian, Wei Ziqiu, has entered the qi control realm in Chang'an, becoming yet another prodigy to achieve such a feat before the age of 30 that on the day he ascended, the second prince, Li Chenghua, gifted him 2 sharp pearls to help stabilize his cultivation. The crown prince, Li Chengding, presented him with a Qinglong spear, rumored to be a relic of the former dynasty's eunuch, Wei Zhongxian, that he has recently gained considerable fame in Chang'an. Both the Sword Sect and the Miao Sect have introduced a list of talents. Gathering the prodigies of the Tang dynasty under 30, Wei Ziqiu barely made the list, ranking 52nd. The top rank belongs to a young Taoist named Zhao Wuji, who, at just 20, is already a half-step into the Void Realm and is said to be a contemporary figure of the Taoist sect. The second place is taken by the second prince, Li Chenghua, who, at 27, has reached the pinnacle of the Qi control realm and can fight beyond his level, making him a formidable opponent against those in the Void Realm. The third place goes to Jiang Huayu, 26 years old, also at the pinnacle of the Qi control realm. Known in the martial world as Jiangtan Hua.it is said he has cultivated sword intent, rendering him invincible within 10 paces of his realm. The fourth place is held by the Miao sect saintess, Zhu Wan'er, with news suggesting she has reached the late stage of the Qi control realm and can combine her sword with Jiang Huayu's to slay those in the void realm. The fifth place is occupied by the silver spear, Shui Yiren, the young master of the Bema Villa in Hedong County, whose silver spear techniques are said to be extraordinary, that he is reportedly dissatisfied with his ranking and has set off for the sword sect to challenge Jiang Huayu. The sixth place is held by the Snow Mountain sect's holy son, Ouyang Shui, who boasts a record of sealing rivers with a single strike, but he also finds himself unsatisfied being ranked behind Shui Yiren and has taken up his blade toward the sword sect. The seventh place belongs to the Five Poisons sect Jiang Luer, notorious for his ruthlessness, having poisoned over 200 people in a single night. The eighth place is claimed by the Iron Sword, Wang Songyang, 29 years old, with a record of slaying 2 Qi control realm opponents with a single stroke. The ninth place is held by Liu Meier, who employs the flower-picking technique of Mr. Liu and has recently dispatched numerous flower thieves. Lastly, the 10th place is the young master of the Wuan Marquis family, Go Yu Quan, who is known as the Butcher in the martial world and has slaughtered 79 bandit lairs in just half a year of entering the martial world. Go. Chen Zhian raised his eyebrows in surprise. I did not expect Go to gain such renown so swiftly. It seems he has recovered from the blow dealt by Li Chengxian. Chen Zhian remarked, sighing, then inquired, "Is there any news of my second brother?" "There is no news of the second young master," Li Qing'er replied, puzzled. "But wasn't the second young master Qi destroyed, rendering him forever unable to pursue the path of the Tao?" The incident of the Miao sect saintess Zhu Wan'er returning the engagement at the Marquis' estate caused quite a stir. "Even I have heard of it." Chen Zhian shot her a glance. "With our elder brother around, do you think having a destroyed Qi is truly a significant issue?" Li Lanqing was momentarily taken aback. Recalling the scholar who had taken her away from the drunken guest house, she shook her head. Indeed, with the eldest brother present, it seems as though nothing truly poses a challenge. Though they were unaware of the true cultivation level of the reclusive figure from the Chenliu Marquis' household, both Chen Zhian and Li Qing'er felt as though there was nothing in this world that could truly trouble him. Speaking of the eldest brother, that fierce woman from White Tiger Street has been frequently seen lingering around Hesitant Alley. I suspect she has her eyes on the eldest brother. "Boss, should we invite Mr. Liu for a visit to give her a little shock?" Chen Zhian put down his chopsticks, shaking his head with a smile. Jiang Baihu is a clever person. She knows her limits. If she truly has any intentions, I would actually welcome it. However, I have a hunch that the eldest brother is no longer human. He probably has no interest in matters of love. Li Qing'er covered her mouth and chuckled, beginning to clean up the remnants of their meal. Chen Zhian reclined on his rocking chair, beginning to doze off. His fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the chair and within the gaps of his fingers. His vitality quietly surged, transforming his blood energy into pure vitality. Recently, he had felt some changes in his body. For reasons unknown, he often felt insatiably hungry, especially after returning from his vacations in the space. He found himself needing to consume copious amounts of food to replenish his energy, and he had inquired about this with Lu Qi, discovering that very few practitioners experienced such a situation in the world. He deduced that this was likely due to the domineering nature of the martial arts remnants. The stronger the physical body, the more blood energy it possessed, and consequently, the greater the energy required. His appetite now rivaled that of 8 grown men, that he wondered how much he would need to eat in the future to satiate his hunger. Fortunately, he had the brothel to fall back on, along with his younger sister, Chen Zhidong, occasionally bringing him some unruly demonic beast to eat, preventing him from going hungry. After a refreshing nap, Chen Zhian took out Chen Zheng's whistle and blew it. Shortly thereafter, a large bird circled down from the sky, the king of golden-winged Peng from Fox Mountain. He was unsure of what kind of spiritual medicine his sister had given it, but recently, the golden feathers of the Peng King had become increasingly radiant, and its demeanor had grown more haughty, hardly casting a glance at Chen Zhian. Chen Zhian chose not to take offense. He leaped onto its back, soaring toward Fox Mountain. "Third brother, you are late today." In just 2 breaths, the Peng King had carried Chen Zhian to Fox Mountain. Presently, Fox Mountain had almost become Chen Zhian's garden. Chen Zhian had specially built her a manor and arranged for several elders to guard it. Now, she spent more time on Fox Mountain than at the Chenliu Marquis's estate. Each day, he wondered what she was so busy with, as the diverse and chaotic array of exotic demonic beasts on Fox Mountain had visibly increased. Chapter 38. Learning the art of swordsmanship, Chen Zhian approached and ruffled Chen Zhian's hair, that he then sat nearby, watching her weave a bracelet. "Little sister, is it beautiful?" Chen Zhian held the bracelet high, the sunlight casting a rainbow hue upon it. "This is a gift for you, big brother. It is beautiful. Has the sun risen in the west today? Our little lazy girl has actually taken the initiative to weave a bracelet." Chen Zhian took the bracelet, and a sudden shiver ran down his spine, as if plunging into an ice cave beneath the scorching sun. After playing with it for a while, his curiosity got the better of him. "What material is this made from?" "It is remarkably extraordinary. You will find out in the future," Chen Zhian replied, a glint of mischief in her eyes as she saw Chen Zhian don the bracelet. "Yesterday, Father received an invitation. It was sent by the Miao sect, penned personally by the sect leader, Shi Qingyao. Is this an invitation for Father to attend the ceremony?" Indeed, she mentioned that the Chenliu Ho residents and the Piao Miao sect are old friends, and that they cannot allow a trivial matter to create a rift between them. At this point, Chen Zhian scoffed. "That wretched woman seems to have forgotten that it was she who brought that little vixen to establish the marriage contract. And it was she who tore it asunder. You little brat, no foul language allowed." Chen Zhian gave Chen Zhian a light reprimand, then pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What did Father say?" "Father stated that he cannot make decisions at home, right now, and instructed the messenger from the Piao Miao sect to seek you out." Saying this, she adopted a pitiful demeanor, clinging to Chen Zhian's arms and pouting, "Brother, I have never even left Chang'an. Absolutely not. I refuse to entertain that notion. There is no way." Chen Zhian refused outright. Traveling through the rivers and lakes is perilously dangerous. Although Chen Zhian possesses an enigmatic quality that seems to intimidate those otherworldly beasts and magical creatures, he had never witnessed his little sister in action. From the way her face turned pale each time she swung on a swing, it was evident that she likely lacked any significant cultivation. The Piao Miao sect is situated far away in Langya County, a journey of over 30,000 miles. How could he dare to let this 15-year-old girl venture forth alone? "Dear brother, please allow me to go." Chen Zhian pouted. "I will certainly remember the rules of the rivers and lakes. I will steer clear of injustice, avoid provoking women, old men, and children, and will immediately retreat upon encountering monks or Taoists." "Well, at least you remember those well." Chen Zhian couldn't help but chuckle. Ever since he discerned that this little one harbored thoughts of running away from home, he had been instilling the notion that the world of rivers and lakes is vast and fraught with treachery. He never anticipated that rather than dissuading her from her adventurous aspirations, it only intensified her longing. "Brother, I will definitely ignore those impoverished scholars and will not rest in dilapidated temples. Please let me go." Chen Zhian sighed helplessly. "Langya County is far too distant. By the time you arrive, the flowers will have wilted. Come now, let us not entertain this idea. Brother, do you truly wish to be so heartless?" Noticing Chen Zhian's resolute demeanor, Chen Zhian's tone turned melancholic. "What brings you to speak such words?" Chen Zhian sensed a foreboding, and he stepped back, asking, "What do you mean?" Chen Zhian replied glumly, "A few days ago, I inadvertently witnessed someone uprooting Mr. Liu's willow tree, that I also chanced upon someone roasting old Huang's 500-year-old spirit turtle. Oh, it seems it was roasted with willow branches ahem. Actually, Langya isn't that far." Chen Zhian hurriedly covered Chen Zhian's mouth. "This matter is indeed open to negotiation, but I have a condition. I must accompany you, and during our journey, you must heed my words." I knew my brother would relent. Chen Zhian twitched the corners of his mouth. The little braid had been firmly grasped. How could it be otherwise? Last month, after completing his training, he was famished to the point of seeing stars and just happened to spot a turtle languidly feeding on fish. He hadn't bothered to think twice before he swiftly dispatched it. Only after feasting did he realize it was the ancient butler's cherished turtle. Alas, it was too late. Recently, every time Old Seven and Old Huang strolled past the falling treasure tower, he felt a surge of anxiety. After a pleasant exchange, Chen Zhian produced an invitation from her sleeve, reminding Chen Zhian to pacify their father. Then she skipped away to frolic with the myriad beasts. Chen Zhian summoned a rock and rode it back to the falling treasure tower. Upon his return, the first order of business was to summon the system. With great flourish, he recharged it with 200,000 taels of silver. Chen Zhian believed she had him in her grasp, but in reality, he had already contemplated venturing into the rivers and lakes after hearing Li Lanqing's commentary on the talented individuals list. After all, he had been in this vast wasteland for over a year without ever leaving Chang'an. The days spent in the company of red sleeves had grown somewhat monotonous, and such an opportunity to witness the excitement could not be missed. However, the dangers of the rivers and lakes necessitated substantial investment. The supreme leader of the Piao Miao sect is a grand master of the returning truth realm, and the founder of the sect is even a sage. Although both have long since passed, their sacred weapons still exist. The Yujian sect has long been controlled by the Jiang family of Langia, a lineage that has also produced sages. The marriage alliance between the Piao Miao sect and the Yujian sect in this era, where the Daoist sects do not reveal their swords, suggests that anyone with a modicum of intelligence would likely surmise that these two factions are in collusion, undoubtedly coveting the position of the righteous leader of the rivers and lakes. Coupled with the emergence of the talented individuals list, one can expect a tempestuous gathering of events in Langia in the coming month. Without some means of self-preservation, he would hardly dare to venture into the fray. As the mechanical voice of the system resonated, Chen Zhian found the scenery shifting before him, reappearing in the virtual space. With a wave of his hand, he dispersed the multitude of enchanting figures and withdrew a mundane iron sword from his shumi ring, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, declaring, "System, let us commence the Sword Sutra's enlightenment." "As you wish, chime." The sound of the sword echoed sharply down on the sandy beach. Chen Zhian's pupils constricted as he beheld an immortal approaching with a sword in hand. With each step the immortal took, a lotus flower blossomed at their feet, leaving behind a trail of sword marks in the AI. As the immortal moved faster, the number of sword marks multiplied, and the steps became increasingly enigmatic to his astonishment. It appeared as though countless immortals, each performing a peculiar dance, were advancing towards him. The ground beneath them was strewn with sword marks, resembling shattered lotus blossoms. Chen Zhian, bewildered, clutched his sword, utterly at a loss as to how to defend against the approaching sword immortals that in a daze. He drew his sword and looked around in confusion, just as he was lost in thought. Swoosh, the sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed, and the countless immortal figures coalesced into one that, unbeknownst to him, the sword in his hand had already plunged into his own body. Ding. First style of the Sword Sutra. 8 steps to chase the cicada. Transaction complete. Huff. Chen Zhian collapsed onto the ground, gasping for in that fleeting moment. He genuinely believed he had met his indeed. The Sword Sutra truly this formidable? Why do I feel something is amiss? After sitting in silence for a while, Chen Zhian propped himself up with his sword and inquired in confusion. The sword has no fixed form. The system's mechanical voice responded. Considering the host's mediocre aptitude and average comprehension, the system has provided a complimentary analysis of 9 variations. Chen Zhian, utterly bewildered, shook his head, about to ask another question when the system interjected. The 9 styles of the Sword Sutra represent the system's optimal solution for the host and do not serve as definitive answers. Each individual's perception of the sword path differs. Chen Zhian may have comprehended 9 swords from the Sword Sutra, or perhaps only one. Understand now. Chen Zhian nodded, contemplating for a moment before hesitantly asking, "Is it possible to try again?" A profound silence enveloped the beach. After a lengthy pause, the system's emotionless mechanical voice finally resounded. The system is reanalyzing the host's aptitude is lacking. Unable to comprehend the sword intent analysis complete. Redefining the Sword Sutra. Sword Sutra 9 styles. First style, 8 steps to chase the cicada. Please host thrust the sword 5 steps to the left. Chapter 39. My fiancé is getting married. I shall attend the ceremony 5 days later. In the virtual space, a gentle breeze swept through. Chen Zhian's long robe fluttered as he abruptly swayed left, only to reappear on the right, leaving a myriad of disordered footprints on the sandy beach. He emphasized unpredictability and surprised that as the final gust of wind passed, he stood 10 zhang away, sheathing his sword. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Zhian declared, "System, I have grasped the essence of 8 steps to chase the cicada. With a few more days of practice, I shall master it. I in this light, perhaps my aptitude is not as poor as you suggested." The system remained silent in response. After a lengthy interval, it finally spoke. "In terms of swordsmanship, if the world's comprehension were to be quantified as 10 measures, Chen Zhiming occupies 12 measures, while the host is lacking 2 to..." Chen Zhian scoffed. Utterly unconvinced, he resumed practicing 8 steps to chase the cicada. Outside the long pavilion, by the ancient road, once the pinnacle of swordsmanship, now a mere sword attendant, Oldly squatted on the ground without any semblance of dignity, holding 2 burnt sweet potatoes in his hands. Not far off, Chen Zhiming was scavenging through a pile of corpses. With each fragment of silver he unearthed, a genuine smile of delight would grace his lips. This marked the 13th day since their departure from the village. Along their journey, 7 unfortunate bandits had already met their demise at the hands of Chen Zhimin. It wasn't that these bandits lacked awareness in provoking the wrong individuals. They simply could not withstand the calamity that befell them. "Young master, the bandits in the hushy corridor can be disregarded, as we were merely passing through. But now we are in Hedong. Is it truly worth it to traverse several hundred miles for a mere few dozen pieces of silver?" Oldly finished the 2 burnt sweet potatoes and, seeing Chen Zhiming tirelessly rifling through the corpses, couldn't he help but voice his discontent that he simply could not fathom the thinking of this young man. If he truly had an affinity for such trifles with Chen Zhiming's swordsmanship, he could be a distinguished guest wherever he went, without needing to utter a word, that a mere hint of his swordplay would surely have those noble families lining up to shower him with gifts. Why go to such lengths to deal with these destitute bandits? You wouldn't understand. Chen Zhiming carefully placed the 12 taels of silver he had salvaged into his money pouch and checked once more before responding leisurely. Money given by others feels like a hot potato. Only the money earned by oneself brings peace of mind. Our Chen family has been poor for generations. We've grown weary of poverty. Oldly's mouth twitched slightly. Don't try to fool me. Your grandfather was the brother of the founding emperor of the Tang dynasty, the only king of a different surname. Who didn't he know he was a wealthy landlord back in the day? How could he lack money? You wouldn't understand, Chen Zhiming sighed, gazing longingly in the direction of Chang'an. The old man may have been wealthy, but who can blame him for having such an unreliable son? Let us go. I've heard there's a group of bandits at Yinding Mountain that will make some money and take a deeder. In the Tang dynasty, He Jian, a disheveled man, adjusted the green hat atop his head. He looked up at the white expanse above, his eyes filled with reluctance. The young woman upstairs caught sight of the man and slightly lifted her skirt. Upon witnessing this, the man's heart fluttered, and he unconsciously stepped forward a few paces. Suddenly, he noticed the disdainful gaze of the servant at the door and was reminded of his empty purse. Instantly, much of his fervor was extinguished, and without a backward glance, he turned and left, muttering to himself, "Indeed, there's nothing good in the world of Jianghu. The only redeeming quality lies in the legs of the ladies." Before long, the man arrived at a dock, where a boatman approached him and whispered, "Old dog, I have news regarding the matter you asked me to investigate." The man hastily inquired, "What is it?" The boatman replied in a hushed tone, "In the 9th year of the Tianqi era, a great flood struck He Jian, not by the will of heaven, but due to a calamity wrought by demons. A dragon, having attained enlightenment, sought to ascend to the sacred realm, causing the waters of the great marsh to inundate He Jian, displacing millions that tumultuous time. Those with ill intent attributed this disaster to the moral failings of the previous emperor, claiming it was divine retribution. Thus, the current emperor Taizu rose in rebellion, claiming mandate from heaven to eradicate the Yang calamity." The man frowned slightly. "What does this have to do with the matter I asked you to investigate?" The boatman shook his head in silence and raised 2 fingers. The man retrieved 2 pieces of silver from his pocket and handed them over. Only then did the boatman continue. "It is said that the dragon had already glimpsed the Tao and was but a step away from becoming a saint. Just as it was about to transform from a serpent into a dragon, a great master of humanity appeared from thin air and slew it in the wilds. That master is highly likely to be the individual you seek. Is this information reliable?" The man slapped the hilt of his sword and growled, "If it's not reliable, I expect a refund. I make my living by this." Would I peddle falsehoods to you? The boatman was quite displeased by the man's doubts. The battlefield lies at Yindang Mountain. You need only go and see for yourself to discern the truth. But I advise you not to hold out too much hope. The years have passed, and even if there were any secret scrolls, they would have long since been taken away. Then I shall place my trust in you this once. The man leaped onto the boatman's small vessel and rapped on the side of the boat. Let us depart. Take me across the river. Certainly. The boatman smiled faintly, extending a finger. 3 went across, a small business, no credit offered. 2 days later, along the official road in Hejian, the disheveled man, with his sword at his waist and a blade of dogtail grass in his mouth, rode a gaunt horse, leisurely following a merchant convoy bound for Hebei Prefecture. Even a single coin can pose a challenge to a hero, let alone 3 won. After being met with the boatman's indifferent refusal, the man sought out a merchant group and plainly expressed his desire to hitch a ride. This makeshift convoy seemed eager for some muscle, and upon seeing his imposing stature and the sword he bore, they hesitated only slightly before accepting him as a guard. Not only did he pay nothing, but he also earned 10 WN in addition to him. There were 2 other incongruous individuals within the convoy, a pale-faced scholar and a frail old man. According to the scholar, the 2 of them had fled from the west of the river and were headed to Langia to seek refuge with relatives. The merchant boss, perhaps blinded by desperation, not only agreed to their inclusion, but even paid them a full 10 taels of silver, which incited dissatisfaction among the other guards. After all, those who served as guards were at least martial artists, earning only a few pieces of silver for their efforts. Why should these 2 incompetent individuals receive the same pay? Thus, for the past 2 days, various petty individuals had been attempting to provoke trouble for the man regarding the scholar and his servant. However, the man could hardly be bothered. He merely sought a free ride and had no interest in these trivial matters. Is dog brother from Chang'an? Just as the man was dozing off, the scholar rode alongside him and inquired, "What of it, whether I am or not?" The man did not wish to engage in conversation, as this fellow bore a striking resemblance to the disreputable Zhou Qian. The only person he held any affection for among the delicate faces was his dear brother Zhian, far away in Chang'an. "It's nothing, just that you remind me of an old friend." The scholar smiled faintly, speaking of which, I haven't seen that friend in over a decade. I only recall he often had 2 silver dragons hanging from his nose when he was young, quite amusing. The man grimaced slightly and muttered, "Who doesn't look like that in their youth?" The scholar replied matter-of-factly, "I wasn't like that." The man's mouth twitched again, and he closed his eyes, choosing to ignore him. "I am Chengu, an old acquaintance." The scholar, seemingly oblivious to the man's evident disdain, continued to chatter. "Are you here for the bandits of Yindang Mountain?" The man, surprised, opened his eyes and grunted. "You are too?" "Not quite. I am passing through." The scholar smiled. "I am going to Langia. My fiancé is marrying someone else, and I am merely going to pay my respects." Chapter 40. On Yindang Mountain, there is a dragon, The man was at a loss for words at the scholar's comment. What does it mean that his fiancé is marrying someone else? Suddenly recalling his own circumstances, he understood. This scholar was likely also a kindred spirit in misfortune, that he retrieved a flask of wine from his waist and offered it to the scholar, saying, "A man should not lament the absence of a wife. Do not be too troubled." The scholar took the flask with a smile. "I am merely here to bring closure." "Miss, did you hear that? That sickly man is going to Langia to see his fiancée." Inside the carriage, the merchant's maid, eavesdropping on the conversation between the man and the scholar, said softly, "Had I known, I wouldn't have brought him along." "Xiaoyan, do not speak carelessly. We brought him along for a reason." A gentle voice replied softly, "We are going to Langia anyway, merely to foster goodwill." "Miss, do you think the Jiang family will grant us our request?" The maid, recalling her family's predicament, could no longer focus on eavesdropping and asked anxiously, "Is there truly no place for reason in this world? We have done nothing wrong. It is futile. Who would offend the Jiang family of Langia or the Miao sect for the sake of a mere Zhong family?" The young lady's eyes reddened as she spoke softly. "All the petitions we submitted have been returned." Chirp, 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 just as the master and servant in the carriage were feeling melancholic. The sound of birdsong suddenly erupted from the forest. Upon hearing the sound, the disheveled man instantly raised his head, his eyes sharp as knives piercing into the thicket. Enemy attack! Whoosh, whoosh! No sooner had he spoken than 2 arrows shot through the dense foliage towards him, followed by a torrential rain of arrows. Protect the young lady! The captain of the guards, quick on his feet, leaped off his horse as the man bellowed, drawing his sword to shield the carriage. He waved his blade, creating a curtain of steel, while the other guards brandished their blades in a tight formation, deflecting the incoming arrows. Yet there were simply too many arrows. Some still managed to pierce through the defensive barrier. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows broke through the guard formation and shot directly into the carriage. The captain's eyes widened in horror as he attempted to leap forward to rescue them, but found himself unable to make it in time. Swoosh! Just as the arrows were about to pierce the carriage curtain, a breeze swept through, as if an invisible hand were disturbing the air. The arrows narrowly missed the 2 individuals inside the carriage, embedding themselves in the side of the carriage. Everyone, protect the young lady! Without a moment's respite, the captain stepped onto the carriage, positioning himself with his sword drawn in front. Seeing this, the disheveled man let out a wild roar. Boss Zhong, I can repay the 10 when I owe you. From here on out, may the road part ways for us. With that, he drew his sword, transforming into a colossal beast, stirring up a cloud of dust as he charged headlong into the rain of arrows towards the forest. In the dense woods, the rain of arrows abruptly ceased, vital energy unleashed, riding the air. He is indeed a master of the chi manipulation realm. The captain watched the man plunge into the forest. Observing the dazzling light of his blade, and cold sweat poured down his back, that he felt both dread and relief. He had not anticipated that a mere ruffian picked up by the roadside was, in fact, a formidable master of the chi manipulation realm. Over the past 2 days, he had scolded this man more than once. Inside the carriage, the maid Xiaoyan, still shaken, murmured, "This uncle is surprisingly powerful. Had I known, I would have given him those 10 tails. Xiaoyan, do not speak out of turn." Ms. Zhong appeared more composed, disembarking from the carriage to allow the captain to assess their casualties. Thanks to the man's timely warning and the captain's swift response, aside from 2 unfortunate souls suffering minor injuries, the rest remained largely unscathed. After the count, the captain solemnly stated, "Miss, our people are mostly unharmed, but the scholar and the old servant have gone missing. There are no bodies at the scene. They must have left on their own. They may have just gone missing." Ms. Zhong hesitated for a moment, casting a glance into the depths of the forest before softly saying, "Let us depart. This is no place to linger." "Understood." Daoxing remains as reckless as ever. In the forest, the scholar stood atop a treetop, watching as the man single-handedly pursued a dozen bandits. Wherever the blade's light passed, no bandit could fall intact. Limbs and remnants lay strewn upon the ground, painting the forest as a veritable hell on earth. This lad possesses commendable talent. He may well aspire to become a master. Beside him, the hunchbacked old man commented, He exhibits some semblance of the Blade Sovereign. He is a descendant of the Blade Sovereign." The scholar chuckled. "What a pity he has lost the family's magical blade technique. He has likely come to Yindang Mountain in search of its whereabouts. Let us go. He can handle the killing, and I shall take care of the burial. Big brother, save me." In the stronghold of the 12 bandits of Yindang Mountain, a bloody bandit stumbled into the lair. He was the leader of this ambush, possessing innate strength in a den where the average level of martial prowess was merely third-rate. He was a rare specimen. Unfortunately, he had encountered Go Yu Quan, ranked 10th on the hero list, known as the Butcher among the Jianghu. The bandit leader reclined in the chair of loyalty and righteousness, his anger yet to surface as his comrades stumbled in. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of blade light sliced through the air. The head of a good brother rolled to the ground, crimson blood splattering against the roof like vibrant roses. Behind the headless corpse stood a burly man, drenched in blood, who fixed a cold glare upon him while gripping a knife, steadying himself against the chair. The bandit leader summoned all his strength to suppress the terror swelling within, feigning calmness as he spoke. "Brother, I have not wronged you, have I, in my dealings with the 12 bandits of Yindang Mountain?" Go Yu Quan flicked the blood from the tip of his blade and grinned. "No, merely a matter of misfortune on your part that I have taken a liking to this place." Upon hearing this, The bandit leader forced a sycophantic smile. We can leave. Too troublesome. Go Yuquan cast a sidelong glance at the stronghold, and upon noticing a scar from a blade on the stone wall, his thick brows immediately rose. Or perhaps you could provide me with a reason to spare your life. The bandit leader fell silent. He had long lost his moral compass in a life of vice, committing countless acts of rape, plunder, and murder. The only good deed he could recall was saving a dog when he was 3 years old. Yet that dog had ultimately met its end at his hands as well. He pondered whether that could be considered good. It seems you, too, believe you deserve death. Go Yuquan chuckled, slowly raising the blade known as Zhian Kansas. Wait! The bandit leader exclaimed in alarm, hastily adding, Last year, I robbed a merchant convoy. Unlike previous raids, I did not slaughter them all. I allowed them to leave and even escorted them partway. This is proof that I have not completely lost my conscience. The truth of that incident, of course, was quite different. He had spared them not only because he felt a twinge of guilt, but also due to a fierce female warrior in the convoy who had fixed him with a menacing gaze. I'm afraid you missed your chance. Go Yuquan drew his sword, and a dazzling arc of light flashed. The bandit leader, at the late stage of chi refinement, was instantly torn apart, reduced to mere fragments scattered across the ground. This fellow harbors a heavy aura of malice. With just this strike, it is likely that unforeseen consequences will arise. Not far off, Oldly transmitted a secret message. There are traces of the Blade's sovereign in that cave. The one who slayed that dragon years ago was most likely the Blade's sovereign. Now, stimulated by this fellow's murderous intent, the spirit of the dragon that wanders in this space is on the verge of revival. Chen Zhian furrowed his brow. If the dragon's spirit revives, can you take action? I can't. Oldly cackled. It will count as a single instance. Good. Await my signal. Chapter 41. The remnants of the demon dragon emerge. The throne of sword chi approaches. Go Yuquan stood amidst the scattered remnants of bodies, his expression vacant. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes had become stained with a hint of blood. Drip! Drip! The stronghold fell silent, the sounds of birds and beasts ceasing. Only the sound of blood dripping from Zhian onto the ground accentuated the eerie stillness. Not good. That lad has likely fallen victim. The dragon spirit has sensed my presence and is attempting to usurp him. Oldly transmitted in a hushed tone. As the former leader of the Sword Dao, the foremost swordsman beneath the Sword Saint, it was indeed a disheartening sight to let a demon dragon steal a march on him. Huh! Just as he finished speaking, Go Yuquan suddenly turned his head, his gaze fixed on their hiding spot as he cackled. 500 years have passed, and I have finally been reborn. In the darkness, these two pitiful lambs have come to witness my resurrection. If so, why have you not yet knelt to pay homage to your king? Seeking death. Oldly waved his hand, grasping a dusty, ancient sword that emerged from the shadows, also cackling coldly. A mere four-legged reptile dares to be so arrogant. I need but a single strike to slay you. Oldly, do not act. Chen Zhian pressed down on Oldly's arm, speaking in a low voice. Go Sheng has not been usurped. He is merely temporarily suppressed. Oldly furrowed his brow, gazing at Go Yuquan. Upon seeing Zhian trembling in his hand, his expression turned hopeful. The difference is negligible. With the spirit of the true realm's essence attached, he is beyond saving. Better to let me take action, rather than becoming something neither human nor ghost. It is far simpler to die. That will not do. He is my beloved friend, my brother. Two mere insects. Go Yuquan laughed in exasperation. Did you bother to inquire about my opinion when you called for bloodshed? Silence. Chen Zhian and Oldly simultaneously reprimanded the occupied Go Yuquan. I can spare his life, but his cultivation cannot be preserved. Oldly, sword in hand, was eager to act. No, I shall go first. You follow. Chen Zhian took a step forward, and in an instant, a scornful smile curled upon his lips. Reptile. What use is it for you to usurp a waste? With that waste talent, it is unlikely he will ever reach the true realm in this lifetime, as a being with the potential to become a saint. How could you remain languishing beneath? Furthermore, that waste is a descendant of the Blade's sovereign. His family must kneel to their ancestors every year. Do you not feel embarrassed to bow before your enemy? Why not usurp me instead? I am not lacking either. A half step into the void god realm. Moreover, I carry the sword intent of the sword Saint Zhu Qingho. Ascending to the saint realm is merely a matter of time. Come on, listening to the incessant, grating voice, Go Youquan's expression turned ashen. Warily eyeing Chen Zhian and oldly, he had indeed considered usurping Chen Zhian. From afar, he could already sense the fragrant aura emanating from him, a scent of heavenly fortune. Yet the sword in the old man's hand instilled an overwhelming sense of danger. You two-legged sheep, do you think to deceive me? I shall not fall for your tricks. Go Youquan sneered. You aim to take advantage of my moment of usurpation to have that old man strike me down. What? Are you afraid? Chen Zhian taunted. Do you truly believe you can usurp Gosheng? Have you forgotten whose blade Zhongcan is? You probably can't even control the hand that wields the knife now. Go Youquan's pupils constricted as he struggled to suppress the restless Zhongcan, internally lamenting the situation, that he was indeed unable to fully usurp the body. The remnant soul of the blade's sovereign curled within Zhongcan, continuously rebounding against him. However, how could this foolish lamb comprehend my true intent? Come now, Chen Zhian declared. I have no desire to live anyway. If you wish to usurp me, I shall not resist. Not a chance. Go Youquan hesitated for a moment before sneering. Two-legged sheep are the most treacherous. You must surely intend to let that old man ambush me while I am occupied with this waste. I have lived for thousands of years. How could I fall for the tricks of a mere child? As he spoke, he gradually advanced toward Chen Zhian. One hand clutched Zhongcan, while the other conjured the ethereal image of a dragon. Chen Zhian stood still, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama, muttering to himself, if you are afraid, I can swear an oath to the heavenly path. As long as you usurp me, Old Li will never. Chen Zhian's words were abruptly cut off, his body trembling inexplicably. The next words that escaped his lips were merely fool. Fool! You think you can control me? That old man's half-destroyed body is worth nothing. From the very beginning, my intention has been to usurp you. Chen Zhian spoke to himself, a flush rising to his pale face. Ha ha! Fool! Marvelous! This flesh is utterly perfect. To seize the creation of heaven and earth. The heavens are unjust. What right do such feeble humans have to be the masters of this world? In the darkness, Chen Zhian surveyed his own body, his words now echoing the language of the dragon. After a long moment, he turned to Old Li, taunting, In your prime, I was not afraid of you, now that you have lost your powers. Even if you forcibly break through to your peak again, what do I have to fear? Just now, I was unsure, but now it is clear you are indeed a waste. Indeed, I am a waste. What a pity for this opportunity. Old Li gazed at Chen Zhian with pity, filled with a sense of loss. Follow me. Once I ascend to the saint realm, I shall grant you the fortune to heal your old wounds. Chen Zhian stood with hands clasped behind his back. Or perhaps I shall send you to your end right now. That is unlikely. Old Li lamented. He will not agree. Who will not agree? Chen Zhian retorted defiantly. I shall not agree. Chen Zhian slowly uttered four words, as if in self-questioning. Following this, a brilliant little sword suddenly erupted with radiance from his energy sea. Chen Zhian lightly tapped his fingers. Confinement. With that, a piercing dragon roar resounded from his lips. Damn it! You dare to use your body as a sheath to conceal the sword within. This is Zhu Qingho's sword. Damn it! Damn it! Within Chen Zhian's energy sea, a dragon with twisted horns was ensnared by the sword intent. Thousands of sword energies exhaling radiant light, creating a cage of sword intent. The spirit of the dragon, hundreds of zhong in size, struggled within the cage, howling in anguish that I in no time. It was suppressed into a mere four-legged reptile. Above the energy sea, Chen Zhian's void god sat upon a throne crafted from swirling sword chi, his brilliant golden eyes surveying the dragon. Reptile, I have already stated that inheriting Zhu Qingho's sword intent. You seem to have taken it lightly? The dragon howled in despair, over 3,000 sword energies nearly tearing its spirit apart. Looking up at the radiant void god upon the throne, it roared. Impossible. How can you possess Zhu Qingho's sword intent? He has long since died. Long since died. No, this is wrong. You are Zhu Qingho. Zhu Qingho, the dragon gazed in horror at the golden eyes on the sword sheath throne. Such an aura, it could never misidentify. Years ago, when Zhu Qingho cleaved the heavens with a single sword strike to fell the quasi-emperor, it had prostrated in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Now confronted once more by those golden eyes, it felt as if it were staring into that sword light again. Fear magnified infinitely. The sorrowful wail of the dragon echoed. Lord Sword Saint, spare me my life. Chen Zhian, with his resplendent golden eyes, gazed down upon the dragon and spoke. Life or death is no longer in your hands. I beseech you, Sword Saint, show me a path to survival. With a slight motion of his finger, the sword Qi prison shattered, transforming into beams of sword light that vanished into the sea of Qi, scattered haphazardly across the ground. In my sea of Qi, there is a need for a sword-bearer. From now on, you shall serve as a ferryman of sword Qi. Chapter 42. After 2.5 years of practice, I have finally mastered the control of Qi. Are you not afraid of a backlash? In the encampment, Old Li, while assisting Chen Zhian in transporting treasures, inquired. Even at my peak, I would not dare to claim I could effortlessly slay a great demon at the Return to Truth stage. Are you truly at ease allowing it to linger within your sea of Qi? Chen Zhian cast a glance at the slumbering Go Yuquan, picked up the scattered beads from the ground, and meticulously strung them together, casually remarking, I have already transported the sword intent of Zhu Qingho and 3,000 sword cultivators. Why should I fear a mere dragon? The more pests, the less concern. The more debts, the less worry. Given my current state, why should I bother with such trivialities? Indeed. Old Li fell silent for a moment, then sighed. I have never encountered someone so ruthless towards themselves. Even if one day you become invincible, ascending to the realm of emperors, I would find it entirely reasonable. Old Li, you flatter me excessively. Chen Zhian teased. Let us go, since Miss Zhong has provided the funds. We cannot breach our contract. In the capital of Chang'an, within the imperial palace, the crown prince, Li Qingdong, sat on a small stool beside the throne, leaning forward to observe the raucous assembly of ministers below. Drowsy and disenchanted, he found the morning court sessions the most tiresome since taking charge. That 1,000 ministers possessed over 2,000 ulterior motives. Each harbored their own thoughts. As the clamor grew more intense, a flicker of irritation crossed Li Qingdong's eyes, and he slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, Is a mere marriage alliance between two sects truly worthy of such uproar? My father has long decreed that matters of the martial world are to be handled by the Ministry of Rights. Are you all attempting to overstep your authority? Minister Zhou, speak up. Upon witnessing the crown prince's fury, the noisy ministers collectively huffed and returned to their ranks, instantly regaining their composure. The Minister of Rights stepped forward and proclaimed, Your Highness. According to precedent, the Ministry of Rights should dispatch an envoy to attend the ceremony, to demonstrate the emperor's benevolence. However, this marriage between the mysterious sect and the sword-wielding sect, while appearing as a union of two sects, is in fact a strategic alliance of two holy weapons. Their ambitions to usurp the leadership of the martial world are all too clear. Such actions are beyond the pale. The elder minister suggested. It would be prudent to report this to the emperor for his decision. Such trifles do not require my father's consultation, Li Qingdong replied. Somewhat displeased, his voice cold. Under heaven, there is no land that is not royal. On the shores of the realm, there are no subjects who are not royal, whether it be the mysterious sect or the sword-wielding sect, or even the Langyajiang clan. They are all subjects of our great Tang. When it rains, a mother must marry. Weddings and funerals are natural occurrences that warrant no excessive concern. Minister Zhou, select an envoy to attend the ceremony on my behalf and wish the newlyweds a lasting union. The Minister of Rights nodded in agreement and slowly retreated to the ranks, just as Li Qingdong prepared to announce the conclusion of the court session. At the back of the assembly, Zhu Wuchang's voice rang out. Your Highness, I recommend someone who could serve as your envoy. I have heard that the young son of Chenliu, Chen Zhian, is a once-in-a-century talent, exceptionally gifted and eloquent. I propose he be appointed to the court as an envoy. Upon hearing this, The esteemed ministers in the court exchanged glances of intrigue to Ian Chang'an, who did not know of the animosity between the Chenliu estate and the mysterious sect. When Zhu Wan'er had come to break off the engagement, Chen Amon's face had been thoroughly trampled upon. How could this individual dare to recommend a member of the Chenliu's family for such a position? His intentions were clearly treacherous. Even Li Qingding found this rather cruel. Was this not sending Chenliu's family to receive slaps in the face? After a moment's contemplation, a glint of brilliance flashed in Li Qingding's eyes. This scheme was exquisite. Using a knife to kill. Chen Zhian was a foolish dandy. Should he truly be sent to attend the ceremony, as the envoy wielding significant authority, he would undoubtedly create a scene, potentially ruining the wedding of both families. In the eyes of the entire martial world, the mysterious sect and the Langya clan's ambitions to ascend to the pinnacle of righteousness would inevitably suffer consequences. Furthermore, with a journey of 30,000 li, infested with bandits, any mishap on the return journey would be entirely justifiable. Thus, even if Chen Amon were to be discreet and patient, he would not easily let it go. When two tigers contend, the fisherman profits. Having discerned these truths, Li Qingding feigned calmness and gazed at the Minister of Rites, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Minister Zhou, what are your thoughts on this matter?" The esteemed lords possess keen insight. "I second this proposal." The Minister of Rites, Zhou Jun, stepped forward and stated solemnly, "The Chenliu's estate is filled with loyalty and valor. Chen Zhian is indeed a prodigy, surpassing his predecessors, exceptionally intelligent and talented. It would be most fitting for him to serve as the envoy. Your Highness, I request that you bestow the title of envoy upon Chen Zhian, to attend the ceremony on behalf of the Emperor, thereby demonstrating the imperial grace." Li Qingding's expression softened slightly. This old scoundrel was still sensible. Recognizing that he would shoulder the blame, even if this plan failed, Chen Amon would have no one to blame but Zhu Wuchang and the Minister of Rites. Since the Minister of Rites believes Chen Zhian is worthy of such a responsibility, let it be decided thus. Draft the decree that we shall conclude the session. Clang! In the virtual realm, the sound of a sword echoed. Chen Zhian, wielding a common iron sword, trembled his wrist, and a gentle breeze swept by. His form became indistinct, and as he looked around, it appeared as though countless versions of Chen Zhian were drifting with the wind. In an instant, his figure appeared 10 paces away, where numerous shadows coalesced before a coconut tree. His long sword already embedded into the trunk. Clang! The long sword sheathed. Chen Zhian stood with his hands clasped behind his back and smiled. "System, I have truly mastered the 8 steps to chase the cicada. I am ready to emerge. Congratulations, host, for taking 3 months and 17 days to comprehend the first style of the sword cannon. The system has automatically deducted the fee, and it has detected that your remaining wealth is 7,389 taels of silver. This transaction is complete." The mechanical voice of the system resonated. Chen Zhian's vision blurred, and he found himself in the secret chamber of the falling treasure tower. This time, he had made ample preparations before his retreat. Grabbing the beef jerky from the table, he devoured it ravenously. Before long, the table was cleared of food, and he finally sighed in satisfaction. Clenching his palm, a sizzling sound emerged from between his fingers. He extended his hand towards the void. Sizzle! An invisible wave of energy shot from his fingertip, leaving a shallow mark on the stone wall. The control of Qi. Chen Zhian covered his mouth and chuckled. With the time spent in the virtual realm, his practice duration totaled 2.5 years that he had finally stepped into the realm of Qi control. Henceforth, he could be regarded as a significant figure in the martial world. Transforming the Qi and blood within his sea of Qi into primordial energy, Chen Zhian lightly tapped his fingers, directing strands of primordial energy into the common iron sword, guiding the long sword to glide gracefully through the air. Initially awkward, after 2 failed attempts, the long sword finally wobbled and hovered before him. Chen Zhian inhaled deeply and lightly stepped forward. Whoosh! The long sword shot forth like a wild horse breaking free, instantaneously dashing away. Crash! Chen Zhian found himself sprawled against the wall, sliding down to the ground like a limp rag doll. Damn! Does this thing have no brakes? Chapter 43, the white-headed Taishan classic, after crashing into 2 stone pillars and 4 stone bases. Chen Zhian finally managed to precariously maneuver the sword. Rubbing his slightly aching head, he dispersed the primordial energy with a wave of his hand and transformed back into the unremarkable owner of the brothel. Feeling invigorated as he headed towards the examination tower, upon his appearance, the scholars in the examination tower displayed complex expressions, a blend of admiration and resentment. Facing their gazes, Chen Zhian felt a slight flush on his cheeks. Hastily cupping his hands towards the void before swiftly slipping into the loft of the top-ranking courtesan, Zhu Luer, for nearly half a year, with his bespoke poetry for the ladies of the fragrance list being published. The examination tower had essentially become the domain of literati and poets, and no scholar could leave the brothel with a smile. From the initial, "When will the bright moon appear?" I raise my cup to ask the heavens. To where shall I awaken from tonight's wine? To when the golden wind meets the dewdrops, it surpasses countless encounters in the mortal world. The literati of the entire Great Tang cast aside their brushes and flocked to the brothel. Finally, when Li Jianxian recited, with a hearty laugh, I stride out, "Are we not the humble folk?" Even the contemporary master of poetry, Mr. Zhuang, had to concede defeat and put down his brush. Since then, no one dared to compose poetry in the brothel. Master Zhuang, Chen Zhian has appeared in the deer pavilion. In Su Sunarest's chamber, a scholar knocked on the door and whispered to the white-haired elder beside him. The elder, engrossed in transcribing poetry, suddenly exhibited a glimmer of brilliance in his murky eyes that by the time the scholar regained his senses, the elder's figure had vanished. Moments later, the elder appeared before the deer pavilion, where 2 brothel attendants, upon seeing him, twitched their lips slightly but showed no hesitation as they deftly apprehended the elder. "Chen Zhian, I know you are inside. You have the skill to write poetry, so come out and face me." Inside the deer pavilion, Chen Zhian, enjoying a massage from the Zhu family, sighed helplessly. This old man. Each time he visited the examination tower, he was cornered, either asked to explain his poems or to compose another. Now, this elder frequented the brothel more than even that scoundrel Li Chengyan. Were it not for his slight influence, Chen Zhian would have long since had this old fool beaten out. "Chen Zhian, I am well aware of your presence inside. Let me in. Today, I shall not allow you to evade my summons. I have matters of utmost significance to discuss with you, ones that pertain to your very life and livelihood." The elder's demeanor was akin to that of a ruffian, unperturbed as 2 attendants restrained his arms, saliva flying from his mouth with his fervent declarations. The scholars in the loft, witnessing this spectacle, hastily shut their doors, fearful that the irate Zhuang would vent his frustrations upon them. After all, they were frequent patrons of the brothels and had grown accustomed to such antics. A few hot-headed youths contemplated standing up for Zhuang, but were firmly restrained by their companions. This old man had a notoriously bad temper and, despite his high status, bore the weight of the entire Tang dynasty's integrity upon his shoulders. It was unwise to provoke him at such a moment. Many learned individuals had already fallen victim to this duo's machinations, now confined within their chambers for introspection. The door to the Lu pavilion creaked open, revealing Chen Zhian, who looked at the old man with a resigned expression and remarked, "Brother Zhuang, you had best truly have pressing matters to discuss. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to drive you out with a stick today. With individuals like you around, how am I to enjoy my visits to the brothels?" Zhuang Mo let out a haughty snort, shaking off the grips of the 2 attendants with a flourish. He strode into the Lu pavilion, hands clasped behind his back, and commanded, "Luer, fetch me 2 jars of daughter's red wine." Zhu Luer slightly bowed. "Yes, sir." Chen Zhian took a seat beside him and inquired, "Now, brother, what is this matter that so profoundly concerns my life and livelihood?" Zhuang Mo raised his wine cup, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Zhian, and coldly laughed. "Are you aware of what transpired in the court today? My younger brother is but a mere scholar. How could I possibly know the affairs of the court? My father holds no official position, nor does he have the qualifications to attend court," Chen Zhian replied, a frown creasing his brow. Ever since he learned that Chen Aman was the most formidable of the old guards, he had scarcely paid attention to court matters. Aside from occasionally offering opinions on developments in the brothels, he had essentially adopted a laid-back approach. Moreover, although Chen Zhian held the title of a lord. His presence in the court was exceedingly negligible. Residing in Chang'an, they appeared to be a group detached from the imperial authority. Recently, Chen Zhian had kept a low profile, making it all the more implausible for him to become entangled in court affairs. Today, the former crown prince's horse was washed, and the current vice minister of the censorate, Zhu Wuchang, has recommended you as the receptionist of the Ministry of Rights. An edict will soon arrive at the Chenliu Marquis, appointing you as an envoy to lead a delegation to Langya for a ceremonial visit. Zhuang Mo downed a cup of wine and sneered. I must congratulate you, Chen Zhian, on your promotion to the 5th rank. Henceforth, let us work together in the court, and I hope you will lend me a hand. Does this rascal harbor a grudge against me? Chen Zhian's brow furrowed. It is common knowledge that my second brother and Zhu Wan'er share a past. Yet he chooses to recommend me as an envoy. His intentions are suspect. Indeed, that fellow certainly has no good intentions. Zhuang Mo nodded, a smile barely concealed, and asked, What do you plan to do? When the ruler commands his subjects to perish, the subjects must comply. Chen Zhian replied cheerfully, Since His Highness the Crown Prince has spoken, I have no choice but to accept. After all, my family at the Chenliu Marquis consists entirely of inept individuals. I, Chen Zhian, shall simply discard my pride and serve His Highness diligently. Zhuang Mo regarded Chen Zhian in silence for a long while before he finally spoke. I can help you decline this appointment. The Crown Prince should be willing to honor my request. With your literary prowess, there is no one in this age who can compare. It would be a pity to let such talent go to waste. My gratitude to you. Chen Zhian's lips twitched slightly. This old man had quite the sharp tongue. He filled Zhuang Mo's cup with wine and remarked nonchalantly, The tree wishes to be still, yet the wind does not cease. One may evade for a time, but not for a lifetime. If Brother Zhuang truly cares for me, please refrain from blocking my door when I am entertaining. Since you fear nothing, then I have nothing further to say. Zhuang Mo finished his drink and rose, stating, If you have regrets, you may come find me at the National Academy before leaving the capital. Chen Zhian felt a warmth in his heart. Just as Zhuang Mo was about to step out, he called out, Wait, what? Have you changed your mind so soon? Zhuang Mo turned back, puzzled. I am merely inspired. Chen Zhian smiled. Zhuang Mo swiftly executed a graceful slide, seating himself and commanding, Bring me a pen and paper. Chen Zhian paced within the pavilion, drawing his sword and reciting, The Zhao guest wears a cowl of tassels. The Wu hook glistens with frost and snow that a silver saddle gleams on a white horse, galloping like a shooting star. With each 10 steps, I slay a man. 1,000 miles leave no trace. When the matter is resolved, I brush off my robes and vanish, concealing my name and self, as his calm voice resonated. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard in the Lu Pavilion, save for the rustling of Zhuang Mo's brush gliding across the rice paper, akin to a swordsman inscribing invisible sword marks in the air. Zhu Luer held her breath, gazing dreamily at Chen Zhian, and in a moment of reverie, she envisioned a wandering swordsman amidst the heavens, approaching her with measured strides. Where he tread, heads would roll, blooming like cold plum blossoms. The swordsman did not look back, but swept his sleeve to wipe the blood from his blade, walking alone into the distance. She longed to chase after the figure of the swordsman, but halted, only to hear a sigh echo from afar. Who can write beneath the pavilion? The white-haired Tai Xian classic. Chapter 44. Departure, a meeting in the Jianghu. Who can write beneath the pavilion? The white-haired Tai Xian classic. Zhuang Mo halted his pen, lifting his gaze to the already distant Chen Zhian, and sighed, I have ultimately misjudged you. How could one who can compose such verses be unsettled by an imperial edict? With each 10 steps, I slay a man. 1,000 miles leave no trace. When the matter is resolved, I brush off my robes and vanish, concealing my name and self. In the Baluo building, Lu Qi observed the throng surging in the ascending building and, amidst the cacophony around him, glanced back at Chen Zhian, who appeared somewhat guilty that he could not help but let out a sigh. The proprietor truly sacrificed much for the brothel, had he chosen to abandon commerce for literature. Dedicating himself to the literary world, He might have become the next literary leader following Zhuang Mo with a mere utterance. He could conjure half of the flourishing Tang dynasty. Such astonishing poetic talent. Rich with splendid compositions. Yet it could only resonate within the halls of the brothel. Boss, the location for the Langya branch of the brothel has been decided. It will open on the 9th day of the 9th month. I shall personally prepare for your arrival. The decree from the palace arrived later than anticipated. Upon receiving news from Zhuang Mo, Chen Zhian returned to the Chenliu Marquis, but he waited anxiously, yet the decree remained elusive. As the 9th day of the 9th month approached, he finally received the long-awaited missive. The pallid-faced eunuch, nearly kneeling as he announced the decree, had no choice. His legs had been broken. The officials, who previously harbored no goodwill towards Chen Zhian, or rather, towards the Chenliu Marquis, began to inexplicably feel sympathy for the notorious wastrel. That venerable Zhuang, who bore the weight of the Tang literary world, had dared to brave the inner palace to persuade the crown prince to retract the edict. He had even knelt before the Taiji Hall, rebuking the crown prince for his lack of virtue. Had it not been for the professors of the National Academy strenuously restraining him, he might have confronted the emperor directly. Although the outcome remained unchanged, the official who had recommended Chen Zhian, Zhu Wuchang, was ultimately stripped of his official cap amidst the barrage of numerous censors' accusations. Brother Zhuang is quite a man. After learning the details, Chen Zhian could not help but exclaim, though it bore little consequence. At least his intentions were noble. Furthermore, following this uproar, Chen Zhian became somewhat vigilant. He had initially believed his father had settled matters regarding the crown prince, but now it seemed that Little Li still harbored ulterior motives. Master Chen, beyond this mountain lies the Hejian commandery. On the official road, Chen Zhian, clad in the ceremonial robe of a high-ranking official, with a purple glimmering sword at his waist and a folding fan in hand, rode upon the unique unicorn steed of the Chenliu Marquis. Surrounded by numerous officials of the Ministry of Rites, he exuded an air of imposing authority. As an envoy, representing the royal visage, all provisions were of the highest quality. The accompanying officials were all cultivators at the qi refining stage, while the palace's eunuchs had reached the void transformation realm, their eyes exuding a chilling glint that sent shivers down the spine. Even the extraordinary beast beneath him was a formidable demon of the qi mastery realm, galloping with such grace that there was not a single bump felt. Except for Chen Zhian, at the tender age of 18. He remained an inconspicuous first-rank martial artist. Along the way, in consideration of him, the entourage was compelled to slow their pace, and as the wedding date drew near, they had yet to reach the Hejian commandery. Upon arriving at Hejian, "We shall rest for the night. I have long heard that the courtesans in Hejian rival the beauties of this official's brothel. It is a perfect opportunity to witness for myself." Chen Zhian yawned and gestured for the ministry official to assist him in dismounting. The official's lips twitched, and upon glancing at the low-eyed eunuch beside him, he gritted his teeth and whispered, "My lord, let us press on through the night. This journey spans 30,000 miles. If we continue to dawdle, we may miss the wedding altogether." Irritated, Chen Zhian shot a glance at the official. "Minister's son, are you the envoy, or am I?" "You are the envoy." The ministry official gritted his teeth, hands clasped before him. "However, with the double ninth festival approaching, if we miss the wedding date, it is a burden I cannot bear. Since I am the envoy," Chen Zhian strode toward the carriage shielded by the entourage, lifted the curtain, and surveyed the many ministry officials and accompanying eunuchs, articulating each word clearly. "Since I am the envoy, I kindly request that you all remain silent and attend to your respective duties." Outside the carriage, the eunuch Gao Lishur narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, that a mere waste, who had yet to even step into the innate realm, truly believed himself to be an envoy. Recalling the instructions given by His Highness upon their departure, he sharply declared, "Minister's son, since Master Chen wishes to rest in Hejian, let him be. With my presence, we shall not miss the appointed time." Sun Tong let out a helpless sigh, clasped his hands in submission, and altered his course towards Hejian County. At 53 years of age, Sun Tong once embodied the vigor of youth, but alas, due to certain circumstances, he squandered half his life within the Ministry of Rites. Now, having surpassed the half-century mark, He found himself stagnant both in his career and cultivation, merely a seventh-rank steward, having long since lost any ambition for advancement. Upon receiving the order to attend a ceremonial event, he instantly realized that this task would be anything but simple. After all, as one of the few marginal figures within the ministry, any favorable opportunities would likely never fall into his hands. I hope this journey is without incident, brother. That eunuch harbored murderous intent. Inside the carriage, Chen Zhian, disguised as a man, toyed with a 3-inch dagger and casually inquired, "Should we let Xiao Pengpeng deal with him?" "No need. He won't act before our return," Chen Zhian replied. "In this delegation, aside from a few unfortunate souls, the rest likely hope for my untimely demise. What a mess Chenaman has made. There are hardly any allies among the court officials. The strong do not require allies." Chen Zhian tilted her head. Speaking earnestly, a fierce tiger walks alone, while wolves travel in packs. Chen Zhian was momentarily taken aback. This girl occasionally exhibited an innocence that bordered on absurdity, her eyes reflecting a naive clarity at other times. However, she radiated an overwhelming authority. Could it be a case of split personality? "Sister, tell me honestly, what realm are you at right now?" He gazed intently into her deep, phoenix-like eyes, fearing he might miss any subtle change. "I have no realm," Chen Zhian blinked. "I'm only 15. Just beginning to open the door to transformation. How could I possess a realm?" "Are you not deceiving me?" Chen Zhian questioned with confusion. "Why do those strange beasts on Huar Mountain fear you so?" "How would I know?" Chen Zhian chuckled lightly. "Perhaps they find me adorable?" "Very well." Chen Zhian reached out to ruffle her hair and cease further inquiries. Regardless of her true nature, she remained his little sister, a fact that could not be altered. The two spent approximately half an hour in the carriage before Steward Sun Tong reported their arrival at Hejin. The county magistrate, Zheng Shouguang, had sent someone to welcome them. Chen Zhian lifted the curtain of the carriage to see a young man in splendid attire standing quietly on the official road, his features bearing a slight resemblance to his once dear friend, Wei Zixian. Hejin Wei Ziqiu welcomes the envoy from the capital. Wei Ziqiu. A warm smile instantly graced Chen Zhian's face, tinged with excitement. "Are you not the elder brother of my beloved friend and brother?" Wei Zixian. "Zixian is indeed my younger brother," Wei Ziqiu replied blandly. "I have the honor of meeting Brother Ziqiu." Chen Zhian leapt from the carriage, warmly grasping Wei Ziqiu's hand, and lamented, "Why did Zixian not come to greet me? Ever since I emerged from the prison, I have not seen him. Does he disdain me for having been imprisoned and refuses to acknowledge me as his brother?" Wei Ziqiu regarded Chen Zhian with a complex expression. Were it not for his suspicion that his younger brother's demise was somehow linked to this man, he might have almost believed his words. Suppressing his inner disdain, Wei Ziqiu replied coolly, "Your Excellency, you still possess the same countenance, flourishing in success, as for my younger brother. He has long been lost to the unknown. How could he come to see you?" "What?" Chen Zhian was taken aback, his face turning pale. He soon displayed profound sorrow, lamenting, "Last year he was well. How could he vanish in the blink of an eye? My confidant, Zixian, alas, I mourn the loss of my friend. Your Excellency, he has departed this world. Zixian was fortunate to have a friend like you. It was not in vain that he traversed this life. The past cannot be reclaimed. I implore you to grieve with restraint. I have arranged a banquet at Ridge. Please enter the city. Enter the city. Let us do so at once." Chen Zhian wiped away his tears, steeling himself. Zixian's lifelong wish was to witness a myriad of sales as his beloved friend. "I shall fulfill this aspiration on his behalf." A flicker of disdain passed through Wei Ziqiu's eyes as he turned to lead Chen Zhian into the city. The Wei family boasted a less than illustrious lineage. Being the private offspring of the former eunuch Wei in recent years, the Wei family had been scheming to cleanse their reputation in their pursuit to align themselves with the noble house of the Shibo Marquis. They had even gone so far as to send their precious daughter as a concubine. Alas, their plans had come to naught, serving merely to adorn this waste of space with a bridal gown. Without titles, regardless of their formidable background, the Wei family remained perpetually beneath others in the Tang dynasty. The nobles of Chang'an had always regarded them as mere dogs. Upon entering Ruyuj and after a lively banquet, Wei Ziqiu excused himself, observing Chen Zhian plunge into a throng of women. As the second son of the Wei family and a guest of the Hejin magistrate, he had little regard for such frivolities. The officials accompanying the delegation, however, were less discerning. Under the relentless advance of the courtesans, even the eunuch Gao Lisher began to stir with desire. Noticing the officials growing increasingly restless, Chen Zhian waved his hand, instructing the ladies to attend to the gentlemen while he ascended to the highest level of the pavilion with the courtesan Yin Nuer in his arms. Seeing Chen Zhian depart, Gao Lisher pushed aside 2 courtesans to follow. But Chen Zhian turned back with a cold laugh. What, does Lord Gao wish to observe the pavilion? Not at all. Realizing Chen Zhian was angered, Gao Lisher hesitated before resuming his seat, that it was not yet time to sever ties. Once this waste completed his mission, he would not hesitate to send this arrogant young lord to his demise. Ha! Chen Zhian scoffed, entering the pavilion with Yin Nuer in his embrace. Upon entering, the previously drunken Yin Nuer swiftly rose from Chen Zhian's arms, kneeling to present a crescent-shaped jade pendant. Yin Nuer, the 36th Nightingale, pays respect to the master. Chen Zhian accepted the pendant and produced his own black jade pendant from his bosom, confirming their authenticity before assisting Yin Nuer to her feet. Smiling, "You rank 36. You awakened as a nightingale 3 months ago." "Indeed. I was awakened personally by Mr. Liu." Yin Nuer lightly moved her fingers, forming a blade with her hand, executing the flower-picking technique taught by Liu Qi. Chen Zhian nodded slightly, confirming her abilities. "Share any intelligence you possess. No detail too trivial." "Master, I received word from the inside of the Wei household. On the day the brothel opened, the Wei patriarch shattered 2 glass cups. Following that, Wei Ziqiu entered Chang'an and has since had multiple audiences with the second prince. Half a month ago, the 12 bandits of Yindang Mountain were nearly annihilated by a disheveled man, suspected to be the 10th ranked on the Tianjiao list, Go Yuquan. Furthermore, Ms. Zhong Yan of the Zhong family, a silk dynasty in Heshi County, led a group to Langia for a ceremony. Rumors suggest that the eldest son of the Zhong family offended the saint son of the Yujin sect. Jiang Huayu. Zhong Yan's journey appears to be one of purchasing her life. Chen Zhian stroked his chin, realizing that the Wei family indeed sought his death on the day of the brothel's opening. Though it remained unclear whether it was at the behest of the crown prince or the second prince that on the surface, the Wei family aligned with the second prince, yet behind the scenes, they were entangled with the crown prince, likely harboring ulterior motives. Such a situation for a family of 3 surnames was indeed rare. With Wei Ziqian's death at his hands and having intercepted the Wei family's plans, he had become their sworn enemy, with no hope for reconciliation. It seemed prudent to find an opportunity to bury that old fellow Wei Zhongli. As for news about the dog brother, it was of little consequence. Chen Zhian was not short on funds at the moment. What is the background of the Zhong family in Heshi? The Zhong family has been in trade for generations. The patriarch Zhong is a practitioner of the Huaxi realm. It is rumored that there exists a supreme elder of the Su Shin realm within their household, making them a top-tier family in Heshi County. Recently, the eldest son of the Zhong family, Zhong Mo, fell ill without reason, leading to Ms. Zhong Yan's expedition to Langia. That it is said that Zhong Mo's fiancée is a renowned beauty who mysteriously went to Langia recently. I suspect the cause lies with her. Could it be that Jiang Huayu, that little rascal, has taken a fancy to her fiancé? Chen Zhian stroked his chin, feeling a twinge of excitement about the journey to Langia. "Do you have any news about my second brother?" "None," Nino replied softly, decently. "There have been no unfamiliar masters wielding swords in the Jianghu. However, a month ago, several groups of bandits in Heshi and Hedong County met with mysterious deaths, with all valuables ruthlessly plundered. It is said that a lone bandit passed through. I doubt it was the second young master." Chen Zhian's lips twitched. In his recollection, his second brother was hardly a chivalrous figure who scorned wealth. Rather, he was a wind traveler afflicted with a fear of poverty since childhood. The following morning, Chen Zhian emerged from the pavilion, invigorated, under Yin Nuer's mournful gaze that he had no choice. His enigmatic little sister's presence left him wary of taking any liberties. Outside, the officials of the Ministry of Rites awaited in civilian attire. Having gathered early, after a night of shameless revelry, Their gazes towards Chen Zhian had softened slightly, for one could not bite the hand that fed them. Chen Zhian offered a slight smile, leaping onto his horse and riding towards the city gates. Chapter 46. The storm approaches, winds fill the building. What do you think of that, young lord? In the Wei family pavilion, Wei Zhongli gazed down upon the retreating delegation. Before him, a long spear hovered in the air, its tip aimed directly at Chen Zhian's back. All that glitters is not gold, Wei Ziqiu said softly. I have confirmed. He has yet to cross that threshold and remains at the first rank of martial arts. First rank of martial arts. Wei Zhongli spoke slowly. 10 steps to kill a man, leaving no trace behind. Once the deed is done, he departs in silence, concealing his name and self. The first rank of martial arts cannot compose such a graceful poem of killing. Are you suggesting he is hiding his true capabilities? Wei Ziqiu inquired. Puzzled. At his age, even if he is exceptionally gifted, he should at most be at the qi refinement stage. The child truly cannot fathom what merits concealment exists within the realm of qi refinement. It is not him, Wei Zhongli remarked, his fingertips deftly manipulating the spear, tracing an ethereal line through the air as he pursued Chen Zhian's fleeting figure, locking onto him. It is Chen Aman, Wei Zhongli continued, with Chen Aman's cultivation at the illusory realm. Even with the entirety of the Marquis's estate backing him, he could never warrant such vigilance from that individual to the point of even utilizing the ancestral scriptures to compel my involvement. My heart is laden with worry, fraught with unease. Father, Wei Ziqiu gazed at his father, the man who had single-handedly upheld the Wei household, elevating it from obscurity, allowing it to stand resilient in Hejian for a century despite its humble origins. Today, for the first time, he exhibited hesitation and trepidation. Father, let it go. We shall not contend any longer. Not contend? On the streets, Chen Zhian's silhouette had already vanished from sight. Wei Zhongli's fingers lightly tapped, and the spear merged into the heavens. Once that person extends an olive branch, we have no choice but to engage. Allow me to go, father, Wei Ziqiu whispered. I shall exchange my life for Chen Zhian's. You cannot kill him. Wei Zhongli raised his gaze to the distant clouds. Speaking calmly, in those clouds there resides a beast of the illusory realm. Moreover, should Chen Zhian perish in Hejian, my Wei family cannot remain uninvolved. Depart now. Take the ancestral scriptures. Conceal your identity until you reach the Grand Master realm. You must never again appear as Wei Ziqiu. Father, Wei Ziqiu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Begone, Wei Zhongli retorted, hands clasped behind his back, his voice icy. I wish for you to live, not merely to survive in obscurity. The shame of the Wei family requires someone to cleanse it with blood. Father, I shall undoubtedly enter the true return realm in this lifetime, to ensure that the descendants of the Wei family stand proudly in Chang'an. Wei Ziqiu knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. Wei Zhongli did not turn back, merely gazing longingly towards the city beyond. Only after Wei Ziqiu departed did he finally turn, murmuring softly, The Wei family has knelt for far too long. I am weary and no longer wish to kneel. Little sister, do you sense that something in the sky seems to be watching us? Inside the carriage, Chen Zhian popped a sour apricot into his mouth, grinning widely. Could it be that old fellow Wei Zhongli is plotting against me? Chen Zhidong glanced up at the ceiling of the carriage, casually replying, Fear not, it is merely the transcendence realm. Brother has the hairpin gifted by Sister Shining. He cannot kill you with a single thrust. As long as he cannot kill you with a single thrust, he shall perish. That is true. Thinking of the old steward whose whereabouts were unknown, Chen Zhian felt reassured. I in the world of mingling, power, and connection spoke volumes. Mere fighting prowess held little value. The envoy had traveled for most of the day before Chen Zhian finally sensed the faint aura of malice above dissipate. With renewed confidence, he stepped out of the carriage for some fresh air. Upon his exit, the steward Sun Tong slightly bowed, speaking solemnly. Is the esteemed sir seeking a moment's respite? No need. I merely grew weary of being cooped up in the carriage and wished to breathe some fresh air. Chen Zhian waved his hand. How much longer until we reach Yindang Mountain? Approximately by evening. Sun Tong hesitated briefly before adding softly, It would be best if the esteemed sir returned to the carriage. The road is rather perilous. What do you mean? Chen Zhian inquired. Puzzled. Once we leave Heijin County, the number of vagrants has inexplicably increased. Should they see your official robe, there may be desperate individuals resorting to risky actions. Sun Tong's face displayed a hint of reluctance. Whispering, previously, Master Gao has already executed over 10 vagrants. Lord Sun, be cautious of speaking recklessly. Gao Lishi's countenance darkened upon hearing Sun Tong's words. Where do these vagrants come from? We have merely slain bandits and outlaws. Sun Tong's expression shifted slightly as he clasped his fists towards Gao Lishi. Falling silent. Having lingered on the fringes of the Ministry of Rites for years, his daily tasks were trivial in nature. He had lived for over 50 years without truly comprehending the intricacies of the bureaucratic world. Witnessing Gao Lishi casually dispatch a few vagrants, his heart ached, yet he found himself powerless to intervene. Unable to restrain himself, he turned to Chen Zhian, the highest-ranking official within the envoy, believing such matters would be more safely managed by someone of greater authority. Little did he realize that such actions could be construed as a complaint. Master Gao possesses a heavy hand for slaughter. I, within the confines of the carriage, did not even catch a whisper of the wind. And yet over 10 innocent civilians fell under your blade. Chen Zhian shot a sidelong glance at Gao Lishi, coldly stating, Master Gao speaks of the dangers of reckless speech. I wish to inquire if you are aware that our every word and action reflects upon whom? In your indiscriminate killing. Whose dignity do you tarnish? According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, when has there ever been a regulation allowing for punishment without inquiry? Even if such a regulation existed, who granted you the audacity to take lives before my very eyes? Who bestowed upon you such authority? You insolent wretch! How dare you insult me so? Gao Lishi's face turned ashen, his voice shrill with outrage. I am but a servant of the Tai Chi Hall. Even the 3 dukes and 9 ministers would not dare to act so insolently before me. Merely a eunuch, Chen Zhian replied. Devoid of expression, strike yourself. Dare utter another word, and I shall have you executed. You insolent brat. Gao Lishi's veins bulged as he clenched his fists, his vital energy coalescing as if he wished to strike Chen Zhian dead with a single blow. Strike yourself? Chen Zhian withdrew a decree from his bosom, raising his hand high. Do not force my hand. Ah, cursed be it. Gao Lishi's shriek echoed through the mountains and fields. Yet, upon seeing that golden decree, he ultimately endured. He struck his own face twice, as if to vent his fury upon himself. Blood streaming forth in the aftermath. Once the matter concluded, he coldly stated, Lord Chen, the humiliation of today shall be etched into my heart. Ah! Chen Zhian placed his hands in his pockets, entirely unfazed by such a non-threatening threat. The man's murderous intent was evident, and death was merely a matter of time. Should he dare to defy, Chen Zhian would not hesitate to send him on his way. That foolish bird in the sky had gone far too long without a meal. After dealing with Gao Lishi, Chen Zhian turned to Sun Tong, saying, Lord Sun, select a few guards, exchange 300 taels of gold from the gifts for the ceremony, and procure some supplies from the nearest town. Should we encounter any vagrants along the way, distribute some provisions. We mustn't be too generous. 3 days' worth of rations for each. After all, we are merely an envoy for the ceremony, and our capabilities are limited. That may not be appropriate. Sun Tong hesitated, torn between eagerness and trepidation. After all, this is a grant meant for the Piao sect and the Yujian sect. What is there to fear? All lands under heaven belong to the emperor. All subjects along the shores belong to the emperor. Ultimately, they are all subjects of his majesty. Rather than bestowing these gifts upon that pair of illicit lovers, it would be far more practical to offer them to those vagrants, should his majesty take issue with it later. I shall shoulder the blame. Chapter 47. Entering Langya with Chen Zhian's promise secured, Sun Tong ceased his insistence. From his shumi ring, he retrieved 300 taels of gold and reluctantly extracted 10 taels of silver from his own purse. Dispatching several guards to procure supplies, the remaining officials from the Ministry of Rites watched coldly, neither obstructing nor endorsing the action. Chen Zhian regarded Sun Tong with keen interest, leading the way on horseback. He had initially believed the accompanying officials to be a collection of petty individuals, but was surprised to find someone as pure as Sun Tong among them, And no wonder he had remained a lowly figure in the bureaucratic world for so many years. His disposition likely was not ill-intentioned. Merely hopeless for promotion. Miss, ahead lies Langia. Outside Langia City, the Zhong family caravan, after 2 months of travel, finally arrived at Langia. The captain of the guards reined in the reins, pointing towards the grand city before them. We have no invitation. We must dismount and enter the city on foot. The Zhong family of Langia is truly domineering. The maid Zhong Yun muttered in dissatisfaction as she assisted Zhong Yin in slowly dismounting from the carriage. It is well known that Langia belonged to the Zhong family. Whether it be the Langia prefect's office or the Langia military headquarters, both were nearly entirely controlled by the Zhong family, in Langia County. The command of the Zhong family's head was more authoritative than the emperor's edicts. Zhang Huayu, the contemporary prodigy of the Zhong family, entered the innate realm at 12, the Qi refinement realm at 15, the Qi mastery realm at 19, and attained perfection in the Qi mastery realm at 26, undefeated even when facing opponents of higher rank. For millennia, he was the 5th individual from the Zhong family with the potential to reach the Sage realm. A paragon among the elite, the holy son of the Yujin sect, he bore countless accolades in preparation for the wedding between Zhang Huayu and Zhu Wana. The Langia prefect had long since issued a decree. All merchants passing through, without invitations, must dismount to enter the city. Those who violate this decree shall be executed. Vagrants shall be driven 300 miles away, and those entering the city without due cause shall be executed. At the rear of the caravan, Chen Zhian looked up at the imposing city. Lost in thought 12 years ago, when he was still a genius, he had ridden in on a unicorn 12 years later. He stood once more in this place. Young Master Chen, we have arrived at Langia. Your task is complete, though we shall part ways here. While Chen Zhian silently contemplated the grand city, Zhong Yin approached him softly. This journey of over 20,000 miles. I thank young Master Chen for your protection along the way. It was merely a matter of taking money for services rendered. Chen Zhian averted his gaze, responding indifferently. There is no need for Miss Zhong to thank me so profusely. Zhong Yin appeared slightly taken aback, as if she had not anticipated Chen Zhian's coldness. After a moment of hesitation, she gently offered, in my carriage, I have 2 sets of guard uniforms that I intended to use for concealing my identity. If you do not mind, I can have Yinner bring them to you. No need. Chen Zhian frowned slightly, in his eyes. The bond forged during this journey was worth no more than 10 taels of silver. It was a rather straightforward transaction, and he wished for no further entanglement. I apologize for the disturbance, young master. Zhong Yan's smile faded as she turned her head away, no longer wishing to look at him. Miss, let us depart. Zhong Yun fixed a fierce gaze upon Chen Zhian and coldly remarked, some individuals are utterly oblivious to their fortunes, always suspecting others of harboring ill intentions. Soon enough, he shall learn the bitter taste of regret. Huh. Pretty boy. Several guards spat disdainfully, feeling indignant on behalf of their lady. This so-called pretty boy was merely escorting the lady under the guise of courtesy, yet in truth, he was nothing more than a freeloader, savoring food and drink along the way. Aside from having read a few books and possessing a pleasing appearance, he was utterly lacking in merit. Yet their lady inexplicably regarded him with special favor. Let us depart. Zhong Yin cast a glance at Chen Zhian, silently retrieving 2 sets of guard uniforms from the carriage and proceeding towards the city. Young Chen, you are correct. Women only serve to hinder your swiftness in drawing your sword. Once they had distanced themselves, Oldly sat on the ground, fiddling with his toes, reminiscing. In my youth, when I was still a dashing young man, countless admirers flocked to me, yet I scarcely gave them a glance that it was at such a young age that I earned the title of sword champion. Chen Zhian paid him no heed, picking up the guard uniforms from the ground and casting a glance at the displaced refugees in the distance, letting out a sigh. At most, I shall draw my sword for you, just to cover the cost of this attire. Upon entering the city, Chen Zhian and Oldly searched for a considerable time, finally discovering a relatively empty inn in the most secluded part of the Western District. Coincidentally, it was the 15th day of the 8th month, and the moon hung resplendently in the sky. Chen Zhian, disinclined to linger with Oldly, ascended to the rooftop to admire the moon. Brother, do you have any wine? As soon as Chen Zhian stepped onto the rooftop, A melodious voice resonated. The speaker, clad in a white robe, with a face like jade, had long black hair tied high atop his head, and leaned against a corner of the rooftop with a silver spear slung over his back. None. Chen Zhian glanced at the white-robed young man and calmly walked past him. I can smell the unique fragrance of green ant wine. Do not conceal it. Brother, the young man followed Chen Zhian up the steps, grinning broadly. Fate has brought us together, in this vast Langya County, to encounter one another in such a remote and while both desiring to enjoy the moon. And you possessing exquisite wine. Let us toast. Chen Zhian turned to regard the white-robed young man, appraising him before extending 2 fingers. 200 taels for a jug, no negotiation. You are rather dull. The young man shrugged. Unwilling to be taken advantage of, Chen Zhian ignored him, seated himself upon the glazed tiles of the rooftop, and retrieved his wine jug, taking a sip under the full moon's glow. The rich aroma wafted through the air, causing the white-robed young man to swallow hard. Green ant wine was not particularly rare. One could acquire a large vat for merely 20 taels elsewhere. However, in Langya at this moment, it was exceedingly difficult to obtain. Having witnessed Chen Zhian indulge in the wine, the young man could only watch with longing. Brother, I am Shui Iron from the Bema Villa. Shall we be friends? Chen Zhian looked at him as though he were foolish. 200 taels for a jug. No negotiation. Only wine offered by friends can intoxicate. Shui Iron licked his lips and weakly replied, I never pay for wine. Chengu. Chen Zhian raised his head. Shui Iron looked at him in confusion. Chen Zhian pointed at the wine jug and stated earnestly, Now that we are friends, you may give me 200 taels, and I shall treat you to a drink. Brother Chen, you are truly a remarkable individual. Shui Iron clapped Chen Zhian on the shoulder and produced 2 silver notes from his storage ring, presenting them as a gift. I adore making interesting friends. This is my token of introduction. Chen Zhian accepted the notes, pinching them to confirm their authenticity, before retrieving the wine jug and handing it over with a smile. This is my token of introduction. Ha! Toasting and singing. What joy! Shui Iron heartily took a large swig of wine, exclaiming, To have met a friend like Brother Chen, my journey is worthwhile. Brother Chen, behold that tall building. Over there stood the ancestral residence of the Jiang family in Langya, where it was said that a sage, Jiang Yuzhen, was born a millennium ago, with a white tiger bringing jade to herald his invincible path. The sacred weapon is enshrined there. Chen Zhian looked up, and the wooden sword slung across his back seemed to respond to his gaze, trembling slightly. Brother Chen, are you feeling cold? Shui Iron poked Chen Zhian with his finger. Are you shivering under this refreshing moonlit night? I am fine. Chen Zhian lightly tapped the wooden sword scabbard to comment. Brother Chen, are you here to challenge the Talented Ones list? Shui Iron, with a carefree nature, was undeterred by Chen Zhian's succinct reply, casually remarked, The Talented Ones list, created by the Sword Sect and the Ethereal Sect, ranks me 5th and I ought to be a bit lower. Yet regrettably, I have been in Langya for several days, and neither Zhu Wan'er nor Jiang Huayu dares to meet me. Not so. Brother Chen, do you see that mountain? Shui Iron pointed to a distant, towering peak, casually stating, That is the Sword Sect. On the 9th of September, I shall formally challenge Zhu Wan'er and Jiang Huayu from the summit. I can accompany you. On the 9th of September, I too shall ascend a mountain. Good brother. Shui Iron clapped Chen Zhian's shoulder, touched. However, perhaps it is best you do not. It is too perilous that I fear you may not make it to the top. It is merely a matter of convenience. Chen Zhian offered no further explanation. Brother Chen, it is a joyous night, yet you should take your leave. Suddenly, Shui Iron stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and turned back, saying, Blood shall soon be spilled here. Not far away, atop a tavern, stood a solitary figure clad in white, exuding an air of aloofness. The individual bore a broad blade on their back, emanating a chilling aura. Meddling fools, be gone. As he spoke, his gaze was firmly fixed on Shui Iron. Yet his words were directed at Chen Zhian. Unperturbed, Chen Zhian continued to drink. Ouyang, I hope your swordsmanship is not as foul as your tongue. Shui Iron drew the silver spear from his back and pointed it toward the figure, the tip shimmering with cold light, instantly transforming him into a formidable presence. Clang! The clash of cold blade and spear reverberated as the two exchanged blows in the void, engaging in a flurry of attacks. Their blade energy and spear light danced chaotically, sending debris flying. Chen Zhian extended a hand, gently pressing down in the air, and within a foot before him, a barrier seemed to form, deflecting the scattered rubble. Boom! Following a resounding crash. The area within a 3-zhang radius around the two was torn asunder by violent energy, as the 5th-ranked Bema Silver Spear Shui Yiren and the 6th-ranked Snow Mountain Holy Sun Ouyang Shui clashed on the 15th of August. Under the full moon, igniting a fierce contest of the talented ones list. Observers included Chen Zhian, who stood at the threshold of the Void God Realm. Within the sword sect, Holy Sun Jiang Huayu sat cross-legged in the sword concealment pavilion. His eyes lightly closed. Before him lay an ancient sword, radiating an imposing sword intent. Suddenly, an inner disciple of the sword sect entered, whispering, "Holy Sun, just now, Shui Yiren battled Ouyang Shui. Shui Yiren's 3 spear strikes sent Ouyang Shui plummeting. Ouyang Shui fled, heavily injured, and Jiang Luer from the 5 Poison sect has already pursued him." "I understand." Jiang Huayu lowered his gaze, seemingly unfazed by the news. The inner disciple's eyes flashed with admiration as he slowly exited. Truly, as expected of the Holy Sun, even with an impending marriage, he remained as tranquil as a mountain. Every day, he honed his sword intent in this sword concealment pavilion. After the inner disciple left, Jiang Huayu opened his eyes, revealing not a trace of calm, but rather a fervent desire and ambition. After 10 years of sword practice, he had finally comprehended the unparalleled sword intent 6 months prior. Becoming the youngest sword wielder in the entire sword sect, he brimmed with confidence. Given another half-month, within the realm of chi manipulation, he could compel the world to bow before him. A wicked smile crept upon his lips as he murmured, "Shui Yiren, you wish to challenge me on the 9th of September, yet you have never considered how eagerly I await your arrival. And you, Li Chenghua, Zhao Wuji, you shall all serve as the sharpening stones for my ascent to the Void Realm. Brother Chen, I am fierce." In the secluded tavern, Shui Yiren wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raising an eyebrow. The Snow Mountain sect is an ancient sect that has produced saints, though it has fallen in recent years. It should not be underestimated. Ouyang Shui, selected as Holy Sun, is indeed impressive. His blade is lifeless. Chen Zhian replied coolly. Had you unleashed your full power with a breaking shot technique, a single thrust could have sent him tumbling from the rooftop. While it may invite a backlash of vitality, it would not lead to bloodshed. If you approach the mountain with such strength, you will undoubtedly fail to challenge Jiang Huayu. Shui Yiren's brows furrowed, his mind replaying the earlier battle. The initial exchanges had been swift, and the conclusion equally decisive. After 3 strikes, his momentum peaked, culminating in the use of the Bema Villa's secret technique, breaking Sha, which pinned Ouyang Shui to the wall. From his current realm and combat skills, he saw no issue that if he had no problem, then the fault lay with his opponent. After a lengthy silence, he inquired, "Is Jiang Huayu truly that formidable?" 6 years ago, he had already touched upon the threshold of sword intent. Now, 6 years later, even if he were a mere pig, he should have shattered that door. "You are facing a sword cultivator who has mastered sword intent." Chen Zhian replied calmly. To pin him against the wall, you must at least comprehend spear intent. The breaking Sha of Bema Villa follows a fierce and aggressive path. Once you fully grasp it, understanding spear intent will come naturally. Spear intent, Shui Yiren murmured to himself. And after a moment, he sprang up and fiercely embraced Chen Zhian, exclaiming, "Brother Chen, I believe I understand now. I shall retreat for a period, and return on the 9th day of September to share a drink with you." In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed since the fierce battle between Shui Yiren and Ouyang Xu It seemed to have stirred a tempest, as throughout the city of Langya. One could see practitioners standing atop rooftops, engaged in duels. Eventually, whenever anyone spotted a figure on a rooftop, the instinctive reaction of the onlookers was to sneak out from the nearby inns, craning their necks in anticipation. The innkeepers were not perturbed. Rather, they welcomed the prospect of a fierce bout. After all, practitioners were never short of trivial sums, and the compensation for damages incurred during a skirmish would suffice to fund the construction of a new building. Whenever a duel occurred, Chen Zhian stood amidst the crowd. The myriad paths of the Tao converge into one. He endeavored to draw in the essence of the sword from Zhu Qingho and the 3,000 sword cultivators. Grasping the essence of the sword path, yet found himself unable to master it. This was partly due to his own insufficient cultivation level, and partly because his understanding of the sword path was flawed. Having spent 6 years in the sword pavilion, he had long since unraveled the essence of the sword intent wielded by the 3,000 sword cultivators, that it could be said that no one in the present day understood the sword path better than he. In order to complete his understanding of the sword path, he could only forge a new path by dissecting the 3,000 doubted on this day. He stood amidst the throng, gazing up at 2 practitioners engaged in combat above. They were a 36th and a 39th ranked passerby, fighting to the death over some inexplicable title. Essentially a clash of the inept. Observing the lack of substance in their duel, he was preparing to take his leave when he suddenly felt a gaze upon him. Turning around, he caught a glimpse of Zhong Yin, who had once shared a bond of 10 taels of silver. Making her way out of the crowd in just 10 short days, the once delicate young lady had transformed into a weary figure. Her maid Zhong Yin and numerous guards nowhere to be seen. Chapter 49. The heavenly Tao is clear, yet justice eludes, Miss Zhong. Were you not seeking to meet my master? Where do you intend to go? On the street. 2 servants clad in Zhang family attire obstructed Zhong Yan's path, their words dripping with disdain. One of them, marked by a black mole above his brow, even dared to reach towards her waist. Please, step aside. Zhong Yan's complexion turned pale as she swatted away the repugnant hand. I am of the Zhong family from Heshi Prefecture, a citizen of the Great Tang, not a servant of the Zhang family. If you continue to hinder me, I shall report this to the authorities. Report to the authorities? The 2 vile servants exchanged glances, their faces contorting into mocking smiles, as if they had heard the most amusing joke in the world. Go ahead and report. If you are lost, we can guide you. I would love to see which blind fool within Langya dares to accept your complaint. Upon hearing this, the city guards, who had been maintaining order, averted their gazes. Some even scampered over to the vile servants, ingratiating themselves with repulsive smiles, appearing more servile than the 2 servants themselves, the minister's attendants, noble family servants, palace eunuchs. Though their status was lowly, they wielded considerable influence. Miss, what say you? Will you report to the authorities? Come, follow us obediently. To serve by the side of the young mistress is a blessing that many would covet. Do not be foolish and refuse a toast only to drink a penalty. An overwhelming despair surged within Zhong Yin. She had thought that even the domineering Zhang family would exercise some caution as her wedding approached. Yet, to her dismay, even after offering up 80% of her family's wealth, the Zhang family still refused to release her, even demanding her very person as well. Xiao Sei stood amidst the crowd, listening to the clamor around her, gazing up at the darkened sky in silence. But why now? The battle had drawn to a close, and the crowd surged like a tide, encircling her and the 2 vile servants, eagerly inquiring about the events that had transpired. Upon hearing others vividly recount how Zhong Yin intended to sue the Zhang family in Langya, they all exchanged looks of incredulity. Zhong Yin surveyed the apathetic crowd, her heart heavy with desolation. Wiping away the tears from her eyes, she pointed at the towering building and cried out in anguish. What are you laughing at? What wrong has my Zhong family committed? Just because my brother's fiancée is beautiful, just because that wretched Zhu Wana has taken a fancy to her, they disregard the law and abduct me to serve their so-called holy son? Just because my brother disagrees, they instruct the Zhang family's servants to seize my family's wealth, harm my father and brothers, and abduct my sister-in-law. I, a mere woman, have traveled thousands of miles, merely seeking leniency from the Zhang family. That truly a mistake. Zhong Yan's pale finger pointed accusingly at the Zhang family ancestral home, her voice rising in a desperate accusation of all the wrongs committed by the Zhang family. She did not expect anyone to champion her cause, nor did she hope for the oppressed to awaken from their stupor. She simply sought justice, yet found herself bereft of it. All she desired was death. No one responded to her, and gradually, silence enveloped the crowd. Even the most numb among them could not help but feel a tremor at her words. Zhong Yin, a mere woman, lacking any cultivation, stood in stark contrast to the formidable Zhang family, and the ethereal sect of Piao Miao. Akin to an insignificant insect, they did not even deem it necessary to appear themselves, sending only 2 servants to intimidate her into a state of despair. Heh! Zhong Yan's eyes turned crimson as she cried out, "The Langya family. A family of sages. The Piao Miao immortal sect, the leaders of the righteous path. What have they done? They have slain my guards, violated my maid, forced me to submit, demanding that I kneel before that foul wench and submit as a servant. The heavenly laws are clear, and justice must prevail. You all deem this right, but I do not that I, Zhong Yan, hereby swear to heaven, if I die today, I shall not enter the cycle of reincarnation, but shall forever plummet into the abyss of sorrow. May my soul be the medium to curse the Jiang family, severing their path of Tao for eternity, so that in every life, the men become slaves and the women become courtesans. May Zhu Wan'er be condemned to servitude for all eternity. Available to all men." Boom! It was as if the heavens had heard her vow, as a thunderous roar split the oppressive sky. The onlookers scattered in fear, terrified of being splattered with blood. To utter such words was a crime in itself. The 2 vile servants regarded Zhong Yan coldly. Her words did not stir even the slightest ripple in their hearts. Over the years, they had grown weary of hearing such declarations from the grass and weeds that perished at their hands. Each victim would perform a similar act before their end. Yet what was the use? No matter how the world changed or how dynasties rose and fell, the Langya family would remain the Langya family. What a pity for such a pretty face. The servant with the black mole above his brow clicked his tongue in disapproval that if the young lady had had any chance of serving her master before. The moment she uttered such rebellious words, she had sealed her fate. After all, a sage must not be insulted. Once the crowd dispersed, Chen Zhian, who had been mingling among them, suddenly appeared out of place. Raindrops pattered against the flagstones, and he stood in the middle of the street, holding an umbrella, quietly observing. "Was it to avoid dragging me into this that you bid farewell outside the city that day?" "No." Zhong Yan's eyes reddened as she replied coldly, "You are being overly self-important." Chen Zhian chuckled to himself, saying, "Did you leave behind 2 pieces of guard attire out of fear that I might be slain by the guards at the city gate? What are you doing?" The 2 vile servants sneered at Chen Zhian. "Are you trying to accompany her in a tragic romance?" Silence. Chen Zhian frowned slightly, his hand reaching into the void as he pulled 0.2 drops of rain sliced through the air like arrows. Swoosh! The 2 vile servants' bodies stiffened instantly, disbelief etched on their faces as they gazed at Chen Zhian. At the center of their foreheads, there appeared a black hole the size of a fingertip, slowly oozing blood. Chen Zhian walked past the 2 vile servants, holding the umbrella as he approached Zhong Yan and earnestly asked, "Do you have feelings for me?" Zhong Yan stared at him in a daze. She had thought he knew nothing, only to realize he was aware of everything. Since entering the city, in just a few days, she had endured darkness she had never experienced before. Her guards were casually crushed by the Jiang family. And even her maid, Zhong Yun, with whom she had shared a sisterly bond, had suffered humiliation before her and taken her own life in despair. At this moment, her heart was as cold as ash. If there remained even a shred of longing, it would be the memory of that frail scholar. After leaving the inn, she had stumbled her way to the place with the most people, merely to catch one last glimpse of that scholar. Having seen him, she felt she could die in peace. Slowly reaching out to touch Chen Zhiming's face, a ghost of a smile appeared on her pale visage. "Do you know? You are truly handsome. What a pity. I cannot see it anymore." Words are one thing, but do not touch. Chen Zhiming muttered in distaste, yet did not push Zhong Yan's hand away, allowing her icy palm to rest upon his face. The rain fell ever heavier, and the city guards surrounded the two, drawing their weapons with a mixture of fear and excitement in their eyes. How many years had it been since the city of Langya had witnessed such audacity? This pair of men and women had transcended humanity, becoming mere stepping stones for others to ascend to great heights. Alas, these stepping stones were rather uncomfortable. Chapter 50. Those who cross this line shall die. Who is making such a commotion here? On the street. Yet another servant of the Jiang family approached, unaffected by the pouring rain that drenched everyone else. Upon seeing him, the captain of the city guard's eyes lit up, and he hurried forward to speak in hushed tones. Mr. Jiang Bi, this woman is spreading slander and insulting the Jiang family. That scholar is brazen enough to commit murder in broad daylight, that I have apprehended them both, awaiting your orders. Ha! Thank you, Captain Zhang, that I shall report this matter to the young master. Jiang Bi replied with a smile that was more mockery than sincerity, never once glancing at the captain. Miss Zhang, to serve the young mistress is a blessing earned over many lifetimes. Yet you chose to leave without a word. What folly is this? Jiang Bi lowered his gaze. Speaking coldly, even if the Zhang family were merely represented by a dog, it is not to be slain indiscriminately. You are cutting off your own path to survival. As for this young brother, have you contemplated how you shall meet your demise? Chen Zhian cast a weary glance at the old man. With a casual flick of his hand through the void, another drop of rain surged forth, darting like an arrow towards Jiang Bi. Jiang Bi's expression shifted abruptly, retreating rapidly like a great bird, conjuring a wall of water from the torrential rain to shield himself from what appeared to be a whimsical strike. Yet, he had ultimately underestimated the situation. Struck with a grievous blow, he crumpled to the ground like a shattered doll upon the bluestone pavement, a small dark hole in his brow oozing crimson. You cannot be. Why? Jiang Bi, a perfected cultivator of the qi manipulation realm, astonishingly did not perish immediately under Chen Zhiming's nonchalant gesture. Astonishment spread among the onlookers at a distance. Although Jiang Bi was merely of the qi manipulation realm, he was a figure well known throughout Langya County. As Jiang Xingzi's cultivation soared, so too did his renown, and naturally, the status of those serving him rose accordingly. Jiang Bi, among the earliest followers of Jiang Huayu, held an unassailable position, even being granted the prestigious Jiang surname. Yet now, he lay dead, slain by a drop of water, casually summoned by this seemingly frail scholar. The captain of the guards chuckled awkwardly. Well, it seems I've suddenly remembered a pressing matter at home. Please, be on your way. Chen Zhiming spared him, lifting Zhong Yin and slowly making his way out of the city, just as he was about to step beyond the city gates. A figure darted from the crowd, moving with an uncanny gait, casting forth a multitude of silver needles in a surprise attack from behind. Chen Zhiming did not falter in his stride, lightly tapping his fingers. Beneath the heavy curtain of rain, a brilliant flash of sword light streaked through, cleaving the rain and leaving a sinister scar upon the bluestone. Cross this line, and you shall die. In the instant the sword light swept past, the assailant's body fell silent, cleaved in twain. With a collective gasp, all retreated several paces, the captain and patrolling guards trembling in fear. This scholar was indeed a sword cultivator. Only after Chen Zhiming vanished into the street did they dare to breathe audibly. My lord, shall we simply let him go? Jiang Bi perished at his hands, that if Jiang Xingzi were to take offense, we might find ourselves in dire straits. The vice-captain, still shaken, glanced at the gaping scar, anxiety mingling with fear. Would you prefer to die now or tomorrow? Captain Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his voice quivering. The vice-captain hesitated for a moment. If given a choice, I would prefer to live. Such fanciful thoughts. The captain sighed, speaking in hushed tones. If you wish to survive, refrain from meddling. He gestured to the shattered shadow on the ground, lamenting, do you know who lies there? The true disciple of the Ghost Gate, Yang Shu, ranked 11th on the talented heroes list. Since entering the city, he has claimed the lives of numerous geniuses from that list, rising from 29th to 11th. Yet, under the circumstances of a surprise attack, he could not withstand even a single sword strike. What sort of being is that? Even Jiang Xingzi may not. The Jiang family suffered the loss of 3 servants. For a family of profound heritage like the Sage clan, this was akin to the death of 2 insignificant ants. Yet even if they were as lowly as ants, they were still Jiang family ants. The loss of ants might be inconsequential, but it tarnished the face of their master, rendering it an unforgivable sin. Within a villa of the Jiang estate, Jiang Huayu's biological mother, Lady Bai, reclined in a peach blossom chair, cradling a snow-white raccoon cat, speaking nonchalantly. Lord Zhang, I hear you were present at the scene? Indeed, Madam Qi, Captain Zhang replied solemnly. At that time, I was leading my brothers to maintain order, and upon my arrival, I happened to witness that vile rogue in the act of aggression, employing a technique akin to heavenly flight, conjuring a transparent blade from thin air to launch a surprise attack on Mr. Jiang Bi, gravely wounding him that I was unable to intervene in time. Is that so? A sly smile curled at the corners of Bai's lips. Whether Jiang Bi lives or dies is of little consequence. It is simply that this scholar dares to kill my people in Langya. He has thus chosen his own path to ruin. Quite right, Madam Qi. Captain Zhang discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, stating earnestly, that audacious rogue has dared to violate the law with violence that I have already reported to the county lord and mobilized all city guards to pursue the culprit. I believe it will not be long before that madman is captured. I want him alive. Lady Bai spoke softly. That girl, I have taken a liking to her. I want her to witness the death of her beloved young man with her own eyes. With that, she waved her hand, and two swordsmen emerged from the shadows. Ada, a heir from this day forth. You shall accompany Lord Zhang and heed his commands, bringing those two little rascals back. Yes, madam. Captain Zhang forced a smile at the two swordsmen, feeling utterly exasperated. Good heavens! Having two void transformation swordsmen by my side. How could I command them? This is a matter of my own life at stake. Have you heard? 3 servants of the Jiang family have perished, and the county lord is furious, dispatching 300 guards to pursue the culprit. Outside the city, rivers of blood have already flowed. In a secluded tavern on the western outskirts of Langya City, patrons, having consumed a few cups of wine, began to discuss the most pressing topic in town. I am well aware of this. I was present at the scene. A man with sharp features cleared his throat. Once he had captured the attention of those nearby, he took a sip of wine and spoke in a detached manner. I can attest to the events. 3 days prior, on a stormy afternoon, a scholar with a wooden sword, driven by lust, attempted to abduct a maid of the Jiang family. Just as Zhang's servants happened to pass by, they intervened to my surprise. That fellow, with his red lips and white teeth, turned out to be a shameless scoundrel. That in a fit of rage, he killed 2 servants and then launched a surprise attack, gravely wounding Jiang Bi, which incited the wrath of the Jiang family. The captain of the guards knelt before the Jiang estate that very night to plead for forgiveness. The Jiang family dispatched 2 void transformation swordsmen to assist the captain in pursuing the culprit. Unexpectedly, that scholar, in a murderous frenzy, began slaughtering civilians outside the city, accumulating nearly 1,000 lives. So that is how it transpired. He truly deserves his fate. The patrons expressed their indignation, condemning the scholar. And someone asked, with 2 void transformation swordsmen involved, surely that fellow has been dealt with. Who knows? The sharp-featured man chuckled, but I would wager he will not survive until the 9th day of the 9th month. Chapter 51. The storm approaches. Winds fill the tower in a corner. The man in the shui robes drained his cup and stepped forward to confront the sharp-featured man, silently observing him to that moment. An inexplicable aura of menace radiated from him, as if he stood there like an unyielding spear. Take this esteemed hero, you? The man stuttered. You were present at the scene? Yes, yes. I shall grant you a moment to deliberate. The shui-clad man stated coolly, gazing at the young man with a jade-like countenance. The man felt a tremor of fear that he sensed that if he continued to lie, he would likely face. I also heard it from Wang the Butcher. Where does Wang the Butcher reside? Point me in the right direction. After learning the location of Wang the Butcher's stall, the shui-clad man leapt forth like a spear, charging straight ahead. Wang the Butcher provided yet another version of events, then directed him to the address of Li the tailor. The tailor's account varied slightly. Ultimately, he pointed him towards the captain of the guard's residence. Captain Zhang Dibiao had recently been unwell at home. 2 days prior, Lady Qi had assigned him 2 void transformation swordsmen, practically forcing him to leave the city. Although he was reluctant, the overwhelming influence of the Jiang family compelled him to steel his resolve and seek out that scholar. When he saw the red line drawn by the scholar outside the city, he did not hesitate for a moment, retreating behind the crowd. Then he witnessed a flash of sword light. The 2 imposing void transformation swordsmen had not even drawn their swords before their heads fell to the ground. And dozens of guards, like ripe watermelons, found their heads tumbling off the moment they crossed that red line. From that day forth, he fell gravely ill and has not ventured outside the city since. Upon hearing the purpose of the shui-clad man's visit, Zhang Debiao's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and he divulged everything he had witnessed and heard. After listening to the tale, the Shueklad man chuckled. Brother Chen is indeed no ordinary individual. I should have realized it sooner. How could an ordinary person possess Brother Chen's insight? One sword strike to slay Yang Shu, and another to fell 2 void transformation swordsmen. Even if he is not a grandmaster of the void god realm, he is surely not far from it. With that, he turned to the shadows. Elder, can we devise a way to rescue him? In the shadows, the elder of the White Horse Manor spoke solemnly. Are you certain he is merely in his 20s? Not an ancient monster? Certainly not. The Shueklad man sighed. An ancient monster would not share a drink with me, nor would they draw their sword for a fleeting acquaintance. Today, I have come to realize that there are always greater beings beyond our kin. A person of Chen's caliber has, until now, remained entirely unheard of in the martial world. Thus, it appears that the rankings of the Celestial Talents list created by the Swordmaster sect and the Mysterious sect are merely a narrow view from a confined perspective. Rankings are of little consequence. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement and solemnly remarked, if you were not an ancient monster, a swordsman under 30 who has at least reached the void realm, it would indeed be worth taking the risk. You are mistaken, the Shui Iren declared earnestly. I urge you to rescue Brother Chen not because of his promising future, but because he is my friend. Outside Langya City, Chen Zhian stood atop a precipice, gazing down at the throngs of search parties below, his eyes betraying no emotion. Those who sought to use his head as a stepping stone to advancement must be prepared to face death. Since leaving the city, the number of those who had perished beneath his sword had already surpassed 100. Many warriors, having barely grasped the essence of their strength, were easily lured into wild fantasies of instant success by those with ulterior motives. Such opportunities are not so readily available in this world. Do you regret it? Zhong Yin inquired softly, standing beside him. After days of following Chen Zhian, her already frail body had grown even weaker. The wind atop the cliff threatened to carry her away. We will inevitably sever ties with the Jiang family of Langya. This is merely hastening the inevitable. You need not bear any psychological burden. Chen Zhian draped a crimson cloak over Zhong Yin and asked, what are your plans for the future? A faint blush crept across Zhong Yan's face as she looked earnestly at Chen Zhian and replied, if by some stroke of luck I survive, I wish to accompany you, whether we wander the world or retreat into the mountains. Wherever you go, I will follow. In the face of calamity, Zhong Yan's demeanor had transformed drastically from that of a gentle, affluent young lady just half a month prior. You think too highly of yourself. After a moment of silence, Chen Zhian uttered those 4 words coldly before leaping down like a great rock towards the precipice. Quickly, those 2 treacherous lovers are here. From below the cliff, a cacophony of voices erupted as the crowd surged towards Chen Zhian. Brothers, stand together. Capture Chenggu alive, and we shall change our names. Capture Chenggu alive, and we can adopt the Jiang surname. Wealth beyond measure is within reach. Follow me. Charge, kill. The practitioners, blinded by the allure of riches, recklessly hurled themselves at Chen Zhian with a gentle flick of his fingers. A mundane iron sword soared into his grasp, bearing the holy weapon, the wooden candle, and wielding the iron sword. He cut through the throng, severing heads with each swing. Zhong Yin stood transfixed, watching the gruesome scene unfold below, murmuring, in this lifetime, I am bound to you. Even if it means death, I shall accompany you. Ah, indeed, women only serve to hinder the swiftness of drawing the sword. On the cliff, the withered old Li, swaying his feet, mused, a swordsman unparalleled in the sword path, and in just 3 days he has become akin to a butcher, no more than a swordsmith now. Oh, he spat blood. Alas, poor fellow. Forcing himself to draw the sword will only lead to chaos within his sword energy. Even if that 4-legged serpent assists in refining it, the energy reservoir will be riddled with holes. A beauty is indeed a source of disaster. Old Li, Zhong Yin, too bewildered by the sudden appearance of the old man to ponder its implications, hastily leaned over the cliff's edge to look down. Yet from such a height of over 300 zhang, an ordinary person could hardly discern anything clearly. All she could see were chaotic flashes of swords and the echoes of wails from below. Gripping a small dagger, Zhong Yin slowly withdrew her gaze, Oldly, if he dies, please inform me. The young lady does not request my intervention. Oldly looked at Zhong Yin in surprise. Will you intervene? Zhong Yin asked earnestly. If you are willing to act, I trust you will save him regardless. That if you are unwilling, then my pleas are futile. Should he perish, I shall follow him. He has not spoken. The old man cannot intervene. Oldly sighed, casting a sidelong glance at Zhong Yin. Moreover, he does not require my aid. That if truly pushed to desperation, even if every fool below joins forces, they would not suffice to challenge him. Yet he may not survive either. Zhong Yin gazed with reddened eyes towards the cliff's base. Already resigned to death. It is not that I refuse to save him, but we have an agreement. Without his consent, I cannot intervene. Point 1 can only blame that young man for courting death. Oldly moved aside, distancing himself from Zhong Yin. Suddenly, he peered down the mountain and let out a cackle. Oh, a swordsman from the north approaches. Surprisingly, he is of the void god realm. From the west comes a knife-wielding waste, who also happens to be of the void god realm. Oh, the one lurking in the shadows is actually an old relic of the profound realm. Tisteske, young Chen is doomed this time. Chapter 52. I am Chen. An ordinary Chen at the base of the cliff. Chen Zhian wiped the sticky blood from his sword blade on a headless corpse. Before him lay a mountain of bodies that as he wielded his sword. None could approach within a foot's distance of him. After such a fierce battle, almost all that remained standing were practitioners. Even they, upon witnessing the sea of corpses, could not help but feel a surge of fear. 4 Qi control realm practitioners hesitantly approached, their foreign blades crossed before them, trembling. Even though this bloodthirsty madman appeared pale and bloodied from his 7 orifices, as if on the verge of death, they dared not let down their guard. This Chengu had proven one irrefutable fact with the mountain of corpses. Be it Qi control realm or void realm, none could withstand the might of his sword. The moment one stepped within a foot of him, no one could leave alive. He is finished, kill him quick! A middle-aged practitioner shouted from afar. He was a void realm cultivator, stationed under the jurisdiction of the Langya County governor. Holding a high position within Langya County, that he had volunteered to lead the hunt for Chen Zhian, hoping to elevate his status with this accomplishment. Yet upon encountering Chen Zhian's terrifying swordsmanship, he found his ambitions extinguished, daring only to hide in the distance and issue commands. This sword has dulled a bit, Chen Zhian remarked with a sardonic smile at the 4 encroaching Qi control realm practitioners. I can manage to claim only 4 more heads. Who among you wishes to die first? The 4 Qi control realm swordsmen faltered at his words. Faced with this faltering, barely standing swordsman, they had lost the courage to draw their blades. What are you afraid of? The middle-aged practitioner urged. Fortune is within reach. Kill him, quickly. The 4 exchanged glances, their foreign blades erupting in a dazzling display as they struck towards Chen Zhian. They leaped into the air, eager to seize the moment of glory. Buzz! Chen Zhian's arm trembled, and the sword, already riddled with cracks, shattered into 8 fragments. 4 pieces shattered the blade's radiance, while the remaining 4 shot towards them. The 4 who lunged forward suddenly jolted in midair, crashing to the ground, each bearing a fragment of the broken sword embedded in their foreheads, emitting a resonant buzz. Useless! The middle-aged practitioner, trembling with fear, glanced at Chen Zhian, shrieking, You all go quickly kill him. He has no sword left. Whoever kills him, I will promote to the county governor's office as a revered guest. You may choose any cultivation techniques or resources you desire. No one dared to step forward. Those with courage had already become corpses. The survivors either lacked the boldness or wished to be the last remaining predator. Though this mantis appeared on the brink of collapse, it still wielded sharp blades. They were unwilling to gamble their lives. Chen Zhian scanned the crowd, laboriously bending to pick up a foreign blade, using it like a staff. After such slaughter, all the swords here had been rendered useless as Chen Zhian grasped the blade. The already hesitant cultivators instinctively retreated several steps. Is it truly so terrifying that a void realm swordsman has instilled such dread in you? Is this truly all the prowess that Langya County possesses? Merely a bunch of drunken sacks of rice? On the northern side of the cliff, a man clad in a brocade robe descended from the air, a sword hanging at his waist, the scabbard engraved with a fierce character representing the Jiang clan. The middle-aged practitioner's face lit up with joy upon seeing the newcomer. Stepping out from behind a tree, he bowed. "I am Xin Yong, serving under the Langya County Governor. Greeting, Elder Jiang." The newcomer nodded indifferently, looking down at Chen Zhian. "You are Chen Gu?" "I am Jiang Huasheng, an elder of the Sword Master sect and a Void God realm swordsman. Today, I grant you a death sentence." Cough. Chen Zhian coughed lightly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and replied with a hint of mockery. "What? Do you think you have the courage to face my sword now, after watching for so long? Do you presume I am defenseless or believe I am incapable of wielding a blade? Seeking death?" Jiang Huasheng's gaze lowered, and his long fingers slowly grasped the sword hilt. Clang! A sharp ringing echoed as the ancient sword was unsheathed, its sword energy shredding the air, bearing an overwhelming intent of slaughter as it surged towards Chen Zhian. Facing the sword light, Chen Zhian's eyes flickered with disappointment. The sword energy felt too mundane. Boom! The sword energy instantly engulfed Chen Zhian. Jiang Huasheng sheathed his sword, not bothering to inspect the outcome of his strike, and coldly instructed, "Clean up this rubbish, lest it disturb the Holy Sun's interest." "Elder Jiang." Xin Yong pointed at the pile of corpses, his voice trembling. "That man, he is not dead, Jiang Huasheng uttered a soft exclamation, turning back towards the place where the sword had fallen. Amidst the carnage, the mountains of corpses lay shattered by the violent sword energy. Blood and flesh swirling through the air as if a torrential rain of crimson was descending. That I end this sanguine tempest. Chen Zhian stood firm, his foreign blade propped against him, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Yet he remained resolutely upright, a wretched smirk adorning his face. Atop the precipice, the corners of old Li's parched lips twisted in disdain. He was far from pleased. Just moments ago, he had reached out with his mind across the miles, inquiring if Chen Zhian required assistance, but he had anticipated the long-awaited first strike since emerging from seclusion, only to be met with a surprising rejection. And that reckless youth dared to command that 4-legged creature to drag the sword energy into the sea. Even with his energy, sea leaking all around him. What a freak. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves forward. By heavens, I am utterly astonished. I've never seen anyone so merciless towards themselves. You are a disciple of some hidden sacred ground. Are you not? Jiang Huasheng grasped the hilt of his sword, his expression darkening. The strike he had just unleashed, seemingly casual, was in fact a culmination of his utmost effort. Yet this young man was able to withstand it with a half-damaged body. Such a prodigy could not possibly exist in the world. As a member of the Jiang family, Jiang Huasheng had ascended the path of the sword over a century, inching his way into the realm of the Void God. His swordsmanship was of no ordinary caliber, but he was certain that even Jiang Huayu, who was hailed as a potential sage, could not reach the heights of this young man, unless he were a direct descendant of an unbroken lineage of a sacred ground or imperial clan. Are you Zhao Wuji of the Dao sect, or a descendant of the Ji family? Chen Zhian, leaning on his foreign blade, retorted, I am Chen, an unremarkable Chen, with no saints or emperors in my ancestry, and certainly no divine physique. You Jiang clan cling to your ancient bloodlines, languishing in the remnants of a saint's legacy from millennia ago, yet have never pondered that the illustrious emperor of the void, the ancient emperor, and even the sword Saint Zhu Qingho from 5 centuries past all arose from obscurity, wielding mere mortal bodies to crush the invincible and resonate through the ages. They suppressed countless so-called sons of emperors and saints, even divine offspring, striking terror into the forbidden zones, preventing them from daring to step beyond the human realm's great wall. Is it so that the current generation must be inferior to the ancients? Jiang Huasheng's eyes narrowed slightly. While he understood the reasoning, pushing through as a mere mortal to become invincible was akin to climbing to the heavens. In the vast expanse of the great wilderness, over countless years, only the Emperor of the Void and the ancient Emperor had emerged, but none of this mattered now, since this prodigy had no background or influence. He would simply need to be eliminated. Chapter 53. The envoy enters the city that little Brad is about to strike. On the cliff, Old Li's feet swung, picking up a withered branch from the ground. The moment Chen Zhian spoke, he would swiftly cleanse the rabble below the mountain and claim the first kill. At this moment, all awaited Jiang Huaxing's strike. Jiang Huaxing's energy surged within him, an overwhelming force pouring into his ancient sword. This young man was far too monstrous. If allowed to mature, the consequences would be dire. With his strike, he would spare no effort. Clang! A brilliant sword light ignited, and under his energy's enhancement, a sword energy several dozen feet long descended from the heavens. Boom! The sword energy cascaded like a waterfall, pouring down in torrents. Speak! Old Li was eager to act, his ears already faintly catching Chen Zhiming's summons. Just as he was about to make his move, a dark spear shot through the air. The spear surged like a dragon, enveloped by a vast sea of black clouds, charging forth like an army of thousands. Boom! The clash of sword energy and spear light erupted, reverberating like thunder beneath the cliff. The resultant shockwave inundating the ground where Chen Zhiming stood. Go! In a moment of urgency, Chen Zhiming heard an ancient voice whispering in his ear. Confused, he glanced toward the figure cloaked in black robes. Before he could resist, he was hoisted onto the stranger's shoulder, and in an instant, they sped away, covering an unknown distance in the blink of an in midair. Jiang Huaxing's complexion turned ashen, a mouthful of blood escaping him. That previous strike had come with overwhelming force, instantly injuring him, but he could only watch helplessly as two figures slipped away right before his eyes. Damn it! He suppressed the tumultuous blood within him. Raising his gaze to the cliff above, intent on capturing that wretched maid, only to find that Zhong Yin had vanished without a trace. You say that Chen, merely in his 20s, is already a sword cultivator in the Void Realm, within the ancestral residence of the Jiang clan in Langya City. Jiang Huaxing spoke of the events that had transpired at the cliff with a grim expression. Seated upon the chair of supreme authority, the clan head Jiang Daoyang gave a soft exclamation. Are you certain he is only in his 20s? There are no signs of age in his eyes. He must undoubtedly be a young man, Jiang Huaxing replied solemnly. Uncle, if this person is not dealt with, he will surely become a grave threat. He is neither of the Dao sect nor a direct descendant of any hidden sacred ground or imperial lineage. Jiang Daoyang mused, lightly tapping his fingers against the armrest, contemplating. Merely a juvenile engaging in reckless antics, and he has drawn out such a formidable fish. In the wild, such prodigies must not be allowed to thrive. Old 8, you must personally make a trip. Where there are monsters, there are bound to be opportunities. Extract the secrets from that young man. Consider it a fatherly gift for my son. Zhang Laoba nodded. Hesitating momentarily, the girl Baihu has yet to return. Should we send her a message? No need, Jiang Daoyang replied coldly. She blames me for allowing the third son to die outside the city. Yet she has never considered that I bear the weight of the entire family's rise and fall. How could I act on impulse? As for Huayu's wedding, she may come if she wishes. If not, she need not return. Sigh. Zhang Laoba let out a breath. How remarkable the third brother had been, rising from humble beginnings to become the most formidable contender for clan head. Yet fate dealt a cruel blow, and he was humiliated and killed by a direct descendant of an imperial clan before the eyes of the Jiang family of Langya. Since then, the Jiang family spirit had been broken. Now, even a junior from the wild could not be tolerated. Reflecting on the messages conveyed by Baihu through flying swords, Old 8 hesitated, ultimately deciding against mentioning it, and walked straight out. Outside Langya County City, 12 armored royal guards, each wielding foreign blades, rode upon strange beasts, forming a line in front, their faces concealed by golden masks, revealing only their eyes. Behind the royal guards, 5 pristine white steeds pulled a royal carriage in formation. On either side of the carriage, 8 officials from the Ministry of Rites, clad in green robes, held jade auspicious objects, escorting the procession. Within the carriage, the eunuch Gao Lishir held the reins, wielding a golden whip, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed towards Langya City. After more than 2 months of travel at a pace of 1,000 miles a day, the envoy from Chang'an finally arrived at Langya on the 8th day of September. Inside the carriage, Chen Zhian reclined on a cushion, leisurely sharing wild fruits with Chen Zhian. Gao Gong Gong. Why have the Jiang clan of Langya and the Piamiao sect not acknowledged the arrival of the envoy? Why has no one come to greet us? Seeing the carriage halt outside the city, Chen Zhian tossed a milky white fruit into his mouth, speaking with a mouthful. Perhaps they are on the road. Gao Lisher replied, his expression unchanged. Moreover, the envoy's movements are erratic. It is normal for them not to know of our entry today. Is that so? Chen Zhian replied nonchalantly. However, for such a significant event as the envoy entering the city to go unnoticed by the Jiang clan and Piamiao sect, it seems they do not regard the great Tang highly, nor do they respect his majesty. Gao Lisher's lips twitched, his face remaining impassive, yet internally he felt a surge of delight. At last, the prince's words ring true. This fellow is indeed a fool, daring to provoke the Jiang clan within Langya. He doesn't even need my assistance. If I shall watch your demise unfold, my lord, shall we not enter the city to urge them? With Langya County City in sight, Gao Lisher could hardly contain his eagerness to witness this useless fool confront the Jiang clan, and he remarkably inquired, "That one be necessary?" Chen Zhian replied with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. "We shall proceed directly into the city. It's not as if we lack accommodations." "Lord Sun, here, relay the order. We shall enter the city immediately." "Understood," Sun Tong responded, turning his horse around, galloping towards the rear of the carriage, while calling out loudly, "The envoy has received orders to enter the city." As his words fell, a throng of ragged commoners rose behind the carriage, following it numbly towards Langya County City. At the city gate, the recently recovered captain of the guards, Zhang de Biao, gazed at the dark mass of people, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. Damn it! Weren't the commoners expelled 300 miles away? How did they all gather here? Upon recognizing the royal guards and the envoy's procession at the forefront, he gasped in horror, "Alas, my life is forfeit!" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang de Biao shed his crimson cloak. Pivoting swiftly to retreat behind his guards, his eyes darted around, and upon spotting the spirited figure of the incoming commanding officer, his former subordinate Li Ergu, a glimmer of hope sparked within him, as if he had encountered a lifeline. "Commander Li, hurry. I am unwell. I cannot hold on any longer." "General," Li Ergu approached, a hint of disdain flickering across his lips. This old man was too feeble. In just half a month, he had fallen ill several times. Surely, the position of captain of the guards would be within his grasp. "General, you should rest. I will guard in your stead," Li Ergu shouted loudly, his voice laced with cunning. When he turned back, however, Zhang de Biao had already vanished from sight. Ah, that old scoundrel, running faster than a rabbit. With a piece of armor in hand, Li Ergu strode out of the passageway, brimming with confidence. Just as he stepped through the city gate, a languid voice reached his ears. "Is it possible that the governor of Langya, Jiang Daomo, is plotting a rebellion?" Chapter 54. What are the commoners? Has this man gone mad? Li Ergu glared furiously in the direction of the voice and chastised. "Who dares to insult our esteemed governor in such a manner? Seize this madman and behead him for all to see." To ascend to the rank of commander, Li Ergu had not only excelled in flattery, but more importantly, had enjoyed fortuitous circumstances that in terms of experience and cultivation, he was hardly remarkable among the numerous captains of the guards. Having turned 60, he had barely crossed the threshold of the Qi master realm. Unfortunately, those who were truly exceptional, with the exception of Zhang de Biao, had mostly met their demise. Thus, the position of deputy commander had unexpectedly fallen upon him, leading to his sense of insecurity amidst his bravado. Fearful that he might one day revert to being just another patrol captain, that in such a mindset, he naturally remained fiercely loyal to the higher-ups, willing to serve as their lackey. Therefore, even though his limited perspective indicated that this individual was likely of considerable status, probably a scion of a prominent family, he resolutely chose to draw his sword. After all, this was Langya. What did it matter how deep your background ran? Could an overreaching dragon best a local snake? Moreover, the Zhang family was undoubtedly a formidable force. Execute him. Just as Li Ergu began to clarify his thoughts, a languid voice sounded once more. He looked up, puzzled, only to find a golden whip had somehow wrapped itself around his neck, that a clean-shaven man, holding the whip, was gazing at him with a cold smile. Off with his head! A chorus of gasps erupted at the city gate. How is it that, after just a few days, someone dares to commit such an act of violence in Langya? What audacity to obstruct the envoy's entourage! Gao Lisher sneered, channeling his energy as he proclaimed loudly, "By the decree of His Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Tang, and on behalf of the young lord of the Chenliu Marquis, Lord Chen Zhian, we have come to witness and celebrate the wedding. Where is the secretary of the Langya governor's office? Why have you not come forth to greet the envoy?" His piercing voice and overwhelming energy echoed into the city that in an instant, half of Langya County was aware that the people from the Chenliu Marquis had arrived, and they were quite brazen. Chen Zhian, hands tucked within his sleeves, allowed Gao Lisher to take the lead. After all, this visit to Langya was generously backed by the old man, with the intent of being unabashedly arrogant. The humiliation of Zhu Wan'er returning the marriage proposal must be avenged, that if his elder brother, Chen Zhiming, did not appear, he would roll up his sleeves and handle it personally at the governor's mansion. Jiang Daoma surveyed the envoy from the balcony overlooking the city gate. This young lord seems rather unaware of his own limitations. Beside him, Elder Wang Hao of the Piao Miao sect frowned and remarked, "Given the commotion he has caused, it might not reflect well on you." "Not to worry," Jiang Daoma replied nonchalantly. "Langya is not a place where Chang'an can exert its influence." "That is indeed the case." Wang Hao revealed a hint of envy. Although the Piao Miao sect was also a sacred ground, it lacked the bloodline of a saint, and even its holy weapons were incomplete, unable to unleash their true power. "I find myself quite curious about why your sect initially arranged a marriage with the Chenliu Marquis." Jiang Daoma replied coolly. "It was the sect master who took the initiative to propose the marriage contract." "Well," Wang Hao stammered, "the sect master must have her own reasons. I am not entirely privy to them." "Ha!" Jiang Daoma's face bore a hint of derision, in terms of both cultivation and heritage. The Chenliu Marquis is leagues apart from the Piao Miao sect. Chenliu is situated in the northern wilderness, a place where one must survive by consuming raw flesh and blood. Cheneman is notoriously inept in governance. Your sect must have sought this alliance not for the Marquis's title, but rather for the Piao Miao sect's holy weapon, the divine fire furnace. Wang Hao's expression shifted slightly. The initial arrangement to ally with the Chenliu Marquis had indeed been motivated by the divine fire furnace. With a legacy spanning thousands of years, its flames had long been extinguished. They had received insider information that Chenliu possessed the holy ruin's divine fire. Yet despite years of searching, its whereabouts remained elusive. It wasn't until Shi Mengxing led Zhu Wan'er to Chang'an to visit Cheneman that a breakthrough occurred. Apparently, Cheneman's son, Chen Zhiming, had once inadvertently stumbled into the holy ruins and had witnessed the divine fire. Thus, through Shi Mengxing's persistent matchmaking, the 7-year-old Zhu Wan'er and the 8-year-old Chen Zhiming became childhood sweethearts. And 3 years later, they exchanged birthdays and formed a betrothal. As for what transpired afterward, Wang Hao was genuinely unaware that he only knew that 12 years prior, Chen Zhiming entered the holy ruins with Zhu Wan'er. And shortly thereafter, the sect master took Zhu Wan'er back to the Piao Miao sect, followed by rumors circulating in Chang'an that Chen Zhiming's meridians had been crippled, rendering his path to cultivation hopeless. After a moment of silence, Wang Hao chuckled awkwardly and shifted the topic. "Governor, shall we allow the envoy to rampage as they please? What else can we do?" Jiang Daoma replied coolly. "Just a spoiled rich kid. Do you expect us to go out and welcome him? After all, he comes from Chang'an." Wang Hao hesitated, representing the face of that individual. "Brother Wang, it seems you have misunderstood something," Jiang Daoma declared with authority. "Throughout the ages, dynasties have risen and fallen countless times, yet Langya has always belonged to the Jiang family. Even the current emperor must not defy this rule." "I stand corrected." Wang Hao regarded Jiang Daoma, who exuded an air of dominance, with a sense of distaste that if our Piao Miao sect's holy weapon were intact, it would not be a sacred ground. How could we be reduced to bowing our heads and marrying our saintess to you? At the city gate, the envoy pushed through, leading a throng of destitute commoners into the city. Chen Zhian stood atop his palanquin, expressionless, gazing deep into the inner city. There, a synchronized march of footsteps was steadily approaching the city gate. The sound reverberated through the air, as if treading upon the very hearts of the commoners. Chen Zhian sensed a suffocating emotion blossoming among the destitute. Fear flickered in their vacant eyes, yet no one dared to retreat. In just 3 short months, over 30,000 commoners had been expelled from the city, and now barely 10,000 remained alive. Had they not encountered the envoy, even these few survivors would have likely perished in the wilderness. No place would take them in. They were not refugees, yet their plight was even more tragic, for this was not a natural disaster, but a man-made calamity. Returning to Langya City was their final hope. Even in death, they would prefer to die within the walls of Langya. Hi Gong Gong, I have always been curious. Do you not consider the commoners to be subjects of the Great Tang? Chen Zhian asked, observing the Langya guards now within sight. Chang'an is like this, Qinghai County is like this, Hejian County is like this, and Langya is no different. It seems that once one becomes a commoner, they are no longer regarded as part of your kind, but rather viewed as despicable, loathsome beasts. Gao Lisher smiled coldly. What are commoners to us? They cannot even pay taxes. Chapter 55. Entering the profound realm. All Buddhas and spirits listen. So this is how you truly think. Chen Zhian turned to face the commoners, remaining silent for a moment before rising to speak slowly. I believe this is unjust, even if you all take it for granted. Your Excellency. 3,000 guards, clad in armor and wielding long spears, stood in formation before the envoy. Shen Yong, stationed under the governor, rode a fierce beast, looking down at Chen Zhian. Your Excellency, the reception hall has been cleaned and is ready. We invite the envoy to enter and rest. And what are the commoners? Chen Zhian inquired, raising his head. That is not a concern for you, Your Excellency, Shen Yong replied coldly. The governor's office has long issued a decree. During this special period, commoners are an eyesore and must be driven 300 miles outside the city. Those who defy the order will be executed. Do you intend to kill them all? Chen Zhian was aware of the ruthlessness of those in power in the vast wilderness, but he never expected it to be this severe. Over 10,000 lives, condemned to death merely for being an eyesore. What if I refuse to agree? Chen Zhian retorted coldly. They are subject to the Great Tang, not your private property. Your Excellency wields great authority. Shen Yong casually patted his beast. Indifferent. As the governor of Langya, even His Majesty the Emperor of Chang'an would not dictate our actions, that I am surprised that Your Excellency is so young. What Chang'an does is of no concern to me. Chen Zhian interrupted Shen Yong, his voice icy. But if I see it, I must intervene. You may kill my fellow citizens at will, but have you ever asked the battle-hardened veterans who fought to protect the realm and drove out foreign invaders? Have you ever inquired about the valiant souls who perished on the battlefield? You certainly have not. But I have asked, and they said, no. With that, Chen Zhian raised his arm, declaring, my fellow citizens of the Great Tang are born as heroes, not mere chaff. They shall stand upon the shoulders of the noble and disdain the cowardly. Friends, let us enter the governor's office, that I wish to inquire on behalf of the battle-hardened veterans, to ask those who fell in battle. Are their descendants not subjects of the Great Tang? Within our borders, beneath the blue sky and white sun, can their descendants not stand tall on their own land? We are willing to follow. A ragged young man among the commoners shouted hoarsely, I, Wu Guangxing, am willing to accompany Your Excellency to confront Jiang Daoma. We are willing to follow. Boom! Above the heavens, amidst the thundering sounds of the great Tao, nearly 10,000 voices rose in a deafening roar. Within the city of Langya, a palpable change swept through the populace. If Zhong Yan's oath, pointing to the heavens, was but the feeble murmur of an ant at the brink of death, then the tumult stirred by Chen Zhian at this moment was akin to a righteous arrow shot straight at the esteemed Jiang clan of Langya. Few are born as drifters. Many are driven to despair by oppressive taxes and levies, ultimately selling their lands and even themselves, leaving them with no recourse but to suffer. The plight of the people resonates deeply. The citizens, long accustomed to bending in servitude, suddenly began to ponder. Why must the Jiang family remain perpetually elevated? Why is the taxation in Langya so exorbitant? Why must so many perish simply because the young master of the Jiang family finds their presence unsightly at his wedding? Damn the lowly commoners! As the shouts echoed around him, Yang's countenance darkened, drawing his sword and pointing it at Chen Zhian. Chen Zhian, as an envoy, how dare you incite the masses and insult the dignity of the Langya prefect's office? Chen Zhian paid him no heed, turning to take his seat in the palanquin. Is Mr. Liu present? I am here. A figure in a green robe, sword at his back, stepped forward, standing silently in the void. Chen Zhian calmly declared, "Let us depart. Those who dare obstruct shall face death without mercy." Yes, my lord. Form ranks. Yang's expression shifted slightly as he raised his voice. Langya's military. Heed my command. Any drifter who enters within 10 paces, execute. The palanquin began to move slowly. 12 royal guards drew their swords, forming a staunch perimeter around the palanquin. This was their duty. Even if Chen Zhian commanded them to die, they were bound to comply. The officials from the Ministry of Rites, however, felt differently. They thought to themselves, we are merely attending a wedding. Why does it feel as though we are about to descend into chaos? They wished to strike down Chen Zhian. That scoundrel. Even Gao Lishir, who had secretly anticipated a confrontation between Chen Zhian and the Jiang family, felt a surge of panic. Yet, in the face of overwhelming circumstances, there was little room for choice. The entire envoy was now swept along by Chen Zhian. Even if he turned against them now, the Jiang family of Langya would never trust him. Little bastard, Gao Lishir cursed under his breath, stealthily inching away, seeking a chance to escape for his life. Impudent child, seeking death. A leader among the guards, of the Jiang surname, drew his sword and struck at Chen Zhian. Then in an instant, the glint of the blade flashed, cleaving the leader and his body in twain. Virtual realm? Yang's expression shifted dramatically. The commander of the military was a trusted confidant of the prefect, a cultivator of the virtual realm. Yet he was so effortlessly slain by that man in green. What shall we do? The deputy commander stepped forward, trembling as he gazed at the approaching throng. Are we truly to kill them all? How would I know? Yang turned to glance toward the prefectural office, thinking, I'm not even a Jiang. Though words were spoken, if the envoy were to slay an angel, Yang knew he could not bear the consequences. Chen Zhian incites the masses. Plotting rebellion. The prefect commands. Capture Chen Zhian alive. Any drifter who violates the law shall be executed according to the law. Just as Yang stood at a loss, another figure stepped into the fray. Lord Wang. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yang felt a measure of relief. Wang Haod, an elder of the mysterious Cloud sect, a cultivator of the profound realm, and the newly appointed state envoy of Langya. With his presence, it seemed Yang would be absolved of responsibility. Wang Haod maintained a stoic expression, yet internally felt a sense of helplessness. The mysterious Cloud sect had allied with the Sword Control sect, and the Jiang family had reciprocated by granting them certain powers. The position of envoy was the result of this alliance. Yet little did he expect to encounter such a situation upon his arrival. This was an envoy from Chang'an. Jiang Daoma was solely focused on his own dominance, yet had thrust Wang Haod into the forefront that if Chen Zhian were to be killed, the mysterious Cloud sect would be irrevocably bound to the Jiang family, a path leading to ruin. Aware of this, he found himself with no grounds to refuse. Standing with hands clasped behind his back in the void, Wang Haod spoke solemnly. Chen Zhian, in consideration of the connection with Lord Chenliu, you may lead the officials of the envoy into the residence. I can intercede with Jiang Daoma, granting you leniency and absolving past grievances. Chen Zhian cast a dispassionate glance at him. Are you a member of the mysterious Cloud sect? I am the Grand Elder of the mysterious Cloud sect, a cultivator of the profound realm. Ah, so you are the treacherous wolf of the mysterious Cloud sect. Chen Zhian raised his hand, coldly declaring, I intend to bring them into the city. I reiterate, those who dare obstruct shall face death without mercy. Ignorant child, courting your own demise. Wang Haod, incensed, revealed his profound realm cultivation, an overwhelming pressure cascading toward Chen Zhian, intending to force him to his knees. Slay him. Chen Zhian remained seated in the palanquin, a wooden hairpin atop his head emanating a green light that resisted the surging pressure. Simultaneously, Lu Qi stepped forward in the void. With each step he took, his aura intensified by the time he stood before Chen Zhian. His presence matched that of Wang Haod. Wang Haod's expression shifted slightly. This man in green was about to ascend to the profound realm. Today I, Lu Qi, stand here using my sword as a medium and the brothel as a conduit to establish the seed of the Great Way. I vow, with my 3-foot sword in hand, to protect the downtrodden of the world. Let this vow be witnessed by the heavens and heard by all Buddhas and spirits. Today, Lu Qi ascends to the profound realm. Chapter 56. Brows like a horizontal blade, mad as a tiger. Boom! As Lu Qi's words fell, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. A blinding ray of sunlight broke through the oppressive clouds, illuminating Lu Qi. Concurrently, a mysterious and profound aura surged from him, casting him as a figure of sanctity. In that moment, all cultivators of the profound realm, or above in Langya, turned their gaze toward Lu Qi. It is indeed the recognition of the heavenly Tao. The blessing of the saint Lu Qi. In the attic of the prefect's office, Jiang Daoma's once domineering demeanor faded, his expression darkening. I did not anticipate that this individual's path could garner the recognition of the heavenly Tao and the blessing of ancient saints. This is the talent of a saint. On the path of the saints, another pioneer emerges. From the mysterious cloud sect, Shi Mengqing gazed longingly at Langya, murmuring, "This person possesses extraordinary gifts, yet willingly lowers himself to become a mere steward of a brothel. Chenaman, what are you truly concealing?" In the ancestral residence of the Jiang family, the head of the family, Jiang Daoyang, gently tapped the armrest of his chair, slowly stating, "Let fourth brother recruit Lu Qi. If he fails to recruit him, he must ensure Lu Qi is silenced before he reaches the profound realm. Whether man or ghost is on display, I alone am suffering the blows." Inside the palanquin, Chen Zhian observed the imposing Lu Qi with a touch of envy. It's merely entering the profound realm. Yet it has stirred such a commotion. Mr. Lu is a scholar. Chen Zhidong raised his head with a grin. This is precisely how a scholar ought to be. Ha! As if you've encountered many scholars yourself. Chen Zhian jested lightly at little Zhidong, then prodded the dazed Gao Lishur. Come now, with a profound realm master guarding us, what is there to fear? The palanquin continued onward, that I in midair. Wang Hao felt a slight awkwardness as an established master of the profound realm. He discovered that the weight of Lu Qi's aura, now that he had just entered the profound realm, surpassed his own. The 3-foot sword forged from ordinary iron instilled an unshakable dread within him. He had a premonition that should he choose to strike, he would likely be bested and slain by this individual. Caught between a rock and a hard place, a voice of authority rang out. "I am Jiang Daoma. I congratulate Mr. Lu on entering the profound realm as a minor master. Today's matters are merely a contest of wills. I, as envoy, warmly welcome your arrival at the prefectural office." Lu Qi remained silent, settling into a meditative posture within the palanquin. On the streets, 3,000 soldiers of the prefectural guard receded like a tide, forming 2 lines to allow passage for the envoy and the drifters. The previously tense atmosphere transformed into one of cordial welcome. Gao Lishur, driving his carriage down the center of the road, felt an inexplicable sense of pride and honor, singing in a high-pitched voice, "His Majesty, the Tang Emperor Wuda's envoy, the young lord of Chun Lu's estate, and Master Lu from Chang'an, enter the prefectural office of Langya." Within a residence in Langya City, a young man in plain attire slowly set down the sword in his hand, a rare, gentle smile gracing his face. "Jian has made a commendable friend. Humph. The Jiang family truly declines with each generation that a mere profound realm cultivator has them trembling in fear." Beside the youth, old Li, gnawing on a chicken leg, tossed aside a bone in frustration, expressing his displeasure at Jiang Daoma's retreat. "That young lord, is he your brother?" At the mill, Zhong Yin pushed the wheat into the grinder, feigning nonchalance as he responded. "You mentioned coming to Langya to see your fiancé, That young lord is your brother." "You guessed correctly. I am Chen Zhiming." Chen Zhiming replied quietly. "I have long said you need not feel guilty. The Jiang family and I will inevitably become foes." "It is not guilt." Zhong Yin paused in his grinding, responding earnestly. "It is joy." "Lord Jiang, my humble request is as follows. Allow the drifters to enter the city. They do not even need shelter. They will find their own path to survival." Within the prefectural office, Chen Zhian stood below, gazing up at the lofty Jiang Daoma, slightly mocking. If the common folk are deemed as mere weeds, they are surely more resilient than the sheltered flowers. The weeds within my office are always uprooted without hesitation, Jiang Daoma replied indifferently. Allowing them to enter the city to seek survival is not impossible. Provided Mr. Liu enters the doors of my Jiang family and vows before the heavenly Tao to never betray us. Not only will I permit them entry, but I shall also grant them land. You are quite handsome. I know, Jiang Daoma replied. Chen Zhian retorted sarcastically. Since you are aware of your beauty, do not harbor delusions. Have you forgotten that these drifters are indeed your subjects, victims of your mismanagement, left homeless and abandoned? I have come here to hold you accountable on behalf of the people of Langia, not to negotiate terms. Jiang Daoma's expression turned cold, leaning forward to fix his gaze upon Chen Zhian. Do you realize who you were speaking to? Who bestowed upon you the audacity to act so brazenly? Do you truly believe this official would hesitate to behead you? I am well aware of whom I am addressing. Chen Zhian fixed his gaze upon Jiang Daoma. Pray tell, Jiang Daoma, do you comprehend with whom you are conversing? Kill him, Jiang Daoma replied, his expression devoid of emotion. I have long declared that negotiation is futile, yet the fifth one insists otherwise. To kill is the only course, wherefore the need for discourse. Understood. To the right of the magistrate's office, a general clad in dark iron armor unsheathed his prized blade, instantaneously appearing before Chen Zhian. The gleam of the blade was icy, poised to cleave him in twain. Clang! Just as the blade was about to descend upon Chen Zhian, Lu Qi's ordinary iron sword emitted a flash of light, arriving first. Lu Qi, garbed in azure, stepped forth and grasped the hilt in the void. Let your head be the means to cleanse my sword's edge. You, a mere junior, dare to be so impudent. Jiang Tiejia, commander of the Langia prefecture soldiers, commanded an army of 150,000. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the profound realm, augmented by his dark iron armor and blade, making him the mightiest within the Langia prefecture, second only to Jiang Daoma. Clang! The blade's radiance wove a lethal tapestry, seeking to annihilate both Lu Qi and Chen Zhian in one fell swoop. Lu Qi swung his sword, unleashing a beam of light, propelling Chen Zhian backward to safety outside the magistrate's office. Immediately thereafter, he stood with one hand wielding the sword, while his left hand formed an intricate seal. Above, a colossal azure hand akin to a mountain coalesced, its overwhelming pressure enveloping the entire magistrate's residence. The Taishan seal of the Dao sect. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Daoma's eyes. Boom! The glazed tiles of the magistrate's office disintegrated in an instant. Above the roof, the handprint descended. Jiang Tiejia looked up, revealing a savage grin. With a single step, silver light erupted from his dark iron armor. With the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, he resembled a deity traversing the void, defiantly enduring the Taishan seal, and struck towards Lu Qi with his blade. Do you possess any ultimate techniques? Wu, this strike radiated malevolence, the blade's light accompanied by the roar of a white tiger's phantom lunging towards Lu Qi. The white tiger scripture. Jiang Daoma's expression shifted in astonishment. The iron-clad warrior could summon the white tiger's phantom with a mortal body. Alas, his saintly bloodline was feeble. Had it been otherwise, this phantom could have nearly materialized, summoning a sacred beast of the profound realm. The white tiger's phantom roared forth. Lu Qi's expression altered slightly, indeed. This was a saintly art, and the white tiger could erode his own spirit. Jiang Tiejia licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his brow furrowed like a sword, wild as a tiger.